Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rausen Pereira. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the 16th of October assured the girls of the country that the government will decide the right age for marriage as soon as a concerned committee gives its report. In June this year, the centre had formed a 10-member task force under Jaya Jaitley to recommend whether the legal age of marriage for women could be changed from 18 years. The proposal to raise the legal age of marriage of women carries enormous economic and social gains for India, according to a State Bank of India report. The report, titled Increasing the Legal Age of Women's Marriage, a Dominant Strategy for Societal Good, Financial Empowering Women, counts benefits such as lowering maternal deaths and improving nutrition levels in the near term to putting more girls in college and enabling women to achieve greater financial independence in the long term. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the issue of raising marriageable age for women. Joining me on the program today are Shankar Agarwal, former Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development; Ruby Bharadwaj, Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, Janki Devi Memorial College, Delhi University; and Charan Singh, economist and CEO, eGrow Foundation. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Mr. Agarwal, let me start the program with you first. Let's analyze the issue of raising the marriageable age of women and hear your thoughts on the subject.
Absolutely. First, let's look into the background and let's look into the past. In not times too far in the past, girls were getting married at the age of 11 years, 13 years, 15 years kind of thing. And what were the problems with that? Number one, at that age, the girls were not in a position to take a decision for themselves. So that decision was being taken by the parents or by somebody else. Secondly, that did not allow them to pursue their education. And unless they have got good quality and sufficient education, they will not be able to take decision on their own, and then they will not be able to take up a career. And third, when you get married at an early age, there are a whole lot of implications on the health. As you said, child mortality, health of the women, health during the pregnancy, then it becomes very difficult to control the population as well. And under all these circumstances, it was found that if we want to take this country forward, we got to empower women. And one way to empower women is to give them good education so that they become financially independent, and they should be in a position to take major decisions of their life on their own. And that will happen only if we ask them, persuade them, cajole them to get married at a later age. But that does not happen in a society like ours. So it has to be backed by the force of law. And that's why the government today is thinking of raising the legal marriageable age for the girls from the present day of 18 years to 19 years or 20 years kind of thing.
Right. So, Professor Charan Singh, what are the economic benefits of raising the marriageable age of women?
So, first of all, if you have to look at the country's economic growth, there are two things. One is labor and one is capital. Now, capital is the banking industry, the stock market. The labor is where the women fits in. If we have to grow at the level that we are anticipating and become a $5 trillion or a $20 trillion economy, we need to use every bit of labor that is available in our country. And women are part of that labor. Now, the female labor force participation, if you look in our country, is hovering between 25 and 28%. In our neighborhood, if you see Nepal, Bangladesh, anywhere around 80%. The global average is around 60%. It is obvious that we cannot afford, if we have to gallop to 10-12% growth, if we have to become a world power, we cannot at all afford that our women should not join the labor force. If the women has to join the labor force, she has to be adequately skilled, and she has to be properly educated. The other thing, please remember, women is just not part of the labor force. She is also a mother. That means she is generating another labor force. Now, if in her age, when she is young and not fully prepared for the motherhood duties, if you have her take the responsibility of motherhood, this will lead to stunting of the children. And herself in India, our women are so highly malnourished and under nutrition is so low. And when they produce children, the children are going to suffer from stunting and wasting long time. Again, impacts the labor force and the cognitive forces that go with that child which is not properly nourished or comes from a mother which is not properly nourished. Angus Deaton, the Nobel laureate, in his book wrote very well. He had said that in India, because the population is so highly undernourished, the height is not what it should be. And he was giving the example of the Dutch, and he said how tall they are because they're fully nourished. So therefore, I think it's very important, and there are other factors, if I have time, I'd like to go in them, but it's very important. This important ingredient of economic growth is labor force, and women's labor force participation has to be not only increased, she has to be adequately skilled so that she is very productive and we use her optimally, her capabilities optimally. That needs time. She needs proper education, she needs proper skilling, and she has to have the adequate level of maturity, both physical and emotional, before she starts taking responsibility of motherhood. There have been studies which have been conducted which show when the motherhood starts at a young age, it impacts the mother and it impacts the child, also impacts the family. So therefore, I think this is the right time to think through this and then go ahead and fixing an adequate, appropriate, and optimal age for marriage. We all understand the fertility period. Now, Mr. Secretary just mentioned about the maternal mortality rate. Can you imagine what it is in India? Unbelievable. It is 145 deaths for 1 lakh birth. And the world's best standards are 2. Where is 2? Where is 145?
Right.
And 2 is observed in countries like New Zealand, Australia, Poland. I think that's where we need to be. And to reduce that, we have to ensure when the female enters motherhood, she is absolutely ready for the job.
Absolutely. All right. So, Ruby Bharadwaj, let me bring you to the picture now. So, what is the optimum age really as far as marriage is concerned for a woman? And also from a societal point of view, why does it make sense to raise the marriageable age?
Well, we have to look at this issue holistically. We have to look at it in terms of the fact, yes, I agree that it allows girls to get better education, it allows them to get employment facilities. But at the same time, my rationale for increasing the age is a bit different. Number one, I feel that there should be gender parity. Both girls and boys enter school at the same age, they leave school at same age. So why should schoolgirls who have just about 18 or 17 who've just left school be saddled with motherhood soon after their schooling? Why can't they get an opportunity to explore what they want to do, either in terms of higher education or finding some skill-based courses? But at the same time, I would not agree with the fact that increasing the age at marriage, legal age at marriage, is going to impact the nutrition of the girls. Also, I do not agree with the fact that, we already have 18 years as an age of marriage, but we have 27% of the population of our people who are still marrying before the age of 18. We still have people, we have a law in place to send girls and children to school. It's a fundamental right, but have we been able to implement it? So we have to look at the issue in a more holistic manner. Yes, I would say, increase the age at marriage, but at the same time, it comes with a lot of riders from my side. The riders would be ensure that you implement right to education, ensure that you give better education, and ensure that you can actually give better nutritional levels, because MMR and IMR are not going to reduce simply by increasing the age at marriage. I mean, is there an evidence for that? That's
Right.
my rationale.
Okay, points taken. I think those are some important, valid points that you raised about gender parity and how, we have to address this issue holistically and look at some of the other problems as well and then truly take it forward. Talking about forward, let's take the discussion forward now. So, Mr. Agarwal, as far as the mindset of families is concerned, let's talk about that now. Who look at women as a burden, societal issues, familial issues. What do we do about that and how do we address that issue?
Let us look into the reason why a family consider a girl to be a burden. First and foremost is the safety and security of the girl or the lady. Unfortunately, and you have seen in the recent past, a gruesome murder and gruesome act was done with a woman. And the kind of the responses were little lukewarm in the beginning. So ultimately, a lot of people, and especially those who belong to the lower section of the society, financially poor, they find it little difficult to take care of their girls and their daughters. So that is first. Second, that they feel that because of the pressure from the society, they would like to get the girl or the daughter married at an early age so that there will not be any pressure from the society. And that means basically lack of education. We had to ensure and we had to value every girl to be an asset rather than being a burden basically or a liability. So that is second part. And finally, as the ma'am has said and as my colleague has said, that once you make them productive, and productive means basically either the financially independent, financially earning, they will become not only a liability, they'll become a beautiful asset for the family. So idea is basically to educate them properly, give them skill properly, so that they get a decent employment. And thereafter, we have to create an ecosystem also, so that when a girl gets married and she goes to another place, she should be able to either get a transfer in the job or she should be able to get another equivalent kind of a job in the new place. Once we create this kind of an ecosystem, I'm sure that this, by raising the marriage age alone, will not help, but certainly it will help in a big way in achieving these objectives of making them self-independent, making them empowered, and taking care of their health and the health of their children.
All right. So, Professor Charan Singh, in your opening remark, you spoke about how women, it's important that they join the workforce. It's important that they get the kind of education that they need and the kind of skill sets. So, from India's point of view, how important is it for women to join the workforce? How does it help the family? How does it help the ecosystem? And how does it help the economy?
Yes, Frank, if you permit me, I want to link your question with the inputs that we received from the professor. I just want to mention that earlier when the marriageable ages were 11 years, 12 years, even 15 years, this was mainly a joint family. Now the families have become nuclear. In a joint family, the responsibility of a new child entering a new household of the man is little different and highly diluted. But in a nuclear family, the woman holds, if she is not working, the responsibility that she shoulders on her on the household work is much more. So please, that is one thing which has to be remembered. Now, if the female is well educated and is emotionally mature, can handle this and has her own social network, she'll be able to not only ensure a better marriage for herself, better circumstances, even the children will find a better household in which they can grow up to be responsible and more productive. Now, in countries where there is very scarce population or the fertility rate is very low, there are countries where 18 or 19 or 20 years is the prescribed marriage for the female, whereas for the men it is 22. Gender equality, yes, but advanced countries that has happened. But those are the countries where population is very less. In countries like India, where the population pressure is high, fertility rate is above 2.1%. It is obvious when you raise the age, what you do is you minimize or reduce or optimize the fertility period, the childbearing age of the mother. So that is another factor which has to be kept in mind. Now, the question that you raised, linking it up again and building on what I've just said, please remember that in a country like India, if the woman is highly educated and skilled, she rubs shoulder to shoulder and her productivity is at the highest. The glass ceiling or the glass walls that we generally see happen because the women are probably not as well educated or not as well trained or skilled, that they, or at least the mindset is not there that the women can shoulder the same responsibility as the men is. In the economics profession, we are lucky, of course, many women have not got the Nobel Prize. Last year, of course, with Banerjee, we had the Flo get the Nobel Prize. Madame Curie had the Nobel Prize. But in economics profession, as you know, the IMF was headed by a woman, Madame Lagarde, and even today it is headed by a woman. We have the finance minister who's a woman. So in the economics finance area, we have been little happy that the women are shoulder to shoulder holding the responsibilities. But a highly educated woman can help the labor force in two ways. Firstly, she contributes. Secondly, she brings up the children in a way who are highly productive. As Gandhiji had said, if you educate a man, you only educate a man. But when you educate a woman, you educate the whole family. I think there's lots of value in what he said. And if the women are highly educated and skilled, the nation's productivity certainly goes up. So that is why the whole ecosystem improves when the woman is highly educated and she has to be given time. If a man has to be 26 years before he does his PhD, why not a woman who is doing her PhD be 26? She has to be given her time because these days she shoulders dual responsibility. One, the responsibility of motherhood. The most of the burden falls on her shoulder. Secondly, the responsibility of being as productive as men. And that means she has to be as skilled or educated as the men. So she should be given enough time for that.
Absolutely. I think points well taken, and that's the direction that we need to head in. Talking about, the economy, talking about women's contribution as far as the workforce is concerned, Ruby Bharadwaj, from a social point of view, what are the benefits of women being financially independent?
It's really empowering. If a woman is financially independent, it gives her a lot of power in her own domestic domain, leave alone the fact that, she gets status outside her house. She is somebody who doesn't have to look up to her husband or her in-laws to get paltry sums of money. It improves her status in the family and outside the family, and it improves her sense of self-esteem. So I agree with Professor that yes, girls should be given opportunities, 100%. In fact, I just asked my own students who are women students, about 80 of them, and each one of them felt that yes, the age at marriage should go up, legal age, because otherwise there is pressure from the parents that you are 18 now and that it's time for you to stop your education and find yourself, we should find you a suitable match. So there is an indirect pressure from the family. But yes, the reason why I do not where I do not agree is a rationale behind what is being said, that it can improve the nutritional status or it can improve the IMR or MMR. Yes, marginally, but the real reason is the fact that it gives women a chance to prove themselves. Number two, but if you look at the large section of the rural women who are not able to get basic education, who are not able to get basic health facilities, just raising the age at marriage is not going to improve their plight in any way. That's my argument.
Sure, certainly. I think we've established the fact that we need to look at this issue holistically, and just increasing the marriageable age is not going to address the issue at large, but at least it's a start in the right direction, and it's a step in that particular direction. All right, time to get closing comments from all my panelists now with the best way forward. Shankar Agarwal, starting first with you.
As everybody has said, and I would reiterate, that it is very necessary for any society to make sustainable progress to empower our women. And for that, two most important things are the quality of education and the skills. And for that, it is very necessary. They are not under any pressure of getting married at an early age. And since whatever we say, whatever may be our intention, but it will get implemented only when it has got a force of law. So under these circumstances, I think the government move is in the right direction. It's a welcome move. Thank you.
And since you've been in the ministry, Mr. Agarwal, I must ask you this question. So what is the optimal age really? Does anyone know that, as far as marriage for a woman is concerned or motherhood is concerned?
I mean, it depends from the society to society, and within the country like India, from region to region. But I would say that 20 years plus and minus maybe 6 months here and there should be good enough at the moment.
Absolutely. You'll have to look at it from the societal point of view as well. And since you're talking about pressure, Ruby Bharadwaj, let me come across to you before I go across to Charan Singh about, how important is it to have an attitudinal change as well when you look at this entire issue? How families need to change, society needs to change, and the ecosystem needs to change.
Absolutely. The ecosystem needs to change. We need to make sure, when we look at child marriage, it is a factor of poverty. It is a factor of lack of access to education for girls. And just when girls are steeped in poverty, families are steeped in poverty, when they do not have money to send their girls to school, that is when they consider them as a burden and just wanting to get rid of them, so as to say. So we need to bring about a change at the level of society, at the level of the mindset. Why should girls be considered as pariah dhan? Why can't they be people treated as assets by their own families, whether it is the natal home or the home where they have gotten married into? So there is a need to change the attitude both within and without, and look at the changes that we need to bring about at the societal level to eradicate poverty, to incentivize education, to incentivize employment for women.
Right. And Professor Charan Singh, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Yes, I would like to say that higher education and a little later age in life in marriage for a woman is empowering her. I haven't done any studies, but I can tell you from evidence that I normally see, women who are highly educated, and when they get into marriage, the demand of dowry obviously doesn't arise or is minimal. So the pressure on the parents, you started from the burden of the girl child, that burden of the girl child story just vanishes if the child is highly educated. Secondly, given the fact that domestically in our country as well as globally, whatever be the scene, but domestically we have seen there's lots of domestic violence. If the woman is highly educated and skilled and trained, she can be confident of leaving the marriage and living alone. And that empowers her tremendously. And that is the reason I really like, and I wish there are more of it. We mostly have male-led movies. I want female-led movies, so that in a way there's a gender balance, and the women in the country can feel that if need arises, they can run the show on their own, on their shoulders, and they are just not dependent on the males in the family, be it in the shape of a father, a brother, or a husband. So to empower that thing, it is important that women are mature when they enter the marriage, especially in the nuclear household, and they are highly educated and skilled. They can live their life on their own terms, and they can afford their economic life on their own. Thank you.
Okay, on that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that women are an important part of the workforce. Getting them married early stops many of them from entering the labor force and being financially independent. Just raising the age of marriage is not enough. We have to ensure that women are given the right kind of opportunities, the right kind of skill sets, and the right kind of education as well. Gender balance and parity is what we require. When a woman is educated and financially independent, the entire family and ecosystem benefits. And also, let's not forget that we need to increase the age of marriage of girls. There is no doubt about that. But we also have to ensure that we look at this issue holistically and ensure that the existing laws are well implemented and women are treated on par with boys and men. The entire society needs to change, the ecosystem needs to change, and we too need to play a big role and a big part if we need to see gender balance and gender parity in the times to come. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. As the Union government gave its nod to bring reforms in the space sector by allowing private players' participation, the Indian Space Research Organization has released the draft of a new Spacecom Policy 2020. The policy will regulate the commercial use of satellites, orbital slots, and ground stations for communication needs. The policy also details how private players can get authorization for setting up new communication satellites and ground stations. The private players in the space communication sector will also enable India to keep pace with the growing demand for satellite-based broadcasting, network connectivity, and global mobile personal communication. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the draft Spacecom policy and what lies ahead for India's growing space sector. Joining me on the program today is a very special guest. It's a pleasure to welcome on the program Dr. K. Sivan, Chairman, ISRO. Dr. Sivan, welcome and thank you for joining me on Big Picture.
Thank you. Thank you for giving for the opportunity to get involved in this particular program.
So let's start with the draft Spacecom Policy 2020 then. You know, it's ready. The ISRO has prepared a draft. What are the salient features of this draft, Dr. Sivan?
Basically, this we had one SATCOM policy earlier, 1997 version. This we have been using for keeping our the communication satellite, and but that had some limitations for involvement of that the private players when they are doing the space activity. But that because of that the recent reform that released by announced by the Union government. And in line with that, in order to make the private players to do the space activity in an efficient way without any hurdle, to make them to do the job with ease and also to do all the actions, that is either to do the business in India or they are allowed to do the business abroad, the other outside India also. They can make use of our satellite, they can take their own satellite. And it is this that in terms of the satellite owning, in terms of the ground stations setup, in terms of providing the services to the common people, there is no restriction. We are making sure that it is without any problem. These private people can do the job without any issue, and that is the main topic of this particular policy.
Right. So, talking about the private sector, Dr. Sivan, You know, ISRO has dealt with the private sector in the past as well. What has the experience been of ISRO dealing with the private sector in the past?
Basically, this in the past, that is that ISRO has dealt with was dealing with the private people. At the same time, earlier, in the past, the ISRO, the private people were involved in the space activity as vendor, not as a partner, not as a doing that activity. Only they're supplying the components, supplying the tanks, like that. With that, they're stopping and they're worked only as a vendor. And what the space reform we talk this one, and what we are talking is private people are allowed to carry out the space activity on their own. And all these provisions, like the policies we are making, and not only the spacecraft policy, that another few numbers of policies are going to come. That it is going to come. That is the navigation policy, or that when you talk about that that remote sensing policy, then the launch vehicle policy, and the space exploration policy. So that entire gamut of policies we are putting, so that the space sector, the private sector will not have problem in any area. That is our this one. Now come back to your question. What are the experience with the private people? Yes, earlier I said that earlier they are working as a vendor. Now we have opened up this particular opportunity to the private people. We had an excellent response from the private people, not the big industries, and they wanted to really take the entire activity of launching the satellite. They want to take the ownership, and we are seeing a lot of very interesting startups. That is, they come forward to develop that launch vehicle. Then they are providing, some startups are coming with deploying the spacecraft and providing services. And we are seeing that the ecosystem in India, based on this announcement, is very good. And I'm sure that in a few years from now, that is the entire space activities of India is going to change. And I'm sure that not only to provide the services to the nation, space services to India, I'm sure that our entrepreneurs is going to give the services, or going to do the business internationally. They are going to take the international market. That way, this whatever that the government of India's the reform is really going to make a big impact in this future.
Absolutely. Now, since we are here, Dr. Sivan, I must ask you this follow-up question. You know, there is no doubt that ISRO is India's pride. ISRO has done India proud on several occasions and done a stellar and a fabulous job. Considering that space is a very strategic sector, space also needs a lot of specialization. To reach ISRO standards, do you believe that the private sector has the wherewithal to achieve what ISRO would like them to achieve?
Yes, you are right. Because of this only, as a part of that reform, we are not only allowing the private people to carry out the task, we are hand-holding, and we are ready to provide with our technology to them to do the job. And we are ready to share our facility for them to carry out their activity. If they are trying to do that everything on their own, they may not be possible to do it. We wanted to handhold, we wanted to promote them, we want to transfer our technologies to them, so that in all aspects we wanted to train them, just like let's say we have grown from very small stage up to now, and we wanted to make this private industry also to grow, and we will provide all the supports necessary for that, and we'll provide our system, our the technology, our facility, so that they can do, and we'll travel along with them. We'll ensure that they will provide the precision job whatever we are doing. That's what our duty. That's what our job. That is the new mechanism in space is going to do. This one.
Okay, so it's going to be a partnership. There's going to be a lot of hand holding, and it's going to be like a lot of nurturing too from ISRO's side, is what you're suggesting. So, what is it that you expect, or what is it that you see the private players and entrepreneurs bringing into ISRO?
That is what we are expecting is that is the ISRO right now. It is doing this our operational missions, even to serve the country, that whatever that are required, the commercial missions, operational missions also we are doing, and we are trying to do that new technology development also parallel, and also to meet the future demand. And by that new entrepreneurs come into the picture, half of our load will be taken away by them, mainly making use for providing the operational missions and providing services. I'm sure that they will take the load so that ISRO can concentrate mostly on the technological development. This one. That's why we have a better advantage for us. That is one point. Second one is, along with this one, we are expecting these entrepreneurs to do the technology development also. Like whatever we are doing, that right now the new technology development, we are expecting our friends to do. And we will give the money for that, and that technology we can make use of in our future missions. So it is like, it is not only after some time, not only 17,000 people of ISRO, the entire country is going to do the space activity. So just imagine, we can make use of the entire country's expertise in this area. That is our aim. We are sure that it will come in a very good, in a big way.
So, and I have to ask you this also. So, vice versa, what is it that how is it going to help the the private players opening up of ISRO's facilities in such a manner? And also, like I'm going to go back to a point that I was making earlier about how space is a strategic sector. Is there a fear of opening up the sector so much to the private players at some point in time?
See, one is that first question is that in what benefit the private player people are going to do. See, that is, if you are seeing that in the space, the business, the space economy, there are so much money is involved, and out of the total the $360 billion economy, space economy, nearly that 48% of that money is involved in the ground system, and supply and installation, and nearly 45% of the money is involved in that applications. So basically, this our private players can contribute for ground systems as installations, as well as that applications. They can grab the entire money we're spending in that thing for their benefit as a commercial basis. They can do that on a commercial basis. That is like a purely on the revenue generation for that private industry. That way they'll be benefited. And now the second part of your question, this is the space is a very, very strategic sector with the dual use technology. How we will have that thing? For that only, we are going to have a space act bill, and we are going to have that our in-space mechanism on the Department of Space. And when they are allowing that the private players to do the work, they'll ensure that this technology is not getting utilized the wrong purpose, and all the necessary safety, security, and legal, all these that the directorates are going to be there in space, so that all aspects will be addressed, and then they will take care that with safely only we do it. At the same time, we can make them to do the business without any problem. That's what I aim.
Okay. So, you spoke about the ground systems and you spoke about how the private players can, come in there. But let's talk about space communication sector as a whole, and what is the potential and scope really as far as space communication is concerned?
And basically, this when you talk about the applications of the space system, that the maximum that the contribution, it is going to only that space communication only. So the commercial potential for that entire activity is going to be with the communications only. So that way, that whatever I was telling, this 45% money is going to be in that applications, and 48% for the ground segment. If you are telling that out of all other compared to that all other applications of the space system, this major chunk is going to communications only, the satellite communications. That way, it's very, very beneficial for these people.
Absolutely. And so the technology also, is going to be in such a way that private sector and the public sector is going to benefit from this. So in due course of time, Dr. Sivan, can we say that with ISRO's help and ISRO's hand-holding, we can expect an Indian Tesla or an Indian Boeing as well?
Yes, definitely. I'm telling the Indian are no way less than anybody, and we can make it. And I am sure that our entrepreneurs, the way they have the enthusiasm, and they have the knowledge, and they have that effort. I'm sure that in future we'll get much more the people like other people, and we will be. I'm sure that not only they are going to serve for the country, and they are going to have a big share from the international markets also by this process. That is more important.
Absolutely. Opening up to the international market is going to be a big thing really as far as space is concerned. But, do you see any challenges going forward, Dr. Sivan, and how do you think we can address some of these challenges?
Now, basically, this as you also told very correctly, that is that it is having the strategic use, this one, and any space activities done in a country, that government is responsible, whether it's a government agency doing or private agency doing. This is as per the treaty to be assigned, space treaty to be assigned, and that's our thing. And so this dual purpose, this high precision technology should not enter the wrong hand. That is one point. Then another point is that our because like you can say that image taken by a spacecraft can be utilized for domestic purpose, can be used for strategic purpose. So that way, earlier these rules were very stringent. So we need to have rules very flexible for our private people to do the job. At the same time, we are very careful that should not be utilized the wrong way. So this is like a double-edged sword. We have to allow the people to do the work. At the same time, we should ensure that they are doing it wrongly. That is a type of double-edged sword. And for that only that they were a space activity bill, then the space different policies we are bringing, and also the in-space mechanism is bringing, so that multi-level protective mechanism, so that while doing the job freely, at the same time they should not do it wrongly. That way only we are working, and I'm sure that the system, whatever we are building, will be addressed, will take care of all these things.
Absolutely. All right. So let's now broaden the scope of the discussion and talk about, what are the larger plans as far as ISRO is concerned. So what's in store for ISRO in the short term, Dr. Sivan, and what is ISRO working on right now?
One is that as you know, this the government of India's flagship program of Gaganyaan, sending human in space and bring them safely back to Earth. This is one program we are working. It's a very flagship program. We are working with very fast track mode. This is the one. And the second one is we are working on the Chandrayaan-3 program. That is that we want to land safely on the moon. And this is another program, so Chandrayaan-3. At the same time, that is we are not very happy. I mean, we are not fully self-sufficient in our launch vehicle. The sense, yes, we are having a launcher which is having the capacity about 4.2 GTO, but we need a bigger vehicle. Otherwise, for a bigger satellite, still we are depending on the foreign countries. We wanted to have our own launcher. So for that, the development of semi-cryogenic engine, then also there is new advanced propulsion system like electric propulsion system in the satellite, and the bigger cryogenic stage. This development is also going on. and we are going to have a very soon that a heavy lift launcher which can lift something like the 15 to 20 ton to GTO. That is a one way launch vehicle side we are going. The satellite side, we are going from the normal communication satellite to high throughput satellite. And we wanted to have that. Still, we wanted to increase that the throughput of the spacecraft by increase that frequencies. That we are working on the satellite side, and we have a couple of good amount of our science missions. Like we have the Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, and all. But like that, we are now looking for spacecraft to study the sun. That is the Aditya L1. Then we have that X-ray polarimetric satellite, and like that now we have a plan, long-term plan to go to Venus also, and like we are having lot of work on our hand, and then after the Gaganyaan, that we are thinking about how to make the extending the program further beyond. That is another activity. So it's really a lot of activities we are having on our hand.
So there's never a dull day or a dull moment as far as ISRO is concerned, is what you're saying. So Dr. Sivan, as far as the pandemic is concerned, has the pandemic in any way hampered any of your plans or, slowed down some of your progress as far as some of these flagship projects that you mentioned?
Sure, that definitely the pandemic had some impact on our programs, because that is for quite some time that mainly that our systems has to come from the industries, but the industry was not able to work in full steam, and because of that the supply of hardware the program got delayed. And the same as that our own people, that is that also that is we have that restriction on during the peak time, so we are not able to work with a full power up. Now we are able to operate to the full steam, but at the same time now every day some nearly some 20-30 the COVID positive cases are coming across all the centers. Now, what happened is when a person from a particular lab is tested positive, the lab is closed. So then we have to close, and then we have to do that sanitization and other things. So it is taking there. So definitely all these have an impact on that one. But even though it is slow, we are proceeding steadily. And that's what even under this condition also that our employees of ISRO they are taken as a challenge, and they travel all the way to Sriharikota, and they are getting into that activities of that making the rocket. So we are sure to have a very launch very soon, and our activities are going, but maybe with slightly slower speed because of this pandemic thing. But I'm sure that within another few months it will be coming in normal mode, and we will be going in normal speed.
Absolutely. And Dr. Sivan, also just for the benefit of our viewers, let's also talk about the level of cooperation and understanding between ISRO and other, space agencies like NASA or the European Space Agency and others. What is the level of cooperation, coordination, and are these space agencies working together on some projects?
Yes, definitely. That is our. We have that high level of cooperation with other agencies, space agencies. For example, with NASA, we are having a very high precision project, that is NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar, the highest costly costliest satellite, Earth observation satellite going for that one. It's a collaboration between two agencies that we are working on that. Then with another agencies, with the French space agencies, with the CANAS, we have that collaborations to work with mainly on that advanced observation satellites like the Earth of Krishna, and atmospheric studies, these type of things. Along with the Russia space agencies, we are having interaction or collaboration for training our astronauts and some of the technologies required for the Gaganyaan program. We are procuring from them. That way we have the thing. And with the Japanese, we have that collaborations to have a combined mission for launching next the moon mission. That is our one. With the Israel space program, with the space sector, we are having interaction in terms of making some small thrusters for our electric thrusters for our mission, small satellite, this type of mission. So that almost all the space agencies across the globe, we are having interaction or collaborations for technology transfer and working together. That way it is there.
And you know, Dr. Sivan, before I let you go, it's been a great interaction over the last 25 minutes or so. Before I let you go, there will be several youngsters who want to become scientists, who probably want to join ISRO at some point in time, later on in their life. Any message that you would like to send out to them? Anything that you would like to tell our budding scientists of our country?
So definitely, that is what I wanted to tell you. That is that I request all the youngsters to study the science and get into that thing, and their opportunity for them is very large. This opportunity is not only in ISRO, and it is available everywhere. So if they are not got an opportunity to enter into ISRO, don't get disheartened. They have opportunity now. We are opening the space sector for the public, so they can work from outside also. And only thing is, please concentrate. And I am sure that the youngsters have a much more energy, and they have a very bright idea. And I request that all the youngsters to ensure that the technological development you please ensure, so that to take India as a technological powerhouse, number one in the global level. That's what I'm sure that in very soon that we are going to lead the global community on the technological area. And it will be done by our youngsters. I'm sure that they will do it.
So the youngsters are the future scientists and the future of the country as far as technology or anything else is concerned, is what Dr. Sivan is suggesting. Dr. Sivan, thank you so much for joining me on the program and sharing your views really as far as SpaceCon is concerned, and also to talking about what is in store for ISRO in the years to come. Thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Thank you.
All right, then with that, it's a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. India on Sunday slammed Pakistan for its attempt to accord provincial status to so-called Gilgit-Baltistan, saying it is intended to camouflage the illegal occupation of the region by Islamabad. Spokesperson in the Ministry of External Affairs, Anurag Srivastava, said that India firmly rejects the attempt by Pakistan to bring material changes to a part of Indian territory which is under Islamabad's illegal and forcible occupation, and asked the neighboring country to immediately vacate such areas. Srivastava's response came following a media query about Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan's comments in Gilgit on Sunday about his government's decision to accord provisional provincial status to the Gilgit-Baltistan region. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze Pakistan's bid to camouflage the illegal occupation of the region. Joining me on the program today are Vivek Karju, former ambassador, Sriram Chaulia, foreign affairs analyst, and Arvind Gupta, director, Vivekananda International Foundation. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Ambassador, let me begin the program with you first. Let's first try and understand and analyze what is it that Pakistan is trying to do in Gilgit-Baltistan.
Pakistan occupation of the territories of Jammu and Kashmir and now Ladakh, the two union territories, is, as the Indian spokesperson rightly said, illegal and forcible. Now, it has for long wanted to ensure that this illegality has the fig leaf of the maintenance of the principles of what were the UN resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. As far as India is concerned, those UN resolutions do not apply anymore. And correctly, the starting point for us is that the Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are Indian territories, and they are part of the Indian Union, and the entire Indian territory is not confined to that which is under our control and administered by us, but also that which is under Pakistan's control. So, therefore, this illegality Pakistan is perpetuating. Now, the spokesperson was correct when he said that these administrative steps that they are taking are meant to camouflage this illegality, because they are trying to show that they are giving greater freedom and given a greater constitutional status within their constitution to Gilgit-Baltistan. But the fact of the matter is, to my mind, whatever they may do in that territory cannot take away from the illegality and the forcible nature of their control. And I think the government has done well to put this on record. So this, from 1947, when they, and it's a historical fact, along with some elements of the British armed forces, sponsored a coup against the then princely state of Jammu and Kashmir and occupied these territories, the illegality has continued. So it's been more than 7 decades that this illegality has continued. They can give it, to my mind, they can give it any shape and form. The fact of illegality will not go away.
Absolutely. All right. I think the ambassador has very rightly said that the occupation of Pakistan is illegal, and that particular fact can never go away. So, Mr. Arun Gupta, let me bring you to the picture now. You know, as far as the statement of Imran Khan is concerned, made on Sunday, you know, what about the timing of it? Why now?
That Gilgit-Baltistan would become the 5th province of Pakistan, this has been long coming. There has been a lot of debate in Pakistan about it. And the constitutional status of Gilgit-Baltistan, there have been several earlier developments. Like in 2009, there was a Gilgit-Baltistan self-governance and empowerment order. Then there was 2018, there was another order. Then the government had set up a committee under Sartaj Aziz, which basically looked into what would be the impact on Pakistan's stance on Jammu and Kashmir if Gilgit-Baltistan is incorporated as a province. And of course, it has been there in the manifestos of the various parties, etc. And the assembly, so-called assembly of Gilgit-Baltistan has been there since for a long time, 2009, when it was provided for. And this elections in 2015 now, on the 15th November. So this has been long coming. But Pakistan has always been, the issue has been raised, if they incorporate this into Pakistan as 5th province, then the case on Jammu and Kashmir will be weakened quite terribly. And this is exactly what will happen now. So Imran Khan was careful. When he announced this, he also said that keeping in mind the UN resolutions. Now, what does that mean? It means nothing, frankly. So, as Ambassador Karju said, illegality will continue. but incorporating that as the fifth province is also a part of their internal politics. And now it has been done, and PTI will try and take credit for that and try and win some seats in the forthcoming elections. But I think apart from the internal dynamic, there is also this very important strategic dynamic, which has become more complex, particularly after the Chinese have come into Gilgit-Baltistan in a big way with the China-Pakistan economic corridor. And it has really made the situation highly complex, and the security situation for India also has become very complex. The government of India's reaction, which has come, which is strong and I think very valid and correct, is very similar to their reactions in the earlier instances when the various orders, etc., were passed and pertaining to Gilgit-Baltistan. And of course, we have also referred in our statements to 1994 resolution of the Indian Parliament that this is a part of the entire POK is a part of the integral part of India. So that has been reiterated. But I think the change that has happened is in the last few years, when India is now much more forthcoming. And now we have, after the 370 revocation last year, and now with the Gilgit-Baltistan becoming part of Pakistan soon, and China also becoming very interested in that area. And I think the geopolitics will now change quite significantly.
Absolutely. All right, since we are here then, Sriram Chaulia, let's take this particular point of the CPEC going through Gilgit-Baltistan forward. How much of an issue is it? Does it make things more complex for India?
Well, definitely, Frank, it used to be, seen as a bilateral conflict and mutual claims by both sides. But over time, China has muscled in and to the picture, and in many ways is dictating terms now about the fate of Gilgit-Baltistan, linking it up to Gwadar port in the Arabian Sea, and creating more pathways for Chinese goods and commerce and PLA soldiers to be able to move westwards and flank us on the western side. So there, Chinese military strategists are on record saying, we can put aircraft carriers on the west coast of India as and when we want. So if they are acting uppity on the eastern side, so in the Indo-Pacific. So I think there is a broader geopolitical dimension here, and the Chinese are obviously financing most of the infrastructure projects throughout Gilgit-Baltistan, much to the dismay of the local people whose views and opinions have been completely disregarded and who have been crushed by the Pakistani military and by jihadist groups and Sunni fundamentalists. I mean, Frank, it's a fact that China is claiming, for example, Hunza, Skardu, these kind of places, Chinese propaganda is out there saying, look, like Tibet, like Xinjiang, these people are finally, getting economic benefits due to Chinese investments and the all-weather alliance between China and Pakistan. China is bankrolling all these initiatives. Even this provincial status declaration is clearly pushed by the Chinese, because they can get easier access to land and minerals and to all kinds of permissions if it is a province, because then they'll have other means of being able to influence it than it was earlier. So I think this is a part of a historic land grab and kind of ethnic cleansing and genocide that's been going on in Gilgit-Baltistan. China is now complicit to that. What they did in Tibet and Xinjiang, they will want to do this again. And for us, think about it, they are coming southwards, because Ladakh is right next door to Gilgit-Baltistan. And already we have this pressure from China on the eastern front of Ladakh. Now, through Gilgit-Baltistan, they've got thousands of PLA soldiers coming in the name of providing security to CPEC projects in Gilgit-Baltistan, all the way up to Balochistan. So everywhere you have, a Chinese shadow enveloping us. And I think we've got to be very clear about this. This is obviously illegal move by Pakistan. But we should also name China. and we should challenge what they are doing in these regions. And remember, there is a portion of Gilgit-Baltistan which they used to call Shaksgam, or where the Chinese have built the Karakoram highway and have taken it over way back in the 1960s itself. So if you look at the map now, the entire Gilgit-Baltistan is almost like a de facto Chinese province. They already have Karakoram highway and they're hemming us in on all directions. So it's very important that we need to have a breakout strategy and to challenge this, not only as a Pakistani skullduggery, which all of us are well aware of, but as ultimately being the handiwork or the mastermind behind this is China, and that needs to be pointed out.
Absolutely. All right. So, Ambassador, I'd like to hear your thoughts as well on this particular matter of China being far more, complex problem in the region than Pakistan.
Look, there is no doubt that the Chinese are moving towards us. They're moving westwards, based in China, and we've got to be very wary of these moves. They impinge on our security in a major way, and we simply can't look the other way. And I think the government is not looking the other way. And the Chinese involvement in this region began in 1963, when the Pakistanis ceded some territory in the Shaksgam Valley to the Chinese, with the caveat that the final resolution of these territories will depend on the final resolution of J&K. Now, all that was a lot of baloney. The fact is that the cementing of the Sino-Pak alliance, because it is an alliance, and from 1963 it's been an alliance, was on the basis of the secession of this territory. Now, independently, and I'm using the word deliberately, independently, within Pakistan itself, there has been a body of opinion that rights, quote unquote, have to be given to the people of Gilgit-Baltistan, and they cannot be treated only through administrative measures. This has been a demand which has been there for a long, long time. There are other things too. It is believed that in 1972 in Simla, there was some kind of an understanding of turning the LOC into some kind of a border. And Zulfikar Ali Bhutto had indicated, now I'm saying that there is a belief that had indicated that he will try to amalgamate the territories under Pakistani control more closely into Pakistan, so that the LOC can be given a greater shape of a kind of a border. Now, that is a belief, and Bhutto never did it because of the fear that it would weaken Pakistan's case on J&K. Today, I think they find that it is very difficult to only treat Gilgit-Baltistan as an administrative issue. So therefore, they've done all this. Now, this, to my mind, is separate from the fact that the Chinese are deeply involved in this territory. Because the fact is that whether it's a province or it is under direct control of Pakistan, it is a strategic issue for them, and they will simply not give the Gilgit-Baltistan province the kind of space that the other four provinces have. So the Pakistani in control, that means the Pakistani military and federal control over Gilgit-Baltistan will continue even when there is a province. So that's one issue. The other issue is that, yes, the Chinese are being very, very active, and we've got to take countermeasures. Now, what will be the nature of the countermeasures? We've got to think very, very closely. And I'm using these words deliberately because let us not forget that at the end of the day, the Chinese, the Pakistanis, and we are nuclear powers. The Chinese have behaved terribly irresponsibly. And at least since April and May, when they've activated the line of actual control, and I do think that Indian think tanks and government itself should project Chinese irresponsibility, because no responsible nuclear power ever tries to provoke another nuclear power on its territory or territory controlled by it.
Sure.
The Pakistanis do it through terror. Now the Chinese are doing it through the kind of activation of the LAC that they've done. And this is the point that we've got to profile very strongly, because the world must understand that China is not only aggressive, it is, but it is also being irresponsible. And
Absolutely.
the nuclear power with aspirations of being in the not only in the same bracket but superseding the United States one day and soon should not be so irresponsible as the Chinese have been. At least no other nuclear power has been so irresponsible, whether it was the Soviet Union or the United States or the intermediate nuclear powers like France and the UK.
Absolutely, absolutely. Points very well taken. So, since we are here then, Mr. Gupta, what are India's options, or what should India do next?
I think there is one is the diplomatic aspect of it, and India should expose Pakistan's hypocrisy and duplicity on this UN resolutions, which is all outdated, and they keep on talking about this all the time. Very few people know in the world that they had come with some conditions which required their armed forces to, or their troops to have left. But so that's one part of it. But I think more important, and which brings in China, is really that you have to build your own capacities and capabilities. That is extremely important. And we have in the past been slow in doing that. But I think as some of our senior military people also said some time ago, they raised this scenario of a two-front situation. I think two-front situation is now materializing. And clearly, if it happens, then we have to rethink our whole preparation, the military preparation, the military doctrines, and everything else. And with the standoff on the LAC, which is almost now, it is now militarized. And to my mind, it seems unlikely that, those old formula of de-escalation and withdrawal, etc., will happen anytime soon. And it is very important that we build our capacities to hold that ourselves on both on the LOC as well as LAC simultaneously. And Shriram had brought in that issue of the maritime. I think the maritime aspect also needs to be brought in. So we should look at the situation in a holistic manner. The geostrategy it goes beyond just Gilgit-Baltistan, and your capacity and capabilities need to be built, and built very quickly and fast. And of course, I think it is also important to have dialogue with like-minded countries, although we should be very clear in our mind that all we have to do, whatever we have to do, is by ourselves. But it is no harm having friends and people who understand your viewpoint. So
Absolutely.
I think diplomatically we have to be more active, as well as militarily we have to build our capacities.
Sure, certainly. All right. So, Sriram Chaulia, as far as this issue of Pak's claim over Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, a couple of panelists raised that particular issue, but we didn't delve deep into it. As far as that particular aspect is concerned, is Pakistan slowly and surely trying to give up its claim over Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, it's very weak right now. I mean, there's no question about it. They, cried hoarse over the Article 370 abolition, but could not actually disturb the peace and the restoration of normalcy in Kashmir Valley. So they are frustrated. And I think they increasingly, as they move into the Chinese orbit, it's less about, Pakistan's own national will. I mean, they don't have the means to enforce it much against India anymore. And economically, it's so comatose and dependent on China. So I see them more like, as a dependent who's simply, following the diktats of Beijing. And I think so in many ways, how we deal with China will ultimately determine the fate of all these territories, including the Shaksgam Valley and Gilgit-Baltistan. And I think the Quad and other means by which we are now countering them, that's good. But also in terms of the propaganda, a few years ago, Prime Minister Modi made a very, forthright call about Balochistan at Independence Day speech. You will remember that people in Balochistan appreciate India's support. And we should do more radio programming, television programming, more online promotion of what is happening inside Gilgit-Baltistan in a big way. That is the way to ultimately put their whole Kashmir propaganda to shame, because even though they've given up pretty much, they cannot take the Kashmir Valley at all. They will continue to make some noises in the UN and elsewhere, and try to always claim the upper hand in terms of moral high ground against India. But the reality, what they're doing in Gilgit-Baltistan, just for our viewers, until the partition and the Pakistani occupation of Gilgit-Baltistan, 80% of that region was Shia Muslims, and Ismailis, Hazaras, and now it's hardly 37-38% is Shia. So what has happened in the intervening 70 years, and now the Chinese are also flooding in, is complete demographic takeover of that region and a kind of ethnic cleansing and genocide. And China and Pakistan work hand in glove because both of them understand the same language. What China did in Tibet, what they did in Xinjiang, they want to also Pakistan do in Gilgit-Baltistan. So I think we should actually go on the offensive in terms of information warfare on this matter. Many people don't know about Gilgit-Baltistan. Most people think there is a bilateral dispute of Kashmir between India and Pakistan, and many people don't know the China angle. So I think we need to round it. And like Ambassador Kajju was saying, we should put out catchy but convincing symbols. We have satellite imagery of the jihadist camps in the POK and also Gilgit-Baltistan. They have infiltrated the entire region, flooded it with jihadists and Taliban and Sipahi Sahiba and all these extreme fundamentalist groups that have been killing Shias mercilessly in that region. You saw what happened in Karachi recently, Frank. Thousands of people rallied saying Shias are kafir and we will kill them. So this is the kind of mindset that's happening inside Pakistan. Gilgit-Baltistan is one of the worst sufferers of this majoritarian hatred. So when they claim that India is becoming a Hindu fundamentalist and all that, which is not at all true, we need to, hit back in the same coin and let the world know the reality of who is making this accusation against India. So it's very important that the propaganda and the promotion of information and covert ways of spreading the word around, that is something we need to invest in a lot more.
Points taken. Quick closing comments now from all my panelists with the best way forward. I've got about 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask my panelists to be brief, starting first with the Ambassador.
Look, I have no doubt that we should expose Pakistan for what it has been doing, including demographic change in Gilgit-Baltistan. But with the caveat that on UN resolutions, our position, which is sound, is that they've been overtaken by history. I don't think it will be prudent on our part to enter into a debate on UN resolutions. The world knows that they are history and no one really wants to invoke them. By the same token, while we've done well to put our view on the constitutional changes which the Pakistanis want to make with regard to GB, my own feeling is that whereas the world would be seriously interested in knowing what is the actual position on the ground in this area, the constitutional changes that they have made will not evoke much of a response.
Absolutely. All right. Sure.
That is my feeling. Just as, one last word, just as the Pakistanis have failed completely in rousing any international opinion on the constitutional changes in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which happened on August 5th last year. The world has not been taken in by Pakistani propaganda. We should look seriously at what Pakistan has suffered there before we want to focus more on these constitutional changes, I think the government will not fall in that Pakistani trap.
Mr. Gupta.
Yeah, I think we should do a careful assessment of what the combined China-Pakistan can do to India, what kind of impact it will have on India's security. The diplomatic approaches which Mazhar Kaju has said are very sound. But at the same time, I think they have to be backed by a military capability as well. So we need to spend more on defense, and we should look at all our war fighting doctrines, etc. We are, of course, defensive. We are always defensive, and one doesn't have to sound aggressive, etc. But in order to defend your sovereignty, you have to take all actions, and I think that will require a big change in our military strategy also.
Absolutely. And Sriram Shaulia, quick closing comment from you.
Frank, we are mounting a serious resistance to China in the Indo-Pacific, further south of this Gilgit-Baltistan area, and we are trying to counterbalance them in different ways. We need an answer to the Chinese BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, because that is the basis on which they are now colonizing Gilgit-Baltistan with the complicity of the Imran Khan government and the Pakistani military. So the BRI has a Western element also. It's not only in the Indian Ocean region and in East Asia. And so all the way up to the Arabian Sea, up to Gwadar port and beyond, they are trying to bring it in. And so we need to have other partners in this region, Iran and others, because that's the only way for us to push back and reverse this momentum that China is gaining by suborning the whole of Pakistan and turning it into its handmaid.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture and putting things into perspective. For us, what's coming out of this discussion is that Gilgit-Baltistan has been illegally occupied by Pakistan right from the beginning in 1947. The region is still illegally occupied by Pakistan and will continue to remain so. Matters have become worse with China's presence through the CPEC in the region, and China moving west poses a complex problem for India, and it throws up a serious challenge. India should expose Pakistan's hypocrisy, and as far as China goes, we have to build on our own capacities and capabilities. A two-front situation is materializing. We have to be fully prepared. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, the Allahabad High Court, while issuing an order in a habeas corpus writ petition recently, said that it is disturbing that one should change one's faith just for the sake of matrimony when two persons professing different religions can marry under the Special Marriage Act, which is one of the earliest endeavors towards uniform civil code. The order has come days after another High Court judge had observed in another case that religious conversion just for the sake of marriage was not acceptable. The court made the comments after finding that a Muslim woman had converted to Hinduism and a month later married as per the Hindu rituals. Meanwhile, 4 states, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and Karnataka, are considering bringing a legislation to deal with cases of love jihad. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the Special Marriage Act and the issue of religious conversion for marriage. Joining me on the program today are J. Sai Deepak, Advocate of the Supreme Court, P.K. Malhotra, former Secretary, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, and Lalita Kumaramangalam, former Chairperson, National Commission for Women. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Mr. Malhotra, let me begin the program with you first. Let's first try and understand and analyze the provisions under the Special Marriage Act.
Frank, provision under the Special Marriage Act were made in 1954, replacing the earlier legislation, and it permit any person to whatever religion he may belong, to whatever faith he may belong, to marry any other person of a different caste, of a different faith, of a different religion, provided there are certain conditions which are fulfilled, and those conditions are laid down in section 4 of the act. It says that neither of the party has a spouse living, and it is capable of giving consent. That is, it is not insane, or it doesn't suffer any mental disorder. It is not within the prohibited degree of relations as prescribed under their law, and in case of male, he is 21 years of age, and in case of female, it is at 18 years of age. In case these conditions are fulfilled, then they are supposed to give a notice to the marriage officer in an area where one of the party is living for the last 30 days that they want to marry. The marriage officer is supposed to display this notice at a conspicuous place in his office, so that people, if anybody has got any objection to this marriage, he can file an objection within a period of 30 days. And thereafter, considering the objection, if any, then the marriage officer can permit marriage, and 3 witnesses are required to sign the marriage certificate or the register of marriage. Now, why this requirement of notice has been prescribed? Because this is a special law. It basically governs marriage between people belonging to different religion, different cause, different faith. Not necessary that the people of the same faith cannot marry under this act. And the people belonging to the same faith can also marry under this act. But for them, there are special laws available. For Hindus, take for example, for a Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh or Jain, the Hindu Marriage Act is there. For Christians, there is a separate law. For Parsis, there is a separate law. And for Muslims, there is a separate law. If 2 Muslims are marrying, they marry according to their law. But this special law was made when persons of different faith want to marry. And this requirement of notice was there, that any person who feels that the parties don't fulfill any of the requirements which are prescribed under section 4 of the act are not complied with. If that objection is there, marriage officer can reject the marriage. Barring that, probably this marriage cannot be rejected, and the marriage officer is supposed to register the marriage, and 2 people can live separate together. Now, look at the provision of the Constitution. Constitution doesn't differentiate on the basis of religion, race, caste of any person. So this law, in fact, gives effect to the provision of the Constitution when it permits marriage between the different faiths. I think it is the religious leader, or for political or social reasons, we are facing the problem of love jihad. And for that matter, the observations made by the Allahabad High Court are very, very appropriate. And even in the past, in number of cases, the Supreme Court, or for that matter, many high courts have said that don't go beyond the requirement which are laid down under the Special Marriage Act. Because Haryana did similar thing, Delhi did similar thing, Rajasthan did similar thing, which were struck down by the courts.
Right. So, Ms. Kumaramangalam, since we are here then, and since we already have an act, the Special Marriage Act, which deals with issues of, intermarriage, interreligious marriages and, those kind of aspects. So why does this still happen? Is there a lack of knowledge really as far as the Special Marriage Act is concerned? Shouldn't the authorities then promote the act to avoid the issue of religious conversion before marriage?
Frank, actually, what I think is that, the act is, the Special Marriages Act 1954 exists to make sure that marriage between intercaste people and between interreligious marriages are legal and valid. But what it does not have is any punishment that is meted out to people who force one or the other partner to convert for the sake of marriage. Now, I think this is what people are looking at. The term love jihad came about not because somebody was voluntarily converting from one religion to another. That is not illegal in any case in India. The term came about because partners, more specifically women than the men, but sometimes men too, were forcefully converted in order to marry somebody whom they, from another caste or another religion, and they didn't have a choice. Now, under the customary laws, which is perhaps Hindu, Muslim, and other religions, what are we told? That, you can't marry under the Hindu law. It is not legal. You can't go through that 7 steps, the 7 rounds, the fire, or in Islam, some other reason will be given. So the point is not that the conditions don't exist for an interreligious or an interfaith or intercaste marriage. The point is that intercaste marriages, you know what happens all over the country. I mean, it's terrible sometimes, the fallout, and it's still happening even today, even in cities like Delhi and Chennai and big cities. It has nothing to do with levels of education, etc., as we all well know. And when it comes to interfaith marriages, there are still far too many people who are being forced to convert. Whether one agrees with it socially, culturally, all of that is a totally different point. The point is that no individual should be forced to convert in order to marry somebody they want to marry. And for that, there is no penalty or no punishment under the law.
Right. Right. Okay, Jesai Deepak, let's look at another angle now. See, this is not a new problem. So what is the issue then, like the petitioner too has said in this particular case, if it is done under one's own free will?
See, I think if the issue is to address the question of conversion, then there is no point in actually dealing with the question of forced conversion or coerced conversion purely from the standpoint of marriage. And if that is what the government wishes to deal with, then they might as well show the courage of their conviction to come out with anti-conversion laws. As opposed to doing that, to limit the scope of the discussion on conversion specifically to the issue of marriage, it's almost as if we are saying that as long as you convert but not for marriage, then there is no problem. But if you convert for marriage, then there is a problem. Then there's a question that arises. So I believe that the underlying problem, whether one wants to admit it or not, or because one wants to be pragmatic and optically right, I think it's important that the question of religious conversion is at the heart of the question, is at the heart of the issue. Now, fortunately, this is not, let's say, a concern that has been raised by one particular community. So early this year, I think in January, the Syro Malabar Church of Kerala specifically admitted that Christian girls were being targeted and killed in the name of love jihad. In fact, this caused quite the flutter, because all these days it was assumed that this was some kind of a saffron conspiracy that people were spreading. But unfortunately for a lot of people, a lot of other people also started admitting the existence of this. Okay, so I would suggest that while the intention behind the proposed legislation seems to be well placed, the idea should be to address the root cause in a more panoramic fashion as much as possible. And now that there seems to be a consensus across the board, cutting across several communities, that there is an issue, I think a law that deals with anti-conversion, let's say fraudulent conversion or coerced conversion, must be in place. And most importantly, as long as the law doesn't say that you can't convert to one particular religion and is kept neutral in that particular sense, nobody can even accuse that particular law of being unequal or discriminatory or targeting a particular religion. After all, that's not how it works. Conversion from any religion to another religion, as long as it happens to be coerced and fraudulent, is supposed to, it is to be frowned upon. Now, some might even say that this is ultimately a question of free will. The rights of individuals are being affected. There is a fantastic judgment of the Supreme Court on this. Reverend Stanislaus versus State of Madhya Pradesh, and which involved effectively the anti-conversion laws of Madhya Pradesh and Odisha in the 50s and 60s, wherein the Supreme Court has specifically recognized that conversions create law and order issues if they are not of the free will, because at the end of the day, it affects the central question of demographics. A religion or a society or a community is composed of individuals. And therefore, if one individual after the other starts petering out of that particular community, then nothing survives out of that particular community. Take the case of Parsis today. They're barely 60,000. Can you blame them if they want to protect their numbers? You can't. So, therefore, I don't see why all of us should wait for, to suffer let's say the same situation of Parsis, come down to 60,000 and then think of an anti-conversion law. You might as well do it when it is possible for us to address the issue.
Okay, points taken. All right, taking the discussion forward. Now, since we are here, then Mr. Malhotra, let's talk about this as well. So what do you make of the idea of bringing in a new law to deal with the issue of conversion, or more specifically love jihad, like the 4 states have already spoken about: UP, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka?
Sai Deepak is right when he says about that conversion is a different issue and love jihad is a different issue. I think these two things should not be clubbed. And once we are talking of the marriage law, because today's topic is more particularly with regards to the Special Marriage Act, and the issue arose because of the observations made by the Allahabad High Court. As I said, this law was made particularly permitting people belonging to 2 different religion or community getting married out of their own free will. So I think So far as love jihad is concerned, to stop that or conversion only for the purpose of marriage as such, I think is not the main issue. Conversion is a separate issue and marriage is a separate issue. If we are talking about the personal law, I think one of the alternative which is available to us and which I have been talking on many other platforms also, as in today, if you have different law with regard to marriage, inheritance, succession, adoption, and other personal matters, the possibility is that time is ripe now. Then under Article 44 of the Constitution, which talks about the Uniform Civil Code, in case replacing all these laws, we bring a uniform civil code dealing with the personal matter of all the communities, leaving aside the religious aspect of it, which should be left to the religion. I think the problem is when we club the religion in the personal matter, only then the problem arises. If we leave the religion aside and for the personal matter for all communities, for all citizens of India, if we make a uniform law under the civil code, uniform civil code, I think most of the problem can be taken care of. Of course, number of times the Supreme Court itself has made observation that the time is ripe when the government should take steps in this regard, and number of PILs are also filed before the Supreme Court for implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. But the courts have said that this is a policy matter on which we cannot give a direction. It is a policy decision to be taken by the government, because there are many aspects once you bring in the uniform civil code into force, which are to be taken into consideration. And as I said, religion and personal matters are to be distinguished and taken care of separately. So if you are dealing only with the personal matter like marriage, succession, divorce, adoption, I think much of the problems can be solved by implementing the Uniform Civil Code.
Right. Okay. I'll just come to the Uniform Civil Code in just a bit. J. Sai Deepak, I'll take that up with you. But before that, Ms. Kumaramangalam, as far as forced conversions are concerned, how big a problem are they? And what is the solution really? I mean, is it a social issue or is it more than that?
Frank, to be quite blunt, I think it is much more than merely a social issue. Religion is today also far too much about money, about politics, about several other things which are not normally accepted in public. But the fact is that, as you know, also there are many forms of, unfortunately, religion has also in many ways become too violent in many parts of the world. And there is, there is a feeling that unless we have a majority, our voices will stop being heard, our communities will die out, our culture, our art, everything will be smashed into smithereens. There will be nothing left of our way of life. By our, I'm talking about every religion, not just a particular religion. And religion has also become very antagonistic today. Even the word secularism is very misused. The original dictionary meaning of the word is that where state and religion is separate. But you will see that especially in a country like India, state and religion is hardly separate. We have reservations based on religion, we have reservations based on caste, etc., etc. And because of the voting, the pattern, the way democracy is in India, how it is framed, it is very difficult for any politician to take that extraordinarily hard step to say that we will change the existing system of something like reservation, etc., etc. So-called minority colleges and schools have got rights that majority colleges and schools don't have, for example. And this is true in many other fields of life. Also, the hypocrisy of what is today secularism in many parts of the world is mind-boggling. This is a different topic, actually, a very, very vast topic to be discussing here today. But the fact is that religion is not just about prayer and one's belief in the Almighty anymore. Or, it's not just a name of that we call our gods. It is not just about our customs, our social and religious customs. It's become about too much about power. Let me put it that way. And the misuse of religion for power is, it should not be allowed regardless of whichever religion it may be, that we are talking about. And I think that is why what Mr. Malhotra is saying, what he is recommending, which is actually quite right, that I think many governments around the world are forced to step in at times and say that democratic values, and we are talking about India, which is a democracy, democratic values does not mean that anyone, because of religion or caste, is higher or lower. If we are all to be treated equally under the law, it means regardless, we are all equal under the law. It doesn't matter if you're a VIP or belonging to some particular religion or caste, etc. I know it may be very difficult to implement, but at the very least, I think it's time that this needs to be taken on board, and that our lawmakers look at it in a very serious way without getting swayed by politics.
So, J. Sai Deepak, let's go back to a point that Mr. Malhotra was making about the Uniform Civil Code. And, as far as India is concerned, even Ms. Kumaramangalam was making the point about how our democracy is vibrant, it's very diverse. And if you look at our structure itself, it's complex and it's really very diverse. So, in that kind of a scenario, can we go ahead with the UCC?
I think there are three levels of issues that you may want to consider in the backdrop of the specific topic of the discussion. One, the question of love jihad, which has triggered the proposal for let's say, a special marriage act, must be largely seen in the context of grooming gangs in other countries. To dissociate this particular issue from the question of grooming of, let's say, women of certain communities is to miss the point. And unfortunately, discussing this particular issue in India is loaded with a lot of political correctness, and too many filters come in the way before you can actually start speaking the truth and facts on this particular issue. So one, I would suggest that we first look at it from the point of, as patriarchal as it may sound, safety of women. It is important for every community. That is a fact. Okay. At the end of the day, you judge a society by its ability to commit itself to the honor and dignity of women. That is a fact. Therefore, you have to ask yourself, what is the impact of, let's say, incidents and acts like love jihad on safety of women? Point number one. Point number two, ultimately, every community is going to ask itself whether certain members of their community are being targeted. If they are being targeted, what is the ultimate motivation? Whether the motivation is money or whether it is power or religion, whatever it may be, I will simply go on the basis of the effect principle that the community suffers the harm as a consequence of these acts. Okay. Once you recognize these basic facts, the next question will be, what is the solution? Is the solution coming out with a legislation that protects women who are coerced and who are influenced and who are groomed into getting married into a particular community? Point number one. Or do you make changes to the Special Marriage Act surgically, or do you address the larger question of using religion to influence other communities' members and therefore you go after conversion? Now, the reason why I don't believe that the Uniform Civil Code addresses this particular issue is that the intent of the Uniform Civil Code and the intent of the Special Marriage Act of 1954 are slightly different. The Special Marriage Act of 1954 has to be necessarily looked at with the Indian Succession Act for a very different reason. Why? The Special Marriage Act was introduced not just to promote interfaith or intercaste marriages, but to ensure that the definitions of marriage and notions of marriage of communities are not changed to accommodate these kind of marriages. Therefore, the rights of individuals are protected. At the same time, the rights of communities to preserve their definitions of marriages are also protected. So that's a twin objective. As a consequence of which, you have a separate Succession Act to ensure that these marriages have access to different kinds of succession rules. Now, what does this tell you? Obviously, there's a relationship between marriage and succession. And if there's a relationship between marriage and succession, is it possible to actually dissociate personal aspects of marriage from the question of marriage itself and the religious aspects of marriage? No. The literature of every religion tells you that personal laws, whether we like it or not, are a direct consequence of the treatment of man and woman and other genders and the institution of marriage itself. Marriage is fundamentally something that has a communal aspect to it, that has a community aspect to it, and therefore succession also has a religious aspect to it. Now, the fact that you may want to secularize it using the Uniform Civil Code is a different issue, but the Uniform Civil Code is not going to protect anyone who is going to be affected as a consequence of, let's say, a coerced marriage, an influenced marriage, or forced conversion. how on earth is Uniform Civil Code going to help this particular situation?
All right, we seem to have lost the line with J. Sai Deepak there. Let me, in the meantime, go to Mr. Malhotra. Mr. Malhotra, do you agree with what Sai has just said?
No, I think the point made by Mr. Sai Deepak is one of the view which normally people hold, but the other view of it is that when this Special Marriage Act was made, there was an objective of making this particular law, because if people from different communities want to marry, probably neither the Hindu Marriage Act, nor the Parsi Marriage Act, nor the Christian Marriage Act, nor the Muslim Marriage Act permitted this kind of marriage, because there are certain rituals to be followed, and those rituals are not required to be followed under the Special Marriage Act. So at that time also, I think the idea was, when Pandit Nehru came out with this idea, and because it was found that at that time bringing uniform civil code is not a possibility, therefore this Special Marriage Law Act was brought into force, but was enacted by the Parliament with the objective to permit the right or protect the fundamental right of the individual young people who want to marry but belong to different religion or different community. I think from 1954 to 2020, we have traveled a long distance. After traveling so much, I think now the things are much more clear, and definitely if we can take other major steps, why can't we take this major step also, implementing one of the directive principle of state policy under the Constitution and permitting the communities, and to have, if you can have a uniform criminal law, why can't you have a uniform civil code for marriages, for succession, for inheritance? So I am of the view that probably time has come when this point should be considered. Yes, there may be issues, there may be difficulties, and we have to cross all those hurdles. And for crossing those hurdles, I think a wide debate is needed among the people who are really interested in the subject and who can really contribute based on their experience and based on the different judgments which were given by the various courts from time to time.
All right, then, Ms. Kumaramangalam, what's the best way forward?
I think there need to be, as Mr. Malhotra has suggested, wider consultations from people who have experience in this field, whether it is with women who have been affected by it, whether it is from different communities that feel strongly about it one way or the other, whether it is with jurists and with lawyers like Sai Deepak, etc., who know what they're talking about with regard to the law. But it needs to be done quickly. The problem with consultations is that sometimes they tend to go on and on and on and ad nauseum, and actually what the action that needs to be taken, and we need to do it now quickly, because as we can see, it's not just in India, all over the world, there is an upheaval which is taking place, which does not bode well for humanity. I mean, and I think that, instead of looking at incipient, almost civil war, we should take note of the point that there are so many differences and that exist, and that there is so much antagonism, and I used that word before, that exists between people's communities, religions, castes, etc., and come up with something that is not merely, sort of a dictatorial law, but that is both humane and practical, and also a law that it can be implemented effectively. We have very strong laws in India, whether it's the rape law or domestic violence law, etc., but it doesn't seem to stop the commission of these crimes. So we need to perhaps also, along with the law, we need to make sure that the implementation of that law is facilitated. I feel this is very important. Merely bringing in a law is not enough. The facilitation of the law must also be equally a part of all consultations, and eventually probably be put in place, at least, if not before, as soon as such a law is passed. I think that's very important and very urgent.
True, very true. And J. Sai Deepak, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
My only remark is Uniform Civil Code is sometimes treated as the silver bullet to all the communal issues that India faces. I strongly believe that Uniform Civil Code may be justified for its own reasons, but I don't think it will address the central question of communal harmony or disharmony in this country. And for that, I think truth is the only way forward. And coming to the merits of the Uniform Civil Code itself, even without getting into the question of religious diversity, religious diversity is extremely important. So, for instance, thanks to Mr. Nehru, the mythaksharization of Indian succession law is something that Hindus have already suffered, and several schools of succession have been junked and discarded thanks to his efforts. Therefore, I don't see why we must perpetuate that particular, mentality further by asking for standardization. Because if you do that, then you effectively behave like a nation state. India is not a nation state. It is a civilization state at the end of the day, which means you have to recognize civilization as a diversity, as a reality, not just as an academic talking point, which means succession laws, marriage laws are bound to be diverse. You want to behave like a Europe, you want to behave like, let's say, United States of America, then you might as well discard any pretensions of being a civilization state. You are a civilization state. You can't use it for the purposes of ornamentation when you come out with a speech, but when it comes to implementation of the law, you decide to act like a nation state. This, I think, is extremely important. And fundamentally, I think it is all about how India sees itself. As long as it sees itself as some kind of monolithic entity which has one language and one religion, or even one religious denomination, I think it bodes ill for, let's say, the rights of a lot of people. Article 44 and its balance with Articles 25 and 26 is something that is rarely discussed. I think that needs a lot more discussion.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective. For us, what's coming out of this discussion is that religion today has gone well beyond just faith in the Almighty, and that is something that we should seriously look at and consider. The Special Marriage Act addresses the issue of intercaste and interreligious marriages, but doesn't look at punishment for forced conversion. The Special Marriage Act is over 60 years old, and it needs to be looked into yet again and needs to be abreast with the times. The time is ripe to bring in the Uniform Civil Code. We need to have wider consultation with all the stakeholders, I beg your pardon, and then bring in the UCC. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, after winning Florida and Iowa, US President Donald Trump is engaged in a tight electoral battle with Democrat Joe Biden on the three northern battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that could prove crucial in determining who wins the Oval Office. Several states allow mailed-in votes to be accepted after Election Day as long as they were postmarked by Tuesday. Democrats typically outperform Republicans in mail voting, while the GOP looks to make up ground in the Election Day turnout. Meanwhile, Biden's campaign said on Wednesday that it has legal teams standing by if Trump follows through with his threat to move court to stop the counting of votes. Trump, accusing the Biden campaign of fraud, claimed he had already won the elections and further counting of votes was like committing a fraud on the American public. Both Trump and Biden have made expected gains in smaller states, and all eyes are on the key battleground states. Trump has won Florida, Texas, Iowa, and Ohio. Biden, on the other hand, has won Arizona. At 7 p.m. IST, Biden had 238 electoral votes against Trump's 213, according to the Associated Press. A candidate needs 270 electoral votes to win the presidency. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the mega US election. Joining me on the program today are Praveen Krishna, Professor, Johns Hopkins University, Preeti Upala, geopolitical expert, and KP Nair, strategic analyst. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Let me get in perspectives from the United States first. First from Washington, D.C., Praveen Krishna, how would you look at the election so far?
Well, it's a very interesting moment. Many had expected that by the time they woke up this morning in the US, that there'd be some kind of a resolution in this election. But for me, for now, there are two main takeaways. One is not so much, meaning given the fact that the vote counts are as close as they are, there are two main takeaways. One, that it's not so much what happened, which is the question many people are asking, but the issue of what has not happened. Which is to say that after 4 years of a fairly controversial, kind of headline-grabbing presidency and a kind of an unusual presidency on the part of Donald Trump, there was an expectation by many that there was an exhaustion with this style of politics and that many voters would turn against Trump. But so far, this is looking fairly close to the 2016 election. So there was a big change that was expected in the way that voters would vote and express their preferences relative to Donald Trump. That has actually not happened so far, which is one big surprise. The second is that many of the pollsters actually, and this year, because of the errors of the polling in 2016, there was a considerably greater effort in kind of trying to get the polling right. Many more entities devoting larger scale resources. And it seems so far that many of the polling predictions, especially in these battleground states, have not quite worked out in the way that the sort of polling agencies had predicted. So we're still here with an uncertain outcome. On the margin, I still think this is going to lead to a Biden victory in the end because of the way that I expect Michigan and Pennsylvania to turn out, Michigan in particular. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see because this is politics at the end of the day, and really funny things happen as far as politics is concerned. But from the East Coast, now let's get a perspective in from the West Coast. Preeti Upala joining us from Los Angeles. Preeti, how would you look at things so far? I mean, a couple of aspects that Praveen has brought up about, how anti-incumbency clearly doesn't seem to have been an issue this time around. Very close election.
Well, namaste. Thank you so much, Mr. Pereira, for having me on your show. Wow, what an election it's been. And it is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. I don't even think we will have a result possibly tomorrow this time. I think this might drag on for a few days. I think there were some analysts that were predicting a contestation, and that might very well be the case. Now, in the case of a contested election, remember, it ends up in the Supreme Court to be decided judicially in a protracted legal case, in which situation President Trump actually will have, he'll be sitting pretty there considering with the latest Supreme Court Associate Justice appointee. Now the judges favor 6-3 in his favor. So that's definitely an avenue that I'm sure he would want to pursue if all else fails. It's been a very interesting election, very, very divisive, very much a symbol, I think, of what's going on around the world. I think this election is a manifestation. And I think this is one election that actually affects the whole world at large. And considering the geopolitical situation that's brewing internationally, I think whichever U.S. president does get elected or re-elected in this case, it has enormous bearing on the world, and especially for the Indian-U.S. relations and the Indian-American diaspora as well. I think one interesting point is people are not, it's coming into the limelight now, but it's the mail-in ballot controversy and some of the voter fraud cases. There have been several that have been reported. So we will find out, I think, in the next few days what action is taken against that. Possibly, I think the GOP is they're trying to make a case that a lot of these ballots came in after the deadline and that they're not valid or they're not verified to begin with. And that could be a big chunk considering the Democrats outperformed with the mail-in ballots. So I think we shall find out. We can just wait and see.
Absolutely. It's the waiting game for now, and we waited this long, so it's just a matter of probably a few more hours or a couple of days, and then we'll get to know what exactly the situation is. But let me go across to Mr. KP Nair now, someone who's been in the United States for several years and who's closely watched several elections. So, Mr. Nair, several things to understand at this point in time. Firstly, President Trump coming out and claiming victory and then saying no more votes should be counted. Take us through that. And do you also believe that there's going to be a long, protracted legal battle as far as this election is concerned?
First of all, I am not surprised by this outcome. In fact, I was expecting something like this. because it was very clear in the run-up to the election, before the election, once the COVID-19 pandemic struck, that there was going to be a high level of early voting and mail-in voting. And the Democrats have been mobilizing their cadre to go in for early voting and mail-in voting. This is, in fact, they have been mobilizing their supporters the way Obama did, in 2008. Grassroots campaign, grassroots raising of funds. So it was well known before the elections that the bulk of the voting will not be in-person voting, that it would be either early or mail-in. And once that became clear, Donald Trump has been saying, he has been shouting from rooftops that postal voting is a fraud. And he has been urging his supporters not to go in for mail voting. So it has also almost been a cause célèbre with him that mail-in voting should be discouraged. So what Donald Trump did today, at the end of the day, actually early morning, it was well past midnight, was true to form, because he said what he has been saying all along, that voting should be counting should be stopped. So none of this comes as a surprise. The only surprise is how far the predictions of the pollsters have gone wrong. Just as in 2016, they went wrong, in many states. For example, they expected that on the basis of opinion polls that the blue wall will not crumble, blue wall, the northern states on the eastern side, Michigan, etc. And at the end of the day, as counting continues, it appears that the blue wall may prevail, you see. Now, the only problem I see is that, most of the American presidents have had a legal mind. They have been trained in law. And almost all of them have had previous experience in government. Trump is probably the only president who has never been in government. He has not even been a county councillor before becoming president, you see. And he has no legal education. So today he said that I will go to the Supreme Court, I mean, this is exactly the kind of statement he made during the racial riots, that I will order the governors to do this, I will order the governors to do that, I mean, he still doesn't realize after 4 years in office that the president of the United States has very little powers, I mean, it's a federal structure and the powers are downline, And when he said that he will go to the Supreme Court, it is my assessment that the Supreme Court is not going to accept his plea,
Right.
As we have already seen in the Pennsylvania case, most likely the Supreme Court will say, go to your state, because the American presidential election is not a national election. The elections are conducted by the states. So if he has a problem with Michigan counting, and if he goes to the Supreme Court is very likely toss it back to the Michigan courts,
Right.
So my problem, the problem as I see it, is that he is stretching himself, with claims that are untenable and will not be substantiated when things move on the ground.
Okay. All right. Taking the discussion forward now. So, Praveen Krishna, let's talk about some of the issues really and how much of an impact they've really had on the ground, because we've seen that, the United States was one of the most affected states as far as COVID-19 is concerned. We saw a brief drop in numbers, but the numbers are back up again. So how much of an impact or how much of an issue was the pandemic in the US? Was it something that the voter, was it a line that the voter voted on, or was it more like, local issues?
I have to say that is the one surprise for me as far as issues are concerned in the context of this election, which is that I think there was a kind of clear understanding that Donald Trump's handling of the COVID pandemic was not where it could have been, that there were many areas where he had done less than what he should have done. He was kind of aggressively talking down his own officials, almost fighting against his own public health officials in terms of the directions that the country should take, and so on and so forth. And so I felt personally that the voter would punish, at the polls, the voter would punish the president for having taken such a course. And then because the pandemic is still so live and it's active in everybody's minds and imagination and fears about the future, that there would be a great penalty that Donald Trump would pay for this. However, to my surprise, and I think to the surprise of many, that does not appear to be the case in the elections. The elections are proceeding almost as if this pandemic never took place, or the I would say, relatively bad record of Donald Trump in handling the pandemic, both in terms of the actual strategy and in terms of the public relations of how his office was seen in the context of the pandemic challenge, that he has not paid the penalty so far.
Absolutely. And Preeti Upala, talking about issues, let's talk about another issue. You know, there was a massive movement across the United States that was picked up around the world, Europe, Asia, even India. You know, this issue of Black Lives Matter. We saw a public, spate really between LeBron James, the basketball poster boy, and the President Donald Trump, and that took an ugly turn as well. So how big of an issue was law and order? Do you believe at some level it played on the minds of the voter?
Yes, I do think so, but then it went both ways. What started out as a genuine protest against discrimination, systemic racism, by the way, that exists around the world, it gradually got hijacked, weaponized, politicized along the way. Then it turned into paid protests. Then it turned into looting, arson, and so on and so forth. And the saddest thing is the communities that were hit the most were actually African American small businesses and small business owners. Their stores were the ones that were looted by these paid riots and looting and so on. So I think a lot of different groups kind of took advantage of it. And when you think about groups like Antifa and other such groups, I think they're designated as a terrorist organization now, or they're possibly in the process of doing so because of a lot of the public damage and also physical damage that they've done. So I think there is a flip side to it too. And people, I mean, I live in California, which is extremely democratic, but even here, anytime we had so many protests here, and some of them were violent, and people didn't like it, the residents didn't like it, and so it's ironic they want to really make social justice such a big point or such a big part of the campaign, or something that they stand for. But then when you see the whole thing unfold in front of you, they don't want to deal with it. So you want to defund the police, but then anything goes wrong, the first thing you want to do is call the same people want to call the police, and then when there's no police around to call, they're all up in arms. So I think it's gone both ways. It's funny that today, at the day of the election, we didn't see any riots and protests. But then there was a point when Biden was sitting pretty. I think he was doing very well. So maybe that explains why there were no riots, because I think we were expecting, if the decision was some kind of a landslide win for Trump, they would have been out there on the streets, and that we would have been talking about that right now. Instead, that didn't happen. That doesn't mean that it won't happen in the next few days or weeks, because this is like groups that have been mobilized, and it's very sad that they're being so easily hijacked by all sorts of non-state actors and bad faith actors as well, I would say. Lawlessness is a big problem, I think, in the US today.
Certainly. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Nair, highly polarized campaign that we saw from both sides, over the last few months. Is this the most polarized campaign that you've seen, or is this the most divided you've seen the United States at this point in time? Like Preeti Upala also is mentioning that, this Black Lives Matter movement, went both ways.
In my recollection, from the time I have covered the last 5 American presidential elections from the United States, and I would think that the 2008 campaign was equally polarizing. I mean, there were initial doubts about the outcome. So in many ways, actually 2004 was also very polarizing, because 2004 actually Ohio saved George W. Bush. So the Republicans were in doubt whether, like his father, George W. Bush, would also be a one-term president. So they really hit low, many times they hit below the belt. In fact, 2004 campaign, the Republican machine, the dirty tricks department virtually destroyed John Kerry's character. Everything that John Kerry did as a patriot, what he did after coming back from Vietnam, everything was discredited, And then I'm afraid John Kerry also played into that game. I remember, to counter this, to give a macho image, he organized this duck shoot, on a boat. He tried to go, and then the Republicans lampooned him, I mean, it's very unfortunate that they tried to destroy the character of a man who has devoted his life to public service, since the time he came back from Vietnam and became an anti-war protester. From the time through his years in the Senate, and then, of course, as Secretary of State, both as a senator in the India caucus and as Secretary of State, we have a lot to say. India has a lot that we have to be grateful for to Senator Kerry.
If I may, Mr. Nair, if I may, that was very personal, and that was at a very personal level. But in 2020, it was at the community level. I was referring to that.
I agree it was at a personal level, but I would say that 2004 campaign also, in a way, was very polarizing because of the Iraq War. Iraq War became such an issue that the society was divided down the middle, And in his first 4 years as president, the war in Afghanistan, then everything else that followed. So, as it is, there is this impression of America, the old image, Uncle Sam as a policeman of the world, and that was reinforced by George W. Bush during his presidency. And the society was truly split down the middle, And as a result of that, it became very polarizing. And then there were other issues, you see. For example, privatization of Social Security. Social Security is the essence of your life, if you're an American, your savings, 401k, Social Security. And at one point, George W. Bush administration tried to privatize Social Security.
Right.
So there were very, very polarizing issues. I think the only reason why this campaign seems worse is because lot of conventions, lot of hallowed American traditions have been violated,
Right.
Decency in public life this time has been completely destroyed, I can't imagine the way Donald Trump called his opponent Sleepy Joe, things like that, I can't imagine any previous president ever calling names to your opponent,
Right.
It was always respectful. So other campaigns were polarizing, but I think what is different now is that it became very demeaning, very disrespectful. That is what is there.
Absolutely.
I wanted to
yes,
quickly
Praveen
agree
Krishna,
with
go
you.
ahead.
I wanted to quickly agree with you, Frank, on that, which is that in comparison with previous elections, where I agree with Mr. Nair, there were many polarizing elections in the past as well. But in this particular election, the individual feelings of anger and hatred and disgust and so forth towards Donald Trump, for example, or the other way around towards Biden, I certainly feel at a kind of a personal level, the intensity of this is stronger than the way that people felt towards candidates in the past. So in that sense, definitely this feels like a very kind of a much more polarized campaign, much more polarized election where people feel much more intensely about, in terms of how they think about particular candidates. That's for sure.
Absolutely. All right. Very quickly, Preeti Upala, what next?
It's never over until the fat lady stops singing. We'll find out. I think in some ways this is a fated, destined, out of otherworldly kind of election. I think the result is actually written in the stars because this election affects the world at large, and I think that whoever does come is somebody who is very interlinked with the destiny of the world moving forward. That's why I keep going back to the geopolitics of our time shaping up. I think it's important that this country gets the right leader, not just for itself, but for its allies and for the world at large.
Absolutely. Mr. Nair, very quickly, your concluding remarks on the program?
Well, I agree with Mr. Praveen Krishna. I think as of now, I think Joe Biden is eventually going to get to 270 and become president. But I would like to make a point that this has happened before. It's not only the 2000 election when there was a dispute about the electoral college and one candidate reaching the electoral college. In American history, there have been 3 times when the electoral college problem was there and no candidate could reach, you see. But those were different times in the 19th century. And on both those occasions, they made deals. Politics was very different in those days.
Right.
So the 2 candidates made deals, I mean, they made deals in the sense that, like in India, before the anti-defection law came, our politicians used to make a lot of deals. Not anymore. It's not possible legally.
Sure.
So the 2 contending candidates made deals, and it was actually resolved in those 2 cases in the 19th century. And 2000 election, the rule of law ultimately prevailed. When the Supreme Court decision came, Al Gore gracefully accepted it and decided not to take it forward.
Sure.
This time, I'm not sure if that will happen. But in another 2 days at the most, my feeling is that Joe Biden will reach the magic figure of 270.
Absolutely. I've got 20 seconds left on the program. Praveen Krishna, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
All right. My concluding remark is for everybody to pay very close attention to Michigan, where the number count is actually on right now. And I think if one looks in particular within Michigan at what's going on in Wayne County, where the numbers are heavily moving towards Joe Biden, it's likely that all of the action will be focused on that. If he carries that, it's very likely he carries Michigan and then gets much closer to the 270 number. So that's my final word.
Okay. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective. For us, it's a wait and watch game for now. All we have to do is wait and wait for the final results. That's all we can do for now. That's it from me. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. In a significant step towards affordable medical education, the National Medical Commission has notified its first major regulation. Titled as Minimum Requirements for Annual MBBS Admissions Regulations 2020, the notification issued replaces the minimum standard requirements for medical colleges 1999 of the erstwhile Medical Council of India. The new regulation shall be applicable to all new medical colleges proposing to be established and to the established medical colleges proposing to increase their annual MBBS intake from the academic year 2021-22. During the transitory period, the established medical colleges will be governed by the relevant regulations existing prior to the current notification. The new standards have been defined keeping the functional requirements of the institutions. These allow optimization and flexibility in utilizing available resources and harnessing modern educational technology tools to facilitate moving towards quality education even when resources are relatively scarce. Well, in this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the medical education reforms. Joining me on the program today are Dr. Naresh Trehan, Chairman and Managing Director, Medanta; Professor Mahesh Verma, Member, National Medical Commission and Vice Chancellor, GGSIP University, Delhi; and Professor Rajendra Pandey, Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of Big Picture. All right, Professor Verma, I'd like to begin the program with you first. Let's try and analyze and understand what are the new or key changes as far as the new notification is concerned.
So these regulations title minimum requirement for annual MBBS admission 2020 has just been released, and basically these will come into force from the next academic session. And these regulations have basically brought in a lot of specialization in terms of infrastructure, in terms of faculty requirement, bed requirement, and also has promoted small group teaching, early clinical exposure, and competency-based education. Basically, these regulations broadly says that, like if you want to set up a medical college, you don't need even 5 acres of land, because earlier the requirement for setting up a medical education was 25 acres of land, and in metros it was 5 acres. And these new regulations says that you can even start without 5 acres of land. Secondly, the earlier regulation required that we have a fully functional hospital, 500 bedded, and there was no clarity when this hospital is functioning. As per the new regulation, it's only, this hospital need to be functioning only for just about 2 years. And also, there are many other things in the regulation promoting e-learning, promoting digitally linked resources which are all shared amongst the medical colleges, skill lab, and all the medical education technology, which is very integral part of medical education today, is made mandatory. Departments like physical medicine, rehabilitation, and emergency medicine.
Okay, let me take the points that you're making forward with the other panelists now. So, Dr. Trehan, let me bring you into the picture. So, how will the changes really help in shaping a better healthcare system? Of course, we need medical education reforms. Now, how will this benefit the healthcare system as a whole?
So, these reforms have been long due in coming, and they're very progressive. It actually is a very positive step taken forward in the interest of healthcare India. The point is that we've year after year we have always felt that we are extremely short of doctors who are trained to a level where not only their education is how to learn about giving care to the patient, which was just medical, but also be comprehensive in their ability to deal with the disease pattern, be emotionally connected, and be very sort of courteous, understand how to talk to families, what is the role of traditional medicine in India. So, this opens up a huge new vista for us who want to create medical colleges. Personally, we've been waiting for many years now for this regulation to come, which will enable us to be able to make a medical college ASAP. We will like to create a curriculum which would also open up the minds of the doctors for the future. Like you know about the program of Atmanirbhar. Atmanirbhar means that doctors will also have to start thinking of not just blindly saying, let me get technology from somewhere else, but we should be able to help our own scientists, our own laboratories, our own industry to develop new technology, to become self-sufficient so that we are not dependent on people importing expensive equipments from overseas. So there are many aspects with this new progressive thinking which the National Medical Commission has put in place, enabling the best of people, best of hospitals, which are already existing, which have a good faculty, very good faculty, good clinical material. Their services can be used for training doctors to a level which will be much higher than what we have been able to do when there were hospitals made in some rural area because of the requirement of the land. Some hospital had to be made where pre-patients were admitted, the clinical material was limited, and one of the biggest thing it has done is taken away the distinction between the life of a poor man and the life of a well-to-do person. So the point is, and this is our experience, that we find that if the patients who are quote-unquote private patients, they're as happy to participate in development and teaching of doctors as a poor patient is. It is unconstitutional to say before, it used to be, that you can only teach on poor patients. That means you're making a distinction. That is not constitutionally correct. So I give my example. I trained in America in New York University Medical Center. It was a private hospital. It was a private medical college along with it. And all the patients who were there were well-to-do. And we all learnt our training, our skills on those patients, and they were very happy. And ultimately, the quality of medicine you give is much better when you have a medical college as part of your hospital. The patients get taken care of better, the students learn, and the country actually benefits from it. So I am very happy. I welcome this move, and I think that this will change the landscape of the quality of care that doctors give, and also the quantity that we will have over the years. We should be able to make up the shortage, which has been chronic.
Okay. All right. So, Professor Pandey, let me bring you into the picture now. So, we've heard from Dr. Trehan and from, Professor Verma about what the key changes are and how it will help the healthcare system as a whole. How does it impact the medical colleges?
Impacting a medical college which are already existing, they would think it in a different manner, because their logistic will be more than what was required earlier, may not be adequate, but now with the present changes, they are in a better position to train more students than what they are presently doing. So they can ask for an increase in the number of seats with their existing facility. That is the first thing that can do, and the number of students can increase. What other thing that can be done with the similar application to government institution, the number of seats can be increased there as well, and the government seats in the private institutions can be released, available to the private candidates, and that will reduce the cost of medical education in private colleges with the enhanced seat by another 60 to 70%, and that will facilitate, with the seat should be available, the students who are going outside India for acquiring medical education need not go. So probably they will be trained in an environment which will be culturally and linguistically more conducive, and their training will also be better. So the existing colleges can go in that way, and the new colleges which people may get interested because of the allowance for the consortium, a housing body, and unutilized engineering colleges, hospitals which are running, all they can come together and can start a new medical college. And as a result, the cost of building infrastructure would be low, and that will reduce the cost of training each student for 4.5 year period. and this will enhance the chances of getting interest on their investment. If the returns are better, then more people will come to start new colleges, and we'll be able to train a larger number of doctor practitioners in the shortest possible time. And that is what India needs. It should move fast and achieve it as fast as possible, maybe in the next 10 years.
Absolutely. All right. So since we are here, then let me take this particular aspect forward with you, Professor Verma. Since we're talking about, increasing the number of medical colleges, since we're talking about increasing the number of doctors, getting into the rural hinterland and, all these other aspects, the pandemic has taught us that, e-learning is a possibility. It has taught us that, we can really go forward if we link everything digitally. So is that something that we need to focus on? Is that something that the new regulations also speak about?
E-learning is not only important in medical education. I think it is, it is needed all over now, as we have learned in the recent months how we have quickly transformed from a conventional mode of, giving education to something which is more virtual, more e-mode. And I think it is very much needed in medical education also, because, the emphasis these days is early clinical exposure. So, the school of the thought is that we should be spending more time in a hospital setup with patients and clinical endeavors, and a lot of didactics, which can be had, could be through a e-learning mode. So the new regulation very much is accommodating it, and not only that, it has gone even a step forward that it has also said that all the digital resources which is present in various medical colleges can be linked together, so that we share the resources and we learn from each other. So I think, and also, if there could be a repository of all these resources, then the students and the UG and postgraduate students can always access these resources at their free will. So I think, these regulations are absolutely contemporary and very futuristic, keeping in mind the need for the welfare of our students.
Absolutely. All right. So, Dr. Trehan, as far as hospitals are concerned, what are they looking for in young professionals or young medical practitioners, and how can we improve the education system at the moment to ensure that they are better prepared when they finally start their jobs?
So the attributes of a good doctor and their student days and their training, one, of course, is knowledge. What is the quality of the knowledge that they are acquiring and the mode in which they are acquiring? So today, I think Professor has already said that there is a lot of learning, didactic learning, which can be done offline. And a lot of this is going to prepare you when you get into digital space. It will also prepare you to understand that medicine is going to be practiced in a different way post-COVID. We were always thinking about the fact that to link and to be a force multiplier for experts, that you needed the digital connectivity to the last mile in India. Now what the COVID has done is it has compressed that very quickly, and a lot of new activity happened on digital space, so that like we are doing right now, that we have become used to it and we know what the potential of it is. So we estimate that up to 50% of the patients will not have to travel to a hospital. Their diagnostics, their initial treatment can be done on telemedicine, whether it is video or whether it is telecommunication. So the point is, you will save the patients all that trouble of traveling, not only themselves with their family, to far-off hospitals to just get opinion of a doctor. Now, what are we doing today? We are seeing from Vedanta, we used to have about 100 video conferences a day. Today we have upwards of 600 a day. So these patients are getting their preliminary advice, diagnosis online. And so they only come here if they need treatment or diagnostics which are available out here, so that they may travel for the ultimate need which may arise, so that it's not that they have to visit again and again, once to see the doctor, then to get the diagnosis, then to get the tests, and then to get the procedure. So this can all be done. Huge amounts of saving of time and money, big relief to the patients. And I think that today's doctors, what this new regulation for medical schools has done, that the students that come out, the graduates will be totally tech savvy. They will be able to communicate very easily. And parallelly, what is good is the children who are growing up in even villages are becoming tech savvy. You look at them, the way they handle the iPads and all that, it is heartening to know that this kind of progress is happening in India, and that we, over a period of time, will see the real transformation of India into the digital space. And also the government has started the digital medical record, which is transportable across the country. That will also help. So there are many, many good moves that are already in place, and this regulation that came from the Commission has put an icing on that cake. And I said, as we are feeling on the panel, that is very positive. It will help to solve the problem of healthcare in India in a short period of time.
Absolutely. All right. So, Professor Pandey, since we are talking about these particular aspects, let's talk about skilling and how important it is to learn new skills and learn as you go, as we get used to a new normal. That is one. Secondly, what about the faculty and and teacher training, and also ensuring that they are better prepared to impart the new knowledge on the students?
If we come to the student part first, it will be easier for them to adapt, because a lot of training earlier used to take actually on patients before they can have enough experience to do successfully and without or with least complications. But now we have mannequin and other materials available where digitally on different platforms they can be trained adequately before actually they perform on patients. So this is always a welcome move. We are already late in implementing in India. It should be there, and it should start with, say, training in anatomy and come right up to training in intubation, making and vascular access. For each and every one thing, there should be a virtual training on mannequin and then allowing them on patients. So it will be easier for them to adapt and accept. But coming to the second part, that making your faculties accept whatever is coming in digital platform in a shorter span of time may be challenging. All of them would not be prepared to accept it so easily. So considering the time spent, they should be given space and an understanding to adapt to it. But to begin with, there are 4 things which the teachers are involved. They are teaching. The COVID has made them accept that they will teach online, which they have already started. The second aspect is evaluating them online as and when applicable. So that will also minimize the need of externals moving from one place to another for taking the examination. That will also reduce the cost of examination. And the evaluation of practical by patients while they are a candidate is operating with the assistance of his supervisor, which is videographed and sent to the examiner. And they can see and they can come back with questions. So all things would be more realistic, where the performance would be assessed in a better manner in an expanded time frame by the evaluator. And that will be the best modality where skill would be certified to a higher level of competence. That is most welcome. Only the challenge lies in how we are going to execute it successfully with minimal complications and resistance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think those are some very valid points that you raised, and hopefully these two will be addressed in the time to come. Quick closing comments now from all my guests with the best way forward, starting first with you, Professor Verma.
I think some of the areas which NMC is already looking at, and we have to keep it in mind. One is growth regarding number of seats in UG and PG. Second is distribution and availability of doctors all across. Third is improving quality. All our endeavors have to be focused at improving quality, because the education ultimately will only be valid, only be fine if it has a quality. The fourth thing is affordability. Today the private, especially private medical education, is quite unaffordable, and a lot of our students who somehow miss the government seats are they are deprived of medical education. So somewhere we also have to ensure that the medical education is made affordable, even in private sector. And the next thing is merit based. I think the best thing NMC is doing is having a uniform NEET examination for UG and PG, and also now planning next exam, exit exam, where so there is a standardization that everybody will be assessed at the same parameters. And I think finally, which is also a big need of the hour, is ethics. Looking at all the ethical concerns, because as the commercialization and marketing of medical education and medical care is happening, we also have to ensure that doctors, they confirm, there are regulations, and there is a transparency between a provider or a giver and a care receiver.
Right. Dr. Trehan.
So one thing, word of caution, as we move forward and all the qualities that are required in a doctor and the education system have been discussed. But the point we have to worry about is the quality of the end product, which of course the NMC has talked about exit exams being uniform, which will be great. But while they are in the system, the quality of the educators should also be standardized. There should be no such thing as trying to push through large numbers of students who are ill prepared. And I think that's the biggest tragedy that can happen, is to have poor quality doctors just in this rush of producing more and more. So we have to keep a very strict eye on the quality of the doctors, their education. It's not only at the end they find that they are failing. It's like that they are not acceptable, because you have wasted 4.5 years. So I think NMC has the wherewithal. We have the digital controls now. We can actually monitor real time, and also the introduction of some of the new frontier technologies like AR, VR, all these things will have to be introduced progressively across the whole system. Absolutely. Like I think you raised the question, what's the difference between the current hospital medical education institutes and what will be the difference in the new ones? So it will have to be retrofitted also, because of the fact that the ultimate quality of doctor that comes out of these institutions should have certain amount of uniformity, also the portability of knowledge. And what is very good about this new digital age is that one professor can teach many, many more classes than they were able to do before. So we don't have to travel, we don't have to be physically present there. And amazingly enough, holography has taken a big leap. You can actually be virtually present physically there, not only on a video screen. It's like almost holography and media has been using it. Is an amazing science. You feel like the teacher is right there in front of you. So I think all these things will come in very handy. Overall, India looks like a better future today with these regulations than till just recently. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Professor Pandey, please close the show for us with your concluding remark.
If I'm allowed to think loudly, I would envision that if India is going to be an aspirationally leading the world economy, then they have to spare the fund for things which they are presently doing. I see where the medical education, all transportation in all forms, power, generation, supply, they will all go into private hands. They cannot remain in government, and maybe 10 or 15 years from now. Keeping that in mind, the regulation and restrictions have to move away. The facilitation, promotion has to come in. And people have to find that accreditation with rating is what will attract the student. The promoters themselves have to adhere to the qualities, improvising it so that the students will be attracted to them. But the focus should be on reducing the cost of education, medical education, so that a meritorious student will not fall shy of jumping into it by taking a bank loan.
Sure.
Probably NMC has taken this right step in that direction, and maybe it will crystallize within few years, where each and every student who just aspires to be a doctor can go to a bank and get enough loan to complete an education even in a private institution.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. That's it from me. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, in a significant judgment delivered on Wednesday, the Supreme Court laid down guidelines for determining the quantum of interim maintenance to be awarded during pendency of matrimonial matters from the day it had been filed. The bench of Justices Indu Malhotra and R. Subhash Reddy also made it mandatory for a spouse to reveal at any maintenance proceedings whether any other court had already granted the spouse maintenance under some other law. It also made it mandatory for both spouses to state their financial positions at any maintenance proceedings and update the affidavit whenever significant changes occur in their circumstances during the course of the hearings. Estranged wives often seek maintenance simultaneously under various laws such as the Hindu Marriage Act, Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act, Domestic Violence Act, Special Marriages Act and Section 125 of the Criminal Penal Code, while keeping the various courts in the dark about this, the bench noted. Now, the bench also stressed that the need for both spouses to file an affidavit of disclosure of assets and liabilities during maintenance proceedings at any court as well. The existing statutes do not mandate such disclosures. The ruling came on a maintenance dispute between a Mumbai-based couple. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the Supreme Court's guidelines on matrimonial disputes. Joining me on the program today are Atin Shankar Rastogi, advocate of the Supreme Court, Professor V. Rajalakshmi, sociologist, Janki Devi Memorial College, Delhi University, and Rekha Agarwal, advocate of the Supreme Court as well. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. So, Atin Rastogi, let me begin the program with you first. Let's understand and analyze the guidelines of the Supreme Court. It was a long 67-page, guidelines that it issued.
Yes, the judgment is it's a path-breaking judgment, and they have laid down 6 principles which were very essential to cut down the litigation and to give clarity to the judicial officers for the entire country and for the litigants and for the lawyers. First of all, there is a concept of set-off which has been reiterated by the Supreme Court, and it has been held that in case if there are multiple proceedings under which wife has claimed maintenance, so the proceedings in which the maintenance has been granted earlier will be set off in the fresh application of maintenance. Say, for example, if the wife has already been granted, say, 30,000 of rupees of maintenance in Section 125 proceedings, and in Domestic Violence Act, she is granted 45,000 as maintenance. So 30,000 will be deducted, which she has already been granted. Though this was being followed by almost all the courts earlier also, but this judgment would really help to certainly clarify this position. And one thing is also tacitly clarified by the judgment is that proceedings in all other laws also can go simultaneously, because earlier there was a conflict that yes, if you have filed Section 125 or criminal proceedings, you cannot claim maintenance under Domestic Violence Act or under Hindu Maintenance Act. So all these proceedings can go simultaneously, but they have to take care of the maintenance which has already been granted.
Right.
Then there is a concept of filing affidavits, which affidavits are basically, there are three segments to the affidavit. One is the affidavit which can be used in metro cities, and the other affidavit is to be filed by the husband and the wife who are living in rural cities. And the third one is for tribal areas and primarily from Meghalaya. So the judgment clarifies that in metro cities, the state of ownership, the kind of lifestyle that the people live is different from the lifestyle that the people live in the villages or in rural area. Like if we see the affidavit for rural areas, we see that there is a mention of livestock, cows, fisheries, and assets of that nature, and lease or bhatta, wherein the agricultural cultivists take the land on hire and then they cultivate. So all these things are very meticulously researched by I'm sure the amicus and the state legal authorities, and they have been updated. So that is a very good aspect that has been clarified in this judgment. Though in Delhi, there was a judgment of Kusum Sharma in which the affidavits were being filed earlier also. But this will have an impact on pan-India basis, which will give a uniform color to all the proceedings. This is the best aspect of this judgment.
Right.
Then there is a concept of from which date do we reckon that the maintenance should be granted. Because what happens when the spouse files for maintenance, primarily wife files for maintenance, for her maintenance and for the children, and it is granted, say, after 6 months, 2 years, or 3 years. So then the question arises, from which date the maintenance should be given to the wife. So in most of the cases, the courts grant from the date of the application when the wife filed the application. In some of the cases, it is granted from the date of the order. And in some of the cases, it is granted from the date of the summons on which the husband was served the summons of the application. So this judgment clarifies that the maintenance will be granted from the date when it is filed.
Sure.
So this clarifies the position.
Okay,
Then
points noted. Let me
Yes,
take the points
yes.
that you're making forward with the other panelists as well. So, Rekha Agarwal, let me bring you into the picture now. So let's talk about, the various laws dealing with issues of matrimonial dispute or matrimonial maintenance, because there are quite a few actually.
Yes. In fact, as my brother, Mr. Rastogi, also mentioned right now, there are various laws under which maintenance can be awarded to women, especially the estranged wives, who have been either thrown out of their matrimonial home or who have walked out of their own choice and have got minor children to support. So we have, supposing there is a matrimonial proceeding going on, a divorce proceeding going on. So in that, under Section 24 of the Hindu Marriage Act, either party, in fact, can ask for maintenance pendente lite, that is during the pendency of the divorce proceedings. Even the husband, in fact, can ask for maintenance. Then we have 125 CRPC, 125 Criminal Procedure Code, in which the wife can ask for maintenance for herself till she gets remarried, as well as maintenance for her children. In fact, where a daughter is concerned, the father is often supposed to pay even marriage expenses for the grown-up daughter. So we have the Hindu Marriage Act, we have the 125 Criminal Procedure Code, we have the Domestic Violence Act, in which an estranged wife can ask for maintenance for herself and for her children. She can ask for residence orders, she can ask for child support, etc. Then we also have the Hindu Adoptions and Maintenance Act, in which the wife can ask for maintenance depending upon the yearly quantum of salary of the husband. And under the Special Marriage Act also, there is a provision for asking for maintenance from the husband. So in fact, all the matrimonial laws of our country, they have made provision for maintenance for the spouse as well as for the minor children. It is another matter altogether that whenever there is a matrimonial dispute, both the parties are warring with each other. Both parties do not come out honestly. Even the wife. I must admit that sometimes even the wives are not very honest about what they are earning or what their earning capacity is or what their earning ability is, because capacity to earn and ability to earn are both two different things. So this recent judgment, which has just been passed yesterday, it has in fact summarized the entire law regarding maintenance, because we no doubt had that affidavit, the detailed affidavit, because as I just said, both sides are lying through their teeth, if I may say so. I'm using a rather harsh word, but both sides do not come out very openly. The very fact is that, as they say, you bite your nose to spite your face. You don't want your wife or your other, or your spouse to get that pleasure of giving you maintenance, of getting the maintenance from the order of the court. So you want to deny your wife, you want to deny your children, even at the cost of denying your own children. So this order, which has been passed yesterday by the division bench of the Honorable Supreme Court, the basic object is to protect a wife from destitution and vagrancy. Because if she has been thrown out of the matrimonial home, she immediately needs support. She needs what are called the 3 basic requirements of every human being are food, clothing, and shelter. She also needs a roof on her head. So the Domestic Violence Act, in fact, makes provision for right of residence also. So this judgment, I would say that it is going to make a big dent in the efforts of the husbands who try to deny maintenance to their wife by, as I was just talking with Ms. Rajalakshmi before the session started, that, where a husband is having a fixed salary, it becomes easy for the courts to determine his income and assets. But where the husbands are not having any fixed income, for example, if they're in a business, or in a joint family business, as we have in India, we have mainly the joint family culture. So they may be a big business, a big industrial house behind the husband, but the husband may have nothing in his name. And when it comes to the court, he will just say that I don't have anything. He may be living in a palatial house, but he may end up saying that this house does not belong to me, this belongs to my parents. Though, of course, very recently, just about 2 weeks ago, the Honorable Supreme Court, in the case of Satish Chandra Ahuja versus Sneha, has laid down the right of all women to stay in their husband's house and their in-laws' house, even if the house is not owned by the husband. So, looking in the entire scenario, I think I welcome this judgment, and as this is going to have a pan-India effect, it will make it easier for the wives to claim maintenance, easier for the courts also to determine, because everything will be in black and white. And there's a rider to all these affidavits that if any side lies about it, they're warned that the after effects of this is that you may have a case of perjury, a criminal complaint of perjury against you, which may land you behind the gallows.
Okay. All right. So, V. Rajalakshmi, let me bring you in now. So, as far as India is concerned, the kind of society that we live in, we've seen several atrocities being committed against women as well. So, from that perspective, how important is it, to look at maintenance as a whole and to ensure that the woman gets her due? And also, we can look at it the other way around too.
Every individual has a right to live a life of dignity. Every individual has a right to live in an environment which is conducive for them to be able to cope up with the situations. So dignity is very, very important. It holds for both men and women. In our society, unfortunately, what happens is that the women face a lot of issues. Being a patriarchal society, a lot of working women are expected to be at home, and they are forced to leave their jobs to take care of the young or to take care of the elderly in the house. So working educated women many a times tend to leave their jobs. As a result, what happens is they sacrifice their life to take care of the family, and when something goes wrong in the relationship, then unfortunately when she's denied the maintenance, it becomes very tough. Now, of course, I really congratulate this step, because it's one step forward. But more than laws, more than anything else, it is very, very important that people should be able to respect each other's dignity. And if you're in a relationship, it is very important to respect whatever you have given, any number of years you have put in that. These days, what is happening is the society is changing so fast. The pressure of maintaining a relationship is also too much. Both men and women are equally facing this pressure. And the job scenes are also very different. Employment, the graph has changed, where initially it is to be okay for a man to work and women to be at home. Now the need is both for men and women to work equally hard And once both of them go out, it is also very important to understand that once they are at home, they should be able to respect each other and the relationships are maintained. Because the moment there is a conflict in the relationship, which ends in the break in the relationship, then all these issues come up. So I think the first step is, in a society which is fast changing, where the relationships are changing so fast, it is very, very important that we should be more sensitive towards maintaining. And of course, when there is a divorce for some reason, if the marriage is not able to, if people are not able to continue, yes, they have every right to lead separate lives. But when they are leading separate lives, it's also very important to respect that and do not enter into any verbal and non-verbal conflict or communications, which leads to any kind of disrespect, because dignity is very important. And once you have given something in your relationship, maintenance is of course your right. In case for some reason a woman is unable to provide for herself, it becomes essential for men to be sensitive and to provide for the needs of the wife.
Right. Okay. Let me take a couple of points forward with you, Atin Rastogi. You also mentioned it in your opening remark about, the different laws that pertain to this particular issue. Rekha Agarwal also very eloquently pointed out, what the various laws are. And she also brought out this fact about how both parties, in court lied through their teeth. So are the laws at some level misused as well?
Certainly, the laws are misused, and it is not that in certain cases, most of the cases, the wives are victimized, and nobody can deny that fact. They have raised the children, and they are the provider of the house in terms of taking care of the household, and that aspect is not taken care for by anyone. We take it for granted that women are just managing the house, and we give respect to the man because since he gets the money from outside. But what is most important is that at times we have seen that these laws are being misused and exploited, and it happens both ways. More by men, I would not deny that fact, by concealing their income, by not coming out truthfully what exactly they owe. And suddenly we see in cases in which husbands are roaring successfully, multiple cars and everything, and moment the maintenance case is filed, they are in complete state of penury. They are traveling by public transport, they don't have means to, their mobiles are normal mobiles which were iPhones earlier. So all these things happen, and at the same time, with respect to women also, they tend to exaggerate in terms of their expenses which they are incurring in terms of their standard of living. And especially there is a category of women, if we see, at times we see that I have seen in many cases, and they leave their jobs, well-paying jobs. Then there are two aspects to it. One may be that they are not able to cope up with the pressure of the job and to raise the kids and the family. That is justifiable, but that depends on case-to-case basis. But I have seen that women, to seek maintenance and to seek revenge from the husband, they leave their jobs or lucrative jobs, or they conceal their income, even if they are earning part-time. Say they're running some beauty parlor or they're running some boutique from the house, they conceal that income. So all these aspects are also there, wherein the laws are, they are taken for a ride, and but courts have to decide on basis of the documents, getting into the real truth and the meat of the matter. And it is a very difficult job for the judiciary to decide, because I have seen in cases wherein one case the wife is getting maintenance of 10 lakhs per month, I mean to say. And she's asking for more because she wants that her children should be studying abroad, and the car she has got is Audi 5 Series, but it should be 7 Series. And and the husband is providing 10 lakhs per month. So for any normal human being, 10 lakhs per month would be a very substantial amount. But for her, this is a very meager amount. And she's asking for 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs per month. And the next case, when it is called, it's a rickshaw puller's case, wherein he says, I earn on daily basis, and I may earn 500 a day, I may earn 200 a day, and there are 5 children who have to be, fed by the family, and the wife is living separately. So judiciary has to be cognizant, and they
Sure.
are very empathetic for all these cases, and they deal with these cases with on basis of documents and on basis of circumstances of the parties. So this is what is there that has to be taken
Absolutely,
into.
absolutely. And all these documents are, or could be manipulated as well. So that is something that needs to be very closely monitored and watched. And it is a difficult task at the end of the day. So since we're talking about finances and the financial aspects of things, Rekha Agarwal, what happens, in between a case if the financial status of, say, the husband or the wife changes? What happens in a scenario like that?
In such a scenario, Frank, it is expected of either of the parties whose financial status has changed, for the better or for the worse, to bring it to the notice of the Honorable Court. Especially the husband, if he is a giving party, he's the one who is facing an order of maintenance which has been passed against him, and he's supposed to give an X amount of rupees for maintenance towards his wife and children. He can, of course, move an appropriate application before the concerned court. The court is not oblivious. The court is not blind to the reality that, yes, if his salary or his earning capacity has actually changed, then the court can modify it in a given circumstance. Supposing he suffered a big financial loss in his business, or if he's lost his job, in the current scenario where people are losing their jobs left, right, and center. A man who's earning today may just be, given the pink slip tomorrow. So he can, of course, bring it to the notice of the Honorable Court. And the courts, as I said, the courts, as is that old saying goes, the courts are blind. They have a, patti on their head. In the eyes of the court, both are equal. The husband as well as the wife, they are equal. The court is primarily concerned in this particular judgment, as I said earlier, to save a wife, an estranged wife, from destitution and vagrancy. That is what she needs, is the basic necessity as compared to a luxury. As Mr. Rastogi just was giving an example of an Audi 5 Series car and a 7 Series car. So here the court not only has to see that the basic necessities are provided, and at the same time the court has also given, one of the guidelines that the court has given in this judgment, besides in the 7 guidelines, is that the wife should be entitled to lead the same life, the same standard of living that she was maintaining in a matrimonial home. So her own parental home, her father may be living a very lower kind of a life, but the husband may be enjoying a better financial status. The husband cannot come around and say that whatever peanuts that I'm providing to you are more than enough, because this is what you were getting in your father's home, or this is what you were, what you're entitled to. This is the best I can give. So the wife is entitled to claim enjoy the same status as her husband that she was enjoying in her matrimonial home. But the courts can, of course, modify the order at any time. Supposing the status of the husband goes down, the husband can move an application for modification. And if the status goes up, if the wife learns about it, that today my husband is earning 10,000 rupees per month, but tomorrow he's maybe earning 25,000 rupees per month. So she can move an application for enhancement. The courts will certainly take both the things into account.
Since we're talking about the, the blindfolding of the courts and talking about equality, very quickly I want to bring in another aspect and take it forward with you, Rekha Agarwal. Times have changed. The situation is very different in 2020. We have several stay-at-home dads as well. So are they also entitled to maintenance? Is the law same for them?
No. The husbands are not entitled to maintenance if they are, in fact, the only law in which in a country in which a husband can claim maintenance is in the Hindu Marriage Act, that too under Section 24, if a matrimonial proceeding is going on. So in the example that you've given, that we have got various stay-at-home husbands, if the husband has initiated any divorce proceeding against his wife, or if the wife has initiated any such proceedings, then even the husband can move an application for maintenance, pendentalite, and litigation expenses. That is the only provision in law in which a husband can claim maintenance from his wife, and there is no other law. The 125 CRPC, which I mentioned, is only for wives. Even the Domestic Violence Act, so talking of gender neutrality, I must admit over here that we are talking of gender neutrality. We want that both genders should be treated equal. But as of now, the laws are certainly tilted in favor of the women. and husband cannot, there is no provision in law under which he can ask for maintenance except under Section 24 of the Hindu Marriage Act.
Absolutely. Maybe the time has come to take a relook at these laws as well and bring in some kind of an umbrella law that looks into everything or all aspects. All right. So, V. Rajalakshmi, what's the best way forward?
See, the best way forward is, of course, as I said, that, laws are very important, but we must also understand that India has a lot of diversities in terms of culture, class, urban-rural divide, the developmental pattern, all is very, divided, and society is moving very fast. There's too much of rubbing of relationships. So the way forward is best, of course, is that to respect the law, but at the same time, as I said earlier also, to respect your relationship and respect the fact that there is a dignity to be maintained in terms, suppose in case a wife is not able to earn or not able to provide for herself, that she should get a right for maintenance. At the same time, the women who are able to feed for themselves also should give the relief to men in case they are unable to actually provide or go beyond a point. So it needs to be, both the parties needs to be very sensitive in terms of their needs. And as the lawyers have said that, they come across cases where women show a lot of greed and men try to hide their income. After all, at the end of the day, you have lived with a partner for a long time. So it is important to respect that and ensure that, you respect the law and respect whatever is there in the law and move forward. So my thing way forward would be made is to be more sensitive towards the law, towards the relationship, and towards the aspect that you have a right, but please do not cross that right and become greedy. That's it.
Okay. Adin Rastogi, in 30 seconds, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
I think it's a path-breaking judgment which will take us forward for streamlining the entire litigation on all India basis. So we should welcome this judgment, and one should be sensitive. I certainly respect that we should be sensitive towards the wives and towards the husbands as well. And it's a stepping stone, and I'm sure this will clear so many confusions and conflicts of judgments of different high courts, and it will help the litigants to understand the proceedings better and to get the relief within stipulated time period.
Sure.
So this very wonderful job.
Okay.
I just want to add one thing. The children are also very important, because any kind of a conflict, any kind of the court fights and the way the parents present also has a huge effect on children. So that also needs to be taken into account.
Okay. And Rekha Agarwal, since everyone has said something in the end, I'll let you have the last word on the program.
The Honorable Supreme Court in this judgment yesterday has very clearly said there can be no fixed formula. You cannot straitjacket, you cannot put the conditions and guidelines in a straitjacket. There can only be guidelines. So what we expect ultimately at the end of the day, that both parties have to come out honestly. Both parties have to give relevant facts about each other and have to, as Madam Rajalakshmi said, that you have to respect each other. The fact that you have lived with your spouse for a certain number of years, that is a very major factor that has to be taken into account. The earning capacity of the wife, the children, if there is any illness, extra coaching classes, etc., etc. All these factors have to be taken into account, and we ultimately hope that some relief can be given to women who do not face destitution and vagrancy at the end of the day.
Okay. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the Supreme Court judgment is a step in the right direction. It streamlines the process of matrimonial disputes and the issue of maintenance. People need to respect the law, and they should live with dignity. Do not lie to the courts. Try to be as honest as possible and try to settle matters with civility, is what the panelists are suggesting. At the end of the day, however, these laws dealing with matrimonial disputes and maintenance are not gender neutral, and not all of them, of course, support the stay-at-home husbands or the men in that particular case, is what the panelists are suggesting. So probably it's time to take a relook as far as all these laws are concerned and bring in one umbrella law dealing with all the aspects. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rausen Pereira. A voter turnout of over 55% was recorded as polling in 78 constituencies spread across 19 districts came to an end for the third and final phase of Bihar Assembly elections on Saturday. In this phase, the ruling NDA, which is battling anti-incumbency factor, is locked in a fierce contest against the RJD-led Mahagathbandhan. As many as 2.35 crore voters were eligible to decide the fate of 1,204 candidates today. Despite the pandemic, Bihar saw a considerable voter turnout, with Phase 1 recording 54% votes, marginally lower than 54.75% for the same seats in 2015 elections. Similarly, Phase 2 witnessed 55.7% voter turnout as compared to 56.17% recorded last time. Counting of votes for all the three phases of polling will be held on November 10th. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the Bihar Assembly elections. Joining me on the program today are Smita Mishra, senior journalist, Shekhar Iyer and Ashok Tandon, senior journalist as well. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Mr. Tandon, let me begin the program with you first. How would you look back at the three phases of polling in Bihar?
First of all, I think we all need to congratulate the Election Commission of India for holding a very organized election. And also, we must thank the security forces for conducting a very peaceful election, because Bihar has always been very notorious as far as elections are concerned. I think by and large, the elections have been peaceful. And the fear whether the elections could be held in the pandemic also have been belied. I think the people of Bihar also need to be congratulated for making this festival of democracy a success. The poll percentage is marginally lower than the last election, so which speaks volume of the people of Bihar for coming out in a large turnout. And we could see, big queues, and also, but I must just point out that at certain places we could see that the social distancing was not maintained. Many of the people were not wearing masks, but nevertheless, the overall turnout has been very encouraging. I think it will send out a very clear message to the world that Indian democracy is really vibrant, functional, and example is not only the state assembly election in Bihar, but also the by-elections in so many states. I think that needs to be appreciated. But coming back to the question of Bihar Assembly election, I think the picture is not yet clear. We will have to wait for the outcome, because there have been a lot of changes in the alliance partners, and especially the Lok Janashakti Party coming out of NDA and making a big surprise in Bihar election, targeting Nitish Kumar, at the same time appreciating and praising Prime Minister Modi. This is a very important factor which we'll have to see. But the issues in Bihar were both national as well as local also. A lot of promises were made by both the camps, and then there was a question of the young leadership coming up. So I think it's too early for us to analyze the election, but I think overall we must be feeling very happy that in spite of all the apprehensions about the election being held in a pandemic, the elections have been held successfully. Now we'll have to wait for the results.
Absolutely. And we don't have to wait for too long, just a few more days really, as far as counting of votes is concerned. November 10th is when all will be revealed. But Shekhar Iyer, let me bring you into the picture now. So let's first talk about and try and understand what are the factors that are likely to influence this election.
Well, I think one of the major factors will be the pandemic effect. What we have seen is the Bihar has particularly gone through a lot of stress, not just in terms of migrant labor coming in and staying back, and some of them again now trying to go back. That is one. And the second is what has happened is in the last 5 years, a lot of things have happened in terms of governance, but They have not been so dramatic as the previous 5 years and the previous to that. So in effect, you are seeing a government which is facing the electorate after 15 years. And for Nitish Kumar, this is the fourth term. So you can see the kind of anti-incumbency factors which are normally at work. And the third thing is, what has happened in the last 15 years is, new constituencies in terms of caste combinations have come to stay. So you have the BJP, which largely has a support base consisting of the so-called upper caste. You have the RJD, which on the opposite side, which consists of largely the NY factor or the Muslim and Yadav factor. Then you have the JDU, which, thanks to Nitish patenting a kind of a social engineering consisting of extremely backward castes as well as Mahadalits. So you have that combination. Then along with that, you have the minorities who are largely with RJD, etc., etc. So, you have very strong caste patterns which have evolved over the last 50, 20 years. So therefore, this particular election is going to again raise a question mark which came when Nitish swept the polls, saying that particular election when Nitish came to power 2005, he had actually broken that so-called the caste mold which was there before. Now this time what you're going to see is there is a lot of focus on Nitish Kumar. More than, I would say India, it is Nitish Kumar. But then, this is one election we are also seeing there is a continued popularity for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And it is appearing as if it is Narendra Modi's campaign, Narendra Modi's persona and commitment to development, which is actually now pushing the NDA. Rather than Nitish Kumar alone, who was some kind of a Vikas Babu or Susasan Babu, or there was the driver of the development agenda for NDA in Bihar. So you are seeing a lot of changes that have happened in terms of, and also you have the factor called the Lok Jan Shakti Party. Unfortunately, its founder Ramvilas Paswan passed away a few days ago, but his son has launched himself on an anti-Nitish plan. Trying to catch on the anti-incumbency mood of among some voters, and whether he can. But strangely, rather he has been talking of working towards a BJP-led government minus Nitish Kumar, backed by LJP. So you have a lot of agenda work, but then we have also seen RJD reaching out to LJP. There is another factor also, and the Mahagathbandhan this time consists of not just the RJD of the Congress or the left party, it also has the radical left in play. So all these factors, is going to throw up a very, very interesting result.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so Smita Mishra, let's talk about this issue of caste and social engineering that Shekhar Iyer brought up. How much of an impact do you believe that it has had in the 2020 polls?
Yes, thank you for inviting Frank. Let me tell you that in the past, at least 3 or even 4 state assembly elections in Bihar, I have felt one thing, and which commentators, political analysts usually tend to do. And this time round, we are seeing even more of it in almost every publication, all television debates, digital webinars and digital platforms. People generally tend to separate the vote on caste affiliations or identity affiliations in comparison to the vote on governance, on issues of bread and butter, or shall we say bijli, sadak, pani, etc. My study, my understanding, my sense of the Bihar voter has been that in the past few elections, it is not so simple and cut and dry to separate a caste vote and a vote on governance. We tend to look at them as two watertight compartments. It is not that simple, because when people go to vote at the booth, no doubt they have caste and identity affiliations in mind. Caste loyalties are involved. If he or she sees that there is a person heading a party from his own caste who is a strong leader, he or she will tend to go for that. But at the same time, people have not blindly voted for caste. They have factored their livelihood, their future, the aspirational Bihari about whom we keep hearing so much and reading so much these days. So who is the aspirational Bihari? He or she is one who is not ashamed of his or her caste connection or the deep roots caste has in Bihar politics and also community for that matter. But he or she is not going to blindly cast the vote just looking at the name or the surname of the leader. They will look at the prospects of their future. They will look at the fact that whether the place where they live, does it have enough infrastructure? Does it have the wherewithal to ensure good development for themselves and their children? So therefore, I find it a little specious and even artificial, if I may say, to separate the caste with the aspirational vote. I would rather say that caste certainly will be seen when he or she goes to vote. However, it will not be the only factor. Caste loyalties will not matter if someone sees their future being jeopardized. But Bihar being what it is, they will certainly hold some water, the caste or the community of the person. So frankly, it will be a mix of both. People will have a feeling and affiliation for their caste leaders or the caste parties. However, they will finally vote, or they have already voted looking at their future and their development of their own village, their town and the state.
Right. Okay. Points taken. Taking the discussion forward now, Mr. Tandon, how big a factor do you think anti-incumbency is as far as this election was concerned? Let's not forget, Nitish Kumar has been at the helm for 15 years.
Of course, in any election, anti-incumbency has been a factor. But if you look at the last couple of elections, particularly the Lok Sabha election, the pro-incumbency has been now dominating Indian politics, and in some of the states also. The incumbent governments have returned to power. And so Modi has set an example in this. And therefore, I will not be surprised if the anti-incumbency factor is neutralized by the pro-incumbency factor because of the achievements of the central government which have percolated down to the state level, even to the district and the panchayat level. So the benefits which the central government has given to the states and to the people in every state, particularly in Bihar, we have seen. So it may neutralize the anti-incumbency factor which the opposition in Bihar is trying to exploit. And so therefore, Modi factor, as Shekhar also very rightly pointed out, is a factor in the Bihar election also, because a lot has been done for the poor and even the migrant labor, for the farmers. If you look at the schemes of the central government which have been announced in the last few years, so that have reached the lower level, that have reached the grassroots level in the rural area, to the farmers, to the migrant labor. And when they look at it, while before casting their vote, even if they may not be very happy with Nitish Kumar as the chief minister, but these factors do count. So therefore, I personally feel at the end of the day, as Smita was saying, it may boil down to a caste factor rather than the anti-incumbency factor as far as the... but the one thing which I pointed out earlier was the politics of Lok Jan Shakti Party is rather intriguing, because that has been intriguing the urban voters, particularly in Bihar, which way the Lok Jan Shakti Party is going to behave in the post-poll scenario. So that confusion, I think, will have some impact on the urban voter particularly. But I don't think, because Lok Jan Shakti Party doesn't have a wider base in Bihar. It has pockets, and even in each constituency, a small pocket. So they may be able to influence that particularly vote bank. But if you look at the seat share of the Lok Jan Shakti Party, even in the last election, though they were part of the NDA, their seat share was not really very significant. I think they got only 5% vote and 2 seats. So now when they are fighting alone, how much percentage do they expect? I don't think their vote percentage is likely to increase by a couple of percentage. Maybe from 5%, they may go up to 7%. But in terms of seat, I don't think they are going to cut much ice. But the fact remains that the Mahagathbandhan led by the RJD is formidable. There's no doubt about it, because even in the last election, they got 80 seats and their vote share, although was much less, but because of the alliance, they could perform very well. So ultimately, I think in the ultimate analysis, the fight will be between the NDA and the Mahagathbandhan led by RJD.
Okay, all right. So this, this point about the LJP, Shekhar Iyer, I'd like to take that forward with you. How much of an impact or how much of an issue on the ground is it? Is the LJP going to get sympathy vote now that Ramvilas Paswan is no more? Do you believe that Chirag Paswan has been able to have the same kind of impact that his father once had? And do you believe that he can take the party forward?
Well, I think these are rather, I would say, at the moment, one cannot be very definite about the impact or the feeling of sympathy for Ramvilas Paswan. But if you look at the candidates put up by LJP, you see, LJP basically has been has been riding on what is generally called the Paswan vote or the Dushat vote, and they are basically Dalits who do the agricultural work. But then Paswans have moved a lot forward in the last 3-4 decades because they are considered to be the creamy layer among the Dalits in Bihar. That is why Nitish Kumar's patented social engineering saw a concept called Mahadalits and extremely backward castes. So what has happened is, so long as Ramvilas Paswan ji was there, there was a lot of support among the Paswans. Now, with Chirag Paswan, who is not easily identifiable as a Paswan leader, quote unquote, in Bihar, so he has rather, put up candidates who did not get tickets in BJP or in JDU, and mostly they belong to the non-backward class communities, and in the hope that they will eat into the JDU votes, or even in some cases, maybe even BJP votes. And therefore, he will, because his whole strategy is to have about, say, 5 to 6 or at best 10 MLAs with his party, so that he can do some post-poll bargaining. But I do not see such a great success for LJP for the simple fact, because those who are with Nitish, particularly the EBCs and Mahadalits, see, they are also looking at the aggression that they are seeing in terms of the support for RJD. See, when you see that, because you see, there was one particular point we have to remember. Prime Minister was under great compulsion and his own desire to see that none of the COVID protocol was violated in any of his rallies. Therefore, you saw restrictions on the number of people attending the rally, the physical distance being maintained in the rallies. But we did not see a similar thing happening in your Tejasvi Yadav rallies, because nobody was there even to point out that, look, this is a gross violation of Election Commission's guidelines. So therefore, there was a perceptual image, I would say, was created the way the media was reporting, that the huge crowds are surging at Tejasvi Yadav's rally, but similar thing is not happening in the PM's rally. Similar thing was not happening in the PM's rally for the simple reason there were protocols to be followed, and Prime Minister was very insistent that there should be no room for anyone to say that these have been violated. And besides, Bihar has been passing through a severe stage of pandemic. So that was kept in mind. Now the question is, I believe in Bihar, yes, unemployment is a big issue that was raised by Tejasvi Yadav, signaled by Tejasvi Yadav, but the solution that he has offered, that he will provide 10 lakh jobs in the government of Bihar. This is, I would say, one of the most difficult propositions, which itself, if it were to be implemented, as Nitish ji pointed out, would require 1,50,000 crore only for this, when the Bihar's budget is not such, just to provide almost 90% for just giving jobs. So that is something, an impossibility, number one. Number two, I think, Tejasvi Yadav did not use the picture of his father or his mother in any of his posters. Did not even recall, what is the great 15 years of rule that the Lalu Prasad Yadav family gave to Bihar. He never chose to go into it at all. So he was promising something different from Nitish. But I think memories of people, memories of voters in Bihar has not changed much, because when they think of the 15 years ago, the situation which propelled Nitish to take charge and usher in a new period, that memory has not faded away. Well, yes, today the aspiration of Bihar is looking for jobs, like the rest of India is looking for jobs. I mean, the situation in Bihar is no different from the rest. But there are, I would say, issues which are germane to problems of Bihar. And that problem, particularly attracting capital for setting up manufacturing industries, so that involves a lot of other issues, particularly the land use, land availability. There are several such issues that actually can propel Bihar on a path of greater growth. So those are issues cannot be solved by Tejasvi giving out that kind of promise, which people of Bihar, they are known to be politically very aware and quite skeptical whenever politicians make some grand promises.
Okay. All right. So, Smita Mishra, let me take another aspect forward with you. All panelists have spoken about COVID, have spoken about physical distancing and a difficult time that the country is in. Despite that, a very successful election was held in Bihar. Voter turnout, too, was almost on par with what took place in 2015 as well. What does this say, really, as far as the voter on the ground is concerned?
Yes, as Mr. Tandon said in the beginning of our discussion, full marks to the Election Commission of India. But going beyond that, Frank, I must say that look at the Bihari voter, look at the men and women of Bihar, and I compliment the women more than anybody else, the way they have proved all the cynics wrong. Can you notice, shall I take you a few weeks back, Frank? If you remember, there was a beeline to the Election Commission of various political parties and activists, and even in media channels, people were continually raising the issue why this election should not be held, because they thought that this election in the midst of a pandemic is a bad idea. Now that we are through with the voting and going to see the results very soon, can you see how the people of Bihar, the voter of Bihar has proved those cynics completely wrong? There were a lot of questions being raised about Biharis not following the COVID protocol generally. Correct. But then if you look at the booths, all protocols were followed. The Election Commission made 500 more booths than earlier elections. That is, it went up by 500 more polling booths just to ensure that distancing is maintained and everybody who wants to cast their vote will get an opportunity. Special arrangements were made, and people, I think the desire to vote, the desire to participate in this process of democracy, this festival of democracy, managed to beat all the fears of the pandemic. We only hope that people in Bihar keep well, they are healthy, and by showing that they have come out in almost nearly the same numbers. Actually, if you go face by face, the voting percentage is quite the same as it was 5 years ago, which means the attraction for political participation has beaten all fears of the pandemic very clearly. And I think because we are going to have several elections in several states very soon in the new year, I think a very good message will go out to the people of the country that if the Election Commission takes the initiative and the people are ready to cooperate, then we can always have elections in a very organized manner, even if the pandemic has not subsided. And I think India has shown a way to the whole world. Let us not keep it to the country. The message from Bihar can go globally, actually, that for those countries who suspended their elections for the pandemic.
Absolutely. I think these are some very valid points to be noted and to be taken forward as well. On that note, I'd like to call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective. For us, voting is now completed in 3 phases in Bihar. All that needs to be done is for these EVMs to be opened on the 10th of this month, where results will be declared for the state of Bihar. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rajan Pereira. The government last week announced simplified guidelines for the BPO industry and IT-enabled services. The registration requirement for other service providers or OSPs has been done away with altogether. The BPO industry engaged in data-related work is now out of the ambit of OSP regulations. The Ministry of Communications announced the simplified guidelines for business process outsourcing and IT-enabled services players to reduce the compliance burden for the industry. OSPs are entities providing applications, IT-enabled or any kind of outsourcing services using telecom resources. The term refers to BPOs, KPOs, ITES and call centers among others. The new rules will create a friendly regime for work from home and work from anywhere while removing several reporting and other obligations for such companies. Now, it is aimed at providing a strong impetus to the industry and positioning India as one of the most competitive IT jurisdictions in the world. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the new rules for OSPs. Joining me on the program today are Sunil K. Gupta, Secretary TRI, TV Mohandas Pai, Chairman Manipal Global Education and former Director Infosys, and Ashish Agarwal, Senior Director and Head Public Policy, NASSCOM. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Sunil Gupta, I'd like to start the program with you first. Let's first try and understand and analyze, what OSPs are and why was there a need to change the rules?
So, this OSP regulations or registrations was considered long back. And at that point of time, there was a very different requirement on the networks. The possibility of misuse of the network was very high. The monitoring mechanisms available were limited, and a lot of development has taken place. You will recall earlier there has to be an excess deficit charge, and that happens to be quite high. So always there was a balancing required, whether some flexibility given to the OSPs will be misused by bypass of certain telecom and other things. And because of that, certain type of regulatory embargo was always kept there. But as we passed in the time frame, all these things are irrelevant at this point of time. And therefore, there was a requirement to review it drastically and see that flexibility is given to other service providers so that they can perform well. And we had to understand that the level of employment being provided by the OSPs and ITSPs is pretty high. The flexibility which is available to work anywhere from India or work from home are very common nowadays, and therefore any embargo putting certain conditions that you cannot work from home or anywhere in India is absolutely misnomer at this point of time. So as TRI, we examined all various issues which are having adverse impact on the OSP industry as a whole, what type of conducive environment has to be created for them, and how we can make an environment where OSPs can flourish and do a lot of business for India. That was our consideration. We have given our recommendations to government, and I'm happy that government has accepted our recommendations and a new OSP policy has been released.
Okay. Mohandas Pai, let me come across to you now. So, what does it really mean for OSPs as a whole and especially in India?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate the government and Prime Minister Modi for this remarkable step. This is a classical policy where government did not trust any citizen of this country, imposed unreasonable conditions, and all of us have suffered for very many years from the tyranny of the devotee. Now this is gone. It should have gone long back, but I'm very happy it's gone. What does it mean? It means very clearly that regulatory burden has come down tremendously, except for people possibly who run call centers. We don't have to go under the gaze of a regulator who never regulated in the first place. The bank guarantee system has gone. You can work from anywhere. You don't have to file any forms, don't have to do anything. You only have to go through an authorized, authorized telephone operator, and, he will take care of everything. It is liberation. Now, everything is gone. All regulations are gone. It's a big burden that lifted from our shoulders, except for a small class of people who are operating call center globally, some small regulatory requirement is there, which they have to file, which is very easy, not very difficult. But the biggest benefit is, after COVID, the world has realized that work from anywhere is the future now. Now, in the United States, because everybody is working from home, in Europe, everybody is working from home, everybody is working from home, this expands the industry. This means the industry which went to the Philippines, which went to other countries, can come back here because all over the country, people can work. Now, small cities will boom. Why come to a Bangalore? Why come to a Mumbai? Why come to a Pune? Why can't you work in a small city? Why can't you work in a village from your home? Because, if the telecoms infrastructure is very good, you can be anywhere, right? You can travel at a moment's notice to where you have to go. So I think this will create employment in smaller towns. It will create employment in villages. It will decongest our cities to some extent because, the total people employed is about 445 lakh people. Even if 10 lakh people leave the big cities, go elsewhere, there will be a boom increase in consumption in smaller cities. This is what we're waiting for. I think it's fantastic what has happened. And, this will reduce the regulatory burden and open up the industry all across India and make things much, much better and lower the cost of operations for everybody.
Absolutely. All right. So, Ashish Agarwal, let's talk about this aspect that Mr. Pai raised and take that forward now. Certainly several regulations have been done away with. So what does this mean for ease of doing business in India?
Oh, absolutely. It's a exponential reform. And I think Mr. Pai has summed that up very well. And given this, I think one of the things besides the ease of doing business in respect of compliance and filing and registration and bank guarantee, what it really means is that, India being the largest talent pool in IT services always had that advantage. Now, it's about really ability to call on that talent at will and scale up rapidly. Now, given that you can do only so much in Bangalore, so much in Gurgaon, and so much in Pune, and so on and so forth, what this does is that just in terms of remote working, it allows you to have employees out of Northeast. It allows you to have, for example, women working, wanting to work part-time to work from their home, and so on and so forth. So I think just in terms of leveraging talent on a pan-India basis, scaling up rapidly, that's something that's going to be possible. I mean, we are a $191 billion industry, about roughly 40 billion of that is BPM. And if we employ 4.4 million people, about that 2 million are just BPM employees. So if you look at this over the next 10 years as an industry, we are thinking our revenue should be $500 billion, which is not something a pie in the sky. It is achievable. So in that journey, there are certain milestones in terms of policy interventions where government can certainly help. So given the fact that the opportunity for us, while we are big and the leader in the world, is still very high. So just for example, currently about global 55% of the sourcing business is done by India. But on the other side, 40% of the global capability centers, these are large firms who are multi-country operations who have India as their hub for doing the back office. 40% of that industry is still not in India. So the opportunity is huge. So I think what this does is that it sets us on a kind of a way forward on all of this. And lastly, I think if you look at the fact that while the mature and larger IT enabled services companies are probably already there at some level, the next wave of startups on remote solutions, on tech solutions, which is going to happen, because when this OSP thing started, it was the BPO, the call center. Now India has moved into value added services where there is a lot of work which is not voice, which is just data. But the OSP terms and condition never had that clarity that who is covered and who is not covered. So by excluding all non-voice entirely from data, I think it's given a huge clarity to the industry.
Absolutely. All right. So Sunil Gupta, let's talk about another aspect now. Clearly, as mentioned by all of you, this is going to ensure that people can work from the comfort of their homes, stay back in their hometowns. Clearly, an impetus as far as tier 2 and tier 3 cities are concerned. But we also have to improve the infrastructure as a whole. If you're looking at connectivity from tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns, we have to ensure that they have the right kind of connectivity, the right kind of bandwidth, and all these other aspects that go along with it.
Yes, you are right, because bandwidth plays a very important role to make people work from home. So in this particular regard, we are also working with Ministry of Housing and Urban Development Affairs
to ensure that big buildings and societies are given access where network or optical fiber can be provided and shared so that everybody can get a good speed of the internet and work from home. Number one. Number second, on technological front, we are working, we have recommended for licensing of the E-band and V-band, which can provide the virtual type of optical fiber in the air, which will also provide facility to provide or enhance the bandwidth required to the individuals. The optical fiber penetration is also being increased. We are working with different societies and government organizations to increase and give right of way so that telecom service providers can provide the access and lay the optical fiber to that extent. 5G is anyway across the corners, which will be able to give you fixed mobile access. And by that also we can give the quality of service required level to the consumer. So multiple works are being done simultaneously. We are very much aware about the need of high quality internet speed to the users will be using for the commercial purposes, and these guidelines will only have meaning when we can provide them good optical fiber connectivity or good internet access, and that is why TRAI is already working on those directions, and I am quite hopeful that the requirement of the industry will be well met.
Talking about the industry, Mohandas Pai, clearly there are a lot of advantages really as far as these new rules are concerned. But do you say that there are challenges as well, and challenges that need to be addressed in the short term? One of them that we've already raised and spoken about is, of course, connectivity. At some level, do you believe that the employers are going to be concerned about employees being complacent, working from their homes? Is that another aspect too? And do the employees and the employers also need a change in mindset? I mean, I'm asking these questions because to bring in another different aspect and an element into the discussion as well.
Well, 7 months of lock-in have changed everybody's mindset. I can't see any bigger change than that. Remember, even today, not more than 5-10% of people are coming to office. Only 5-10%. Out of the 45 lakh people, about 90 to 95 lakh people transition to work from home in less than 30 days. It never happened anywhere in the world. And remember, we were a tightly regulated economy. Minister R.S. Prasad and MeitY brought in the rule immediately. Everybody transitioned and started working. And you've seen the growth in the IT industry in the first quarter and the second quarter. So it's already happened. So mindset has changed. Employees have changed, and more employees will work from home because we don't see any employer having the full complement coming back to campus. Minimum 25, 30, 40% will always work from home, maybe by rotation. And many people have said they want to go to smaller cities. And many senior people have said they want to go back to their hometown, smaller cities. Now, the bigger impact has been senior people who are past 45, who are the major impediment for work from home, are all working from home, are enjoying it because they got large houses. They got their home offices, they don't have children in the home, and they're enjoying it. They become more productive. Then they're asking the question, why were we not doing this earlier? Talk to the State Bank of India chairman who just retired, and he'll tell you that, we want people to work from everywhere. State Bank of India, 200-year-old institution, bankers who are very conservative. We want to work from everywhere. And he said, I enjoy working from home because they're very productive. Don't get stuck in traffic. The big issue, like you said and Mr. Sunil said, is about bandwidth. Now, here is where we need reforms in the telecom sector. Telecom sector is hugely burdened by, the tariffs, but burdened by the fares they pay the government. The taxes should be rationalized. I think TRI is working on it, has given a paper. Government must take an action. And second, they must use the Universal Service Obligation Fund, which has still got 50-60,000 crores. Spend the money in the next 1 or 2 years immediately to create bandwidth to all villages, all small towns. Out of about, I think, 300,000 small villages, 170,000 have got broadband. In the next 1 year, open it up, give all the villages small broadband and expand it. And that will change India. It's a part of the revolution that's happening under Digital India driven by a Prime Minister. And this COVID has demonstrated if Prime Minister Modi did not have the vision of Digital India 5 years ago, where would we be? Everything was shut down. How will we work? All across India, the great majority, yes, many people are left behind. There's a digital divide, but the great majority are able to do it because the hard work done by the government, by TRAI and everybody else. And this is fantastic. So next 1 year, go all out to give high quality bandwidth all across India so that employment will boom in the smaller towns, in everywhere else.
Absolutely. And we do not have to see urban crowding and jobs concentrated only in the urban sectors. India will grow uniformly all over the place, and that's really a benefit that we need to look forward to. All right, so a question that Mr. Pai himself asked, I'm going to ask that to you, Ashish Agarwal, and let's try and see if we can get an answer to that. Why weren't we doing this earlier? Why did we need a pandemic to come and show us that this is what we needed to do? What has the experience really been as far as, working from home in the past is concerned?
So it is all about the forced experiment of 6 months, which Mr. Pai said has led to the change in mindset. But to be honest, I think IT industry had been in forefront of whatever work from home was anyway there. So in that sense, we were a leader in that space, and that's why we were able to adapt to it so quickly. And obviously, there are some challenges. I mean, not everybody can encroach upon the family space without creating a work from home environment which is conducive to both work and family. So there are these challenges. But moving to the point of saying that what are the immediate challenges that we as NASSCOM are looking at in light of this. So one, if you have to fully leverage this OSP reform itself, you need to clarify in the special economic zones also on the work from home aspect. See, our rules and laws were never written with the perspective of work from home. So it does, the SEZ rules do provide for work from home, but it's in a very temporary context. So today, if I want to plan for, let's say, a longer term, the last thing I want is the SEZ authorities to say, okay, after 6 months, come back. That won't work. So how will I do that? So I think we need to do that. Similarly, we just have the new labor codes, and I really wish that the timing of the labor code coming in and this pandemic, it would have been in a more in a different sequence, because the labor codes, if you look at it, they have done so much in terms of bringing the simplification, perhaps, but they completely miss out in terms of thinking of remote working. So unless the labor laws are also aligned, you cannot really fully leverage the work from home thing. I mean, it's quite surprising to think that you needed permission from government and to give bank guarantee to be able to work from home. So with this reform, I think we have crossed a major hurdle, and now we should quickly follow it up with the other changes so that the industry's goal of $500 billion can actually be achieved in time, if not earlier.
Absolutely. All right. So since we are here then, Sunil Gupta, will this now propel the IT BPM industry, to progress to the next level of growth?
I have no doubt on that. It will definitely progress on that. Everything is ripe, as pointed out by my co-panelist here, that there was certain limitations with the regulatory framework where they were not allowed to work from home. If at all there, it has to be given bank guarantees on that. There was conditions if you want to share the internet bandwidth. So all these things have been simplified. And the very purpose of this simplification was that a boost should be given to the industry and a free hand should be given to the industry so that they can perform well. They have got knowledge, they have got capacity, they have got talent, and they have got everything on their hands now to perform well. And I have no doubt that they will be performing much better than we have expected.
Absolutely. All right. So Mohandas Pai, what does this mean for the economy at large? Let's not forget that the economy is opening up now. We've seen that, after a brief lull, it seems to be bouncing back as the nation opens up. So what does this mean, and what kind of an economic impact is it going to have?
Well, the biggest challenge for India is to create jobs for the young people. Every year, 2.5 crore young people attain the age of 21. 90 lakh people graduate from our colleges every single year. 1.5 crore out of the 2.5 crore people need jobs. So all the focus should be on creating jobs for young people. The question to ask is, does this reform enable larger job creation, especially in the smaller cities and towns where there are lesser jobs? The answer is a resounding yes. Can this reform accelerate job creation? The answer is yes. Can this reform make industry more competitive? The answer is yes. Can this reform also make sure infrastructure will come up in the smaller town? The answer is yes. In the next 1 year, I think the growth of the BPO industry will go up because costs will come down. The cost of operating in smaller cities is less. You don't have to give a transport system. For example, you'll be very surprised. A very large part of the cost of a person in the BPO industry was transport. If you work in a night shift, every time you have to have a vehicle to pick them up and drop them back at home, it costs a lot of money. And in some cases, much more than what they got paid. Then you put them in a campus. Then you got to provide all the facilities. You don't have to do so much. And for the employee, it's easier to work from home, right? You can pay them a home work from home allowance. Give them an allowance for power. Give them an allowance for the bandwidth. Bandwidth costs are very low in the country, and do that. Once industry understands all this, they will get more business. They will be competitive, and they'll have more surpluses, and they'll pay the employees better. So I foresee a higher pay for employees in future if they work from home with special allowances. So I think it's a big, big plus, and more jobs will be created in the next 1 year. You will see a boom.
Absolutely. All right. So, Ashish Agarwal, is there scope for more changes in the near future? What more needs to be done going forward?
Absolutely. I think this reform has really done a parametric or exponential change in terms of how the policy landscape looks. I think we have the union budget coming up. We understand that the government has its hands tied in terms of what it can do. So what we are doing is that we are not asking for fiscal reliefs. What we are really looking at is ease of doing business. There are pressing issues in GST where industry is willy-nilly caught in this aggressive interpretation that they are intermediaries, and which really means that the entire export is potentially liable to an 18% tax. And there are these very reputed companies which have gone into litigation on all of this. So I think there are battles ahead of us which government can potentially solve without having any fiscal cost to them in some sense. And like I mentioned earlier, we are looking at the SEZ clarifications and really the labor reform. So I think what has happened after this is that even when we are talking to the government, they are really pushing us also to work hard on these reforms, and we do see some of this coming together. So this is really setting up the industry for success. And not to forget, on the point of economy, since we are largely an export-led economy, I think we also offset a lot of the import in terms of the balancing of the budget. So I think it's a great win for the nation.
All right, it's time now to get closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward, starting first with you, Sunil Gupta.
Yeah, in short, I can say it's a very good move by the government, and it will definitely help everyone in the sector, be it entrepreneurs, be it individuals, be it the job creation, be it the telecom service providers, because they will also get a lot of more because of the more consumption of bandwidth. So it's a very good move forward. Certain issues are there which needs to be tackled in the time-bound manner, and that will give further boost to the industry.
Absolutely. Mr. Pai.
Well, I think let us also congratulate TRI for this fantastic reform. All through, TRI has been reform-minded. If you read all the papers, they've always stood for reforms, opening of the economy, etc. They supported everybody. Congratulations to them and thank them. Well, like Ashish said, two things. Make sure the new labor laws, the new code that's going to come next year is aligned with this work from home. Very important. We should not be stuck between two departments. And the SEZ issue. Well, it'll be 30 to 40% of BPO software export in the SEZ. Allow people who work in the SEZ to go work from home because the regulations have to be changed. Now they've been eased. I will request R.S. Prasad, Minister Prasad, to have a look at that. If these two things are done, I think a great majority of the thing can be easily done. Because like I said earlier, India's focus 100% should be create jobs, create jobs, create jobs. And, remove any regulatory barrier that does not create jobs or hurt jobs. And this does that extremely well. So a very great day.
And Ashish Agarwal, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
So I think government has got 100 out of 100 on this reform, and credit must go to TRAI. Credit must go to the Ministry of IT and Electronics. It must definitely go to the Department of Telecom, and finally the PMO. So for a public policy professional to see all the government departments working in harmony and in quick speed and delivering this kind of a reform, I think it's a great thing to happen. And if this can continue, then I'm sure we are set for long-term success. Thank you.
All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that there was a need to change the regulation to give OSPs flexibility especially after the impact of SARS-CoV-2 or coronavirus. And it is a liberation, an exponential reform, a policy which is abreast with the times, which will ensure India is on par with others around the world. Cost will come down as a result of this reform, and more jobs will be created, especially in non-urban centers, and we will see uniform growth across the country. With this reform, we have crossed a major hurdle. What we need going forward is to bring about a few more reforms and improve the ecosystem as a whole. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, getting ready to work with a new Democrat-led administration in Washington, D.C. that will assume office in January next year. India on Sunday congratulated victorious Democrat presidential candidate Joe Biden, who will be the next president of the United States. Both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Ramnath Kovind tweeted congratulatory messages for the successful duo of Biden and Kamala Harris on Sunday shortly after midnight. India had on Friday said that the comprehensive global strategic partnership between both the nations has very strong bipartisan support in the US, thereby hinting that bilateral ties would continue to grow stronger. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze what the change of guard in the United States means for India and the world. Joining me on the program today are Yashwant Raj, US correspondent of the Hindustan Times, Richard Rosso, Senior Advisor, US-India Policy Studies, CSIS, and Praveen Krishna, Professor, Johns Hopkins University. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Praveen Krishna, let me begin the program with you first. Let me congratulate you for calling the election rightly on the previous edition of The Big Picture, or 5 days ago, when you said that Joe Biden would be the next president of the United States. What changes now?
Well, first, there's some. It's great to have this kind of resolution of the uncertainty as to who the president was going to be. As far as policy changes and as far as India is concerned, I suspect that the first many months of the Biden administration will be sort of preoccupied. The administration will be preoccupied with dealing with a whole range of very important internal issues. The COVID crisis, which is in a sense accelerating or increasing in its intensity, the economic implications of this that the administration will have to consider carefully and deal with. For instance, trying to get funding for fiscal stimulus and negotiations with Congress and so forth, along with other major foreign policy priorities that the administration will want to deal with. My sense is that as far as India is concerned and what might change with respect to the Biden administration relative to the Trump administration, U.S.-India relations are, of course, important, very significant, but may not be at the very top of the priority list in terms of what the incoming administration has to deal with. And they may well choose to maintain some degree of stability for a while before turning to see what they might change or where they might sort of push ahead, cut back, recalibrate the relationship.
Absolutely. Richard, that's a very important point that Praveen has just raised. What's going to be the key focus area really as far as the president-elect is concerned? The top three focus areas probably in the next 6 months.
It's going to be important to find a pathway through the COVID crisis, trying to double down in terms of the steps that individuals should take, that states should consider, looking for, of course, hopefully some type of a medical solution as well, which hopefully is not too far away before we can begin, covering the wider population in the United States. So COVID is certainly going to be part of it. Finding a way to balance that with the economy is going to be crucial. But there's a lot of, I think, damaged international relations that we do have to begin to repair sooner rather than later. And the fact that, maybe the president himself may not have as much time to spend, as Praveen rightly pointed out, there's going to be a lot of time spent on domestic issues. But you will have a Secretary of Defense, a Secretary of State, and others who will be charged with international relationships, and I suspect you're going to see them deployed sooner rather than later to try to make sure that our key relationships with NATO, with Japan, and others are back on an even keel sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. I'm going to take that up with the other panelists as well in just a bit about what's likely to happen as far as the WHO is concerned, the Paris Climate Accord, and all those other major organizations that the US has withdrawn from. But before that, Yashwant Raj, as far as Trump's policies are concerned, are they going to continue as far as the Biden administration, along with the Biden administration? What is he likely to take forward?
First, thanks for having me here. And let's begin with the good news. I think Pfizer has just announced they have their vaccine is tested, is proven 90% effective. So, and FDA had set a 50% mark for approving an effective vaccine. So I think there is good news on that front. The announcement just came in the morning. So I think with that out of the way, on foreign policy, there is usually continuity unless something surprises. And as you know, there is a tendency for things to happen on foreign policy that you can't anticipate all the time. But there is going to be continuity from what the Trump administration was doing and on foreign policy. But there might be changes on other issues such as immigration, and where President-elect Biden had earlier indicated there will be changes. There is already talk about him revoking Trump's travel ban on certain people from certain Muslim majority countries, then restoring protection for undocumented immigrants brought as children, which is DACA. So there will be changes on immigration and other issues, but foreign policy will continue for a while till President Biden is able to get onto it. As Praveen and Rick both pointed out, it will have to be further down the road.
Okay. All right. Taking the discussion forward, then let's go back first to go forward. Praveen, when Joe Biden was the vice president, he spoke about taking the Indo-US trade to $500 billion. So clearly, that could be a focus area, and a trade deal between the two nations has been elusive in the past. Can we see or can we expect some kind of solution on the trade front in the months to come?
That's a great question. Now, clearly, India-US trade is not at the $500 billion mark, probably about a third of that at this point. And I think it's great to aspire for greater integration, more international trade, and so forth. But as far as a more comprehensive trade deal between India and the US is concerned, I suspect that there isn't a great appetite on the Indian side for a very comprehensive deal, which would require very substantial liberalization of international trade on the Indian side. And I'm not so sure that there's going to be great appetite on the other side of the US either for a very substantial trade deal with India. There are important constituencies. There are great concerns here about the deindustrialization of the US, about the pressure that workers in the US have come under, especially in some of these swing states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, etc. Over the last decade, 2 decades, there's a sense that greater international trade with China is what has created these economic and political pressures in these areas. And so I think they would approach any discussion of a kind of a real trade deal or a substantial trade deal with India with a great sort of sense of caution. That said, there are many margins where there could be improvements. There could be rationalization of the kind of policies that India has in place, that the US has in place, especially with respect to agricultural trade and restrictions on agricultural trade and so forth, where tariffs tend to be higher than what they are otherwise. So that I would hope to see some movement along those lines. It would be great if there were kind of discussion that begins about a truly more substantial trade deal, but I suspect we're some distance away from that.
Right. So let's talk about the strategic partnership then, Richard. We've seen in the recent past, the Quad taking up a firmer shape. We've seen the Malabar exercise as well. And since Praveen brought up China, do you believe that, we're going to see continuity as far as the Quad is concerned, like-minded democracies working together, especially in the Indo-Pacific? What is, the Biden administration's your thinking towards the Indo-Pacific going to be like?
Yeah, I suspect that you won't see a huge difference in our engagement in the Indo-Pacific. I mean, it goes back to the Obama administration where you saw the pivot or the rebalance. Now, I think originally India didn't figure very prominently in that because at the time it was announced, it was just on the heels of the U.S. losing the MMRCA Medium Multi-Role Combat Aircraft Agreement, as well as the kind of failure of the U.S.-India Civilian Nuclear Accord because of the relatively weak liability law that was passed in Parliament. So, at the time of the pivot or rebalance, India had kind of fallen out of favor for a bit there. But, it's firmly back into place. And when you talk about issues like the Quad, which had kind of been on the back burner for quite some time, now suddenly you've got a lot of momentum. All four countries are working, able to come to agreement much better than they were before. You don't want to ignore a new grouping like that actually has really the muscle to push back as we begin to see a more aggressive China. COVID was that moment, when perhaps if China wanted to dial down its antagonistic relationships around the region, they could have done so. But instead, actually, they've augmented and boosted that. Taiwan feels more pressure. The South China Sea feels more pressure. India feels more pressure. Japan feels more pressure. So this is a moment when you got a new president coming in. China could have dialed down pressure a bit and given itself some breathing room, but chose not to. So I think you're going to see things picked up very much where they left off.
Right. All right. So talking about another issue domestically in the United States, which has massive ramifications as far as Indians are concerned, Yashwant, this issue of H-1B visas, this has been a contentious issue in the recent past as well, especially with the Trump administration's immigration laws and the kind of strong hand that Trump had with dealing with immigrants. So is that going to change now? And are Indians going to get a little more favor than maybe some of the others as far as these H-1B visas are concerned?
Frank, thanks. Can I also talk a little bit about the strategic
Absolutely.
relationship?
Please do.
I just wanted to bring up something that Biden did, which was really unusual during his campaign. The Biden campaign issued a very exhaustive paper on what its position is going to be on India, which is unusual. Presidential campaigns haven't done that. India would mostly be a paragraph in the party's platform, and that's been true for both Republicans and Democrats. So this time, the Biden campaign actually issued a paper on for Indian Americans with a substantial portion of it devoted to ties with India. And there, he said, the campaign said very clearly that ties with India will get high priority, which is not unusual, which is not something very remarkable. But he also talked about how China will not, this administration will not stand for China bullying around in the neighborhood, which is given the context, quite significant. And it also pointed to that cross-border terrorism will not be tolerated, which is again a very clear signal to Pakistan. So those were two very strong signals that the Biden campaign sent, which was unusual because of the length to which they went about it. About H-1B, H-1B has been a problem for both Republicans and Democrats. Let's be very clear about this. While Indians have benefited from this, but there has always been, if you remember, Obama used to talk about how he wants to bring jobs back from Bangalore to Boston, and so there has been an issue about H-1B for a very long time. Politicians on both sides have felt it's been used to ship American jobs out through offshoring or outsourcing. And so while Biden has talked about dialing back some of the really egregious policies that Trump did on immigration, such as DACA, as I mentioned, and the travel ban stuff, but we haven't heard very much on the plans for H-1B, which Trump has been tightening through incrementally through executive orders, regulations, which don't require the administration to go to Congress. So H-1B is kind of changed in form and character a lot. So I would really like to see a very explicit statement from the Biden campaign, and now the administration transition team, if there is a plan for H-1B. But Indian companies for sure, and Indian students and professionals who tend to get picked up. 70% of all H-1Bs go to Indians, either hired in India or hired from American schools and colleges here in the US. So Indians clearly stand to benefit the most and will be watching the administration's moves on H-1B if and when something explicit is done.
Absolutely. All right. Praveen, so, are there any areas of the relationship that need special attention, do you think?
This is the India-US
relationship? Yes.
Yeah, I'm an economist. I look at things from kind of the economics perspective. And on international trade, the one sort of significant feature of the Trump administration has been its very aggressive unilateralism, and very aggressive bilateralism, you could call it even. But in other words, they've sort of gone around the multilateral process. So where the WTO had a kind of very central position in the way that trade discussions took place in decades past, and where India felt it had kind of its own views that it could communicate or policy positions that it could influence through the WTO process. I think what you've seen with the Trump administration has been a kind of hollowing out of that, and U.S. taking sort of unilateral positions with respect to Mexico, with respect to Europeans, with respect to the Chinese, and with respect to India. So I think one, to the extent that we think of the U.S.-India trade relationship as being an important one, which it is for India and for the U.S., I would hope very much that one of the things that the Biden administration accomplishes is to work again with the multilateral institutions. The WTO currently is actually a mess. Various functions of the WTO have been virtually completely dismantled. The dispute settlement mechanism lacks any judges to adjudicate cases, in part because the U.S.'s opposition to the reappointment of judges and so forth. So the WTO is looking very weak at the moment and has been taking quite a bit of abuse over the last 4 years. I think sort of restoring the position of the WTO, continuing to engage India through for India to engage with the rest of the world and for the United States and likewise for the US through the WTO would be a great thing. On the kind of what's going on with US trade in Asia, there were two major kind of trade agreements that we were discussing. One of these in the past, one of these was the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was the US very nearly signed until it backed out at the last minute. This was of some concern to India because India was not part of the TPP. And it was kind of a question of, what the impact of the TPP would be. And now I think that question comes back to us. What if the US reconsiders the TPP, wants to join the TPP? India will have to think again about what the implications of the TPP would be for India. And correspondingly, there was the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is an agreement involving the Chinese and India and Japan and so forth, which India walked out. And so I'm not sure what this where we end up in terms of with this dynamic. Is it going to be the case that as we move forward, India will have reasons to reconsider its position with respect to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership? It may not want to do so, especially given the current kind of geopolitical tensions with the Chinese. But these are issues that I'm kind of genuinely curious about and would like to, I guess one would have to wait and see how these things play out. Both trade relations at the multilateral level, trade relations at the level of kind of particular international bilateral type trade agreements between sets of countries, which India is part of and is excluded from.
Absolutely. All right. Since we are here, then Richard, are we going to see a focus on, on multilateralism going forward under the Biden administration? That is one. Secondly, of course, I told you I'm going to come back to this aspect of, the Paris Climate Accord, the WHO and the WTO, as well as Praveen has just raised. What's likely to happen there?
Yeah, Biden is very much an internationalist, long track record of working with international organizations and a desire to strengthen them. So I do think you're going to see a restoration in that direction. And then it does include, I think the United States will re-enter the Paris Accord and frankly, try to use international convention to try to get countries to strengthen their own commitments on climate change. And that's going to be an important building block for U.S.-India relations. Frankly, it was one of the strongest areas underpinning the relationship that Prime Minister Modi and President Obama were able to forge. And I think that Vice President Biden, President-elect Biden, is going to be able to pick that up and run with it. India has a huge commitment to renewable energy, but having a tough time meeting that commitment sometimes. Can the U.S. partner? A lot of good things I think that could be done in the bilateral space as well. In terms of internationalism, then the question also comes down to how are we going to treat our partners too in some of the other tricky areas that have bedeviled U.S.-India relations. For instance, our unilateralist approach to Iran, the way that we really struck out on our own in terms of deciding what the future was going to be for Afghanistan. These are some other areas where I think India may be consulted more. The international community may have a bit more of a voice as the U.S. looks to take particular steps. And that's going to reduce some of those pressures on India that we created more indirectly because of the way that we approached certain other countries. I'd probably throw Venezuela in that list too. So I do think you're going to see a return to that. The question is, how much is the United States going to be embraced? Do they feel that this is a U.S. restoration to multilateralism for long term, or is this merely a blip until you have another candidate that's running for office that has a reasonable chance of getting elected that's going to do another about face? So it's going to take some time to rebuild that confidence, no matter how much we choose to engage early on.
Before I move on to Yashwant, since you brought up Afghanistan, that's an issue that I want to take up with you as well. There is a sense of fear, really, as far as New Delhi is concerned, that the United States may cooperate further with Pakistan, considering what's at stake in Afghanistan. Do you see that happening, and should that be a concern for India?
I do see it happening. I don't think it should be a concern. I think the United States, there's very few proponents of a stronger, wider bilateral relationship with Pakistan. The relationship with Pakistan is important, but it's very utilitarian. It has a single purpose that we're really think about right now. When you think about the hyphen that we all were trying to smash out of existence 20 years ago, where we felt that we had to treat India and Pakistan with parity. If there's still those in Delhi that feel that we still have some inklings of that, there's such a long list now of things that we're doing with India, areas of cooperation, civilian nuclear cooperation, the kind of military technology, the new office we created at the Pentagon to expedite technology control. So the differentiation between the two from Washington is very stark. It's very clear. And I hope that's very clear from Delhi as well. So Pakistan will remain important for a single purpose. And I suspect that you'll see the United States continue to engage, but I don't think that it should cause any concern to reasonable souls in Delhi.
So there's nothing more to it, is what you're suggesting, and it's just a unilateral goal. Okay, Yashwant, as far as new avenues are concerned, what are some of the new avenues that India and the United States can probably take up and can take forward?
I think the initiative will have to come from India because Biden administration will be weighed down by priorities, among which India is not at the top. So India will have to come up with a new set of things to do. But don't forget, running the relationship and taking care of what we already have on the table is going to be quite a lot in itself. And excuse me. And there is the Quad where things are happening. So, the list of things that India and the US are doing together. So it's like the kind of list of things that India and the US are already working on is huge. And from cooperation on space, on water, on science, medicine. It's really difficult to think of a new thing to do, on a new area to look at, and especially when you have so much else to do now already, and so much to take care of.
Right. Okay. Time now to get quick closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward. Starting first with you, Praveen.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with all of what Yashwant and Richard have said. There's lots of good things already in place in terms of what the US and India are working on. I hope that going forward, there'll be greater integration on the international trade side, greater integration with respect to foreign direct investment. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. I would argue even especially on the Indian side to encourage more FDI and so forth. But outside of that, I think things are in a good place. I think India has been less affected by President Trump's idiosyncrasies than some other countries have been for a variety of reasons that maybe we discuss on another show. But India's in a relatively good place, and I hope they just continue to strengthen this going forward.
Absolutely. All right, Richard.
Just one issue that we haven't talked about so far, Frank, which is CATSA, potential sanctions. This will be, I think, the defining decision by the next U.S. administration. Will they choose to sanction India as India takes possession of the S-400 Triumph missile defense system from Russia? Right now, we're watching kind of a slow rollout of the United States trying to take different positions and setting lines in the sand against Turkey, and seeing those kind of walk through right now. So I don't think that we're setting necessarily the best example in terms of how serious we look to apply these sanctions. But right now there is a window to give India a pass by the sanctions. Is the window wide enough? Are we going to have to go back to Congress? And that's where some of the issues that Praveen and Yashwan had brought up on the contentious trade matters come up, because a lot of members of Congress, the last person they heard about India was an aggrieved company that felt that because of India's increased customs duties and other types of protections. So CAFTA, I think, is going to be the issue that defines the next president's position towards India. And right now, it's a bit of a ball in the air. We don't know which way it's going to land.
Right. And Yashwant, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
I would urge patience. Give the new administration time. We tend to be judgmental. We will start saying, "Oh, the Biden campaign, Biden administration is not as good for India as Trump, President Trump, or it would happen." I mean, so I suppose I would urge patience, and I agree with Praveen and Rick on all the issues that have been raised. Those will be on the table and they will be talked about, but for us to we'll have to give them some time, and there will be remarks that will tend to get people really excited. But we should keep our eyes on the broader trajectory of the relationship, and not be jumping from one remark to another. And there will be plenty, and I'm sure there will be comments and stuff, not from the president, but from his cabinet, from his party, the progressives in the party. So we just need to give them time.
Okay. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the Indo-US ties are in a good place. We need to be patient right now and give the Biden administration time to work out several of these issues that we've already spoken about. We need to focus on the positives. There has been a lot of work that has gone into the relationship over the last decade or so. Focus on the positives and take that forward. As far as the Biden administration is concerned, the primary focus, at least over the next few months, is going to be the domestic issues. And once those are sorted out, we can see something coming out as far as foreign policy is concerned. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rausen Pereira. Stellar performance by the Bharatiya Janata Party enabled the ruling National Democratic Alliance to attain a simple majority in the Bihar elections. Now, this despite a sharp fall in the tally of the Janata Dal United, headed by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. According to the final results announced on Wednesday, the BJP, which had contested 110 seats, won 74 seats, while the JDU, which contested in 115 seats, won only 43. While 4 seats each won by junior allies Vikashsheel Insan Party and Hindustani Awam Morcha, the NDA secured 125 seats in its kitty, 3 more than the number required for a simple majority. The opposition, the Mahagathbandhan, fell way short of the magic mark. The total number of seats won by all its 5 constituents stood at 110. However, the Rashtriya Janata Dal emerged as the single largest party in the assembly, bagging 75 seats. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the verdict of the Bihar Assembly election. Joining me on the program today are Sunil K. Chowdhury, political analyst, Sanjay Kumar, Director CSDS, and Nistula Hebbar, political editor of The Hindu. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. All right, Sanjay Kumar, let me begin the program with you first. Let's look at the numbers in detail and what story do they tell you?
See, the detailed story is, yes, it is a neck-to-neck fight. If you look at the number of seats, yes, NDA has emerged victorious. They have won 125 seats. The next government is going to be formed by NDA. But we should not forget about the vote share. Look at the vote share of Mahagathbandhan and the NDA. Both these alliances are tied up with 37.3% vote each. So the support base of political parties have remained more or less equal for both the alliances, even though the Mahagathbandhan has trailed behind NDA by about say 15 seats, because NDA ended up getting 125 seats and Gathbandhan ended up getting 110 seats. The overall picture which has emerged from these verdicts, from this result, is that while we have been talking about voters have not voted on caste line, this was the sense we were getting during the campaign. And we thought that young voters in Bihar are going to vote cutting across caste line in favor of Mahagathbandhan. But that doesn't seem to have happened. All the political parties have actually got the votes among their core supporters, which is the support base across caste line. And parties have failed to move beyond their core supporters across caste lines. That is the big picture which I see emerging from, if I go by how people have voted in these elections.
Since we are here, let's talk about another aspect. A lot has been said about, vote cutters. Is that the case in the Bihar Assembly election as well?
When you say about vote cutters, first let's talk about LJP. Yes, LJP has performed a role of the vote cutters. They managed to win just one assembly seat, but they were instrumental in damaging the electoral prospects of JDU in very large number of constituencies. And when I say large number of constituencies, these are not large to the extent of say 30-40 constituencies, but they damaged JDU's prospects in about say 10-15 seats. And if these seats have gone in favor of JDU, if LJP was the alliance partner, things would have been very, very different for NDA. If we look at other smaller parties, which are normally referred as the vote katwas, many of them have not played the role of vote katwa. Some do. Some certainly played the role of vote katwa. The two smaller parties which you mentioned, Hindustani Awam Morcha and Vikasil Insaf Party, they are alliance of NDA and they managed to perform very well, 4 seats each. If you look at the AIMIM, which was seen as a vote katwa in the Simanchal region because of their popularity among the Muslim vote, but they ended up winning 5 seats. There are other parties which may have worked as vote katwas. BSP did not perform well, RSP did not perform well, Pappu Yadav's party did not perform well. So these parties may have performed the role of vote katwa, but large number of smaller parties did perform well in these elections.
Absolutely.
Even
go ahead. Please continue. Please complete your point.
Even there was speculation what kind of a role left parties are going to play in these elections. But look at their performance. They have also performed very well, and left parties, if we look at their presence in Bihar politics, they are also seen as a very small party in Bihar.
Absolutely. We'll talk about left politics in just a bit, but Nisula, let me bring you into the picture now and talk about Nitish Kumar, his party contesting in 115 seats, winning only 43. What does this mean for the political future of Nitish Kumar, and what does it mean for him in the seat of the chief minister? Do you believe that there are going to be pulls and pressures?
Well, there's certainly going to be pulls and pressures within the BJP. There's always been a very sizable number of people within the BJP who have always felt that BJP is not getting what its due is in the NDA in Bihar, which is to get the top job. And now that there is such a huge difference in seats between the JDU and the BJP, it was being felt that this was the time to stake a claim to the top job. But there have been promises made through the campaign, and also to mitigate some of the ill effects of what Chirag Paswan was attempting to do, and to mitigate all of those things. So the Chief Minister's chair has been promised to Mr. Nitish Kumar. But let me tell you that the relationship between these two long-time allies is going to be a very contested, very difficult one to negotiate now. I don't think Mr. Kumar is at all happy with his tally being brought down because of Chirag Paswan. And there are people in the JDU who feel that the BJP could have acted firmer with Chirag Paswan and try to persuade him far more forcefully to stay within the NDA and not do what he ended up doing, which is that reducing Mr. Nitish Kumar's tally. So therefore,
this, there are all these pulls and pressures which are happening within the
Absolutely. I'll come back to you for another reaction really on this and what is going to be the first order of the day as far as the Chief Minister is concerned. But Sunil Chaudhary, let me bring you into the picture and go back to a point that Sanjay was making earlier in the program in his introductory remarks about, the resurgence of sorts of the left parties in Bihar. What does this mean? Because, the left parties have not done well, in this part of the country for some time now. So are we seeing a resurgence of sorts?
In fact, let me just come back to, before coming back to left party, let me Bihar elections 2020 from three different perspectives. It's basically the bipolar contest. When I say it's a bipolar contest, it was mainly contest between, say, Rashtriya Gathbandhan, that is NDA, and Mahagathbandhan, that is led by RJD, Congress, and others. So these two polls were the focus of attention throughout these three phases of elections. The left parties where they are placed, they do not become very significant in the course of the elections. Secondly, besides bipolar, it is also bi-generational elections in the sense that two generations were contesting specifically for the post of Chief Minister. It was basically the old guards, Nitishji and other his cohorts, and the young Turks led by Tejasvi Yadav, Chirag Paswan and others. So from that perspective, we can see that the left parties do not play a very significant role here in this context as well. And third, we would say, besides bipolar and bi-generational, it was also bi-transformational contest. When I say bi-transformational contest, it was also a contest between the pro-changers who wanted, who didn't want a change in the Chief Minister positions, and the no changers. So it used to happen that people were talking about that Nitishji is having a Tina. There is no alternative. And Tina was replaced with Tejasvi Yadav's very fervent appeal, which could be seen in Israelis. It was Tia, that is, Tejasvi is an alternative. So from these three perspectives, the contest was mostly between Mahagathbandhan and National Democratic Alliance. Yes, the left played a very significant, very strategical role while making alliance with them, and the number of seats for which they contested, they actually won it. So they won it not on the basis of contesting elections alone as the left front, but as a part of Mahagathbandhan. So that could bring them, and they have realized that over the years since 2014, that the left base, specifically from Tripura, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, had started receding. You can see that in 2014-2019, that left in Tamil Nadu and Kerala got significant number of vote shares, which got transformed in terms of seats. It was only on the basis of their alliance all the left parties coming together as a part of alliance.
Right. Okay. Nisula, let me go back to the points that you are making, of course, as far as the pulls and pressures for Nitish Kumar are concerned, and also what's going to be the first order of the day really once the new government is formed?
No, first of all, the BJP will have to hold a parliamentary board meeting. We are hearing that it might be this evening because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to visit the party headquarters today, etc. And I think after the parliamentary board kind of endorses the whole this thing and appoints central observers, sends them across, those are the formal kind of things. What is strange, Frank, right now is that although Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, all claimed victory last night close to midnight, but they did once, the numbers were very clear. Till now, till at least 16 hours after all of that, the man who's supposed to be the chief minister has not said a single word, released a single statement, sent a single thank you to the people of Bihar for re-electing, his government. None of that has come through. So Mr. Kumar is said to be engaged in meetings in his residence. At his residence, and therefore we are actually quite in the dark about how things are going to proceed. What we do know is that the formal steps start from the BJP parliamentary board meeting, then his own, Mr. Kumar's own internal party meeting, and let's see what further steps are taken.
Okay. All right. So, Sanjay Kumar, if you look at the election as a whole, several pollsters got it wrong. Was it a difficult election to call? What were the factors in play?
Any state which witness a multipolar contest, even though there Sunil mentioned that there were two big polls, in a sense, one Mahagathbandhan and one NDA. But besides that also, there were two other alliances. One was an alliance of Upendra Kushwaha's party, AIMIM was part of that, and BSP was part of that. There was another alliance, Pappu Yadav's Jan Adhikar party, and he had formed an alliance with few other parties. And there were large number of independents. Independents always contest in elections, whichever state goes to poll, or in the Lok Sabha election. So if you have a bipolar contest, completely bipolar contest, it becomes relatively easier for any pollster to make estimates of vote and then convert votes into seats. Converting votes into seats is always tricky, always difficult in the first past the post system. In this multi-cornered contest, it becomes far more difficult to make assessment about votes. And look at the present scenario. The two alliances have got equal number of votes, exactly equal number of votes. But one Gathbandhan is a winner and the other Gathbandhan would be sitting in the opposition. So even if as a pollster you get the vote estimates absolutely right, even then there is no guarantee that you are going to convert these votes into seats in a very, very professional manner. You will do it in a professional manner, but whether you are going to get it right or not, it becomes very difficult. And it becomes very difficult because of the first past the post system. Large number of constituencies may have been decided by small number of votes. And if smaller number of constituencies which has been won by smaller number of votes are in favor of one alliance or one party, then this whole vote sheet conversion becomes very, very difficult.
Absolutely. All right. Sunil, let's talk about another aspect now. You know, the BJP also seems to have done really, really well in Bihar. You know, many people did not expect the BJP to do so well. Votes seem to have been garnered in the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So clearly, Prime Minister Modi's image and also his persona as a vote puller or a vote getter has not diminished.
You're right, but I think besides Prime Minister Modi's incredible image and his flagship programs, I think BJP as a strong political organization has marched ahead to all nooks and corners of the state. For past three elections, we can see that BJP has started strengthening its organizational groups all across the state. And secondly, when we see that, yes, you can see the success of BJP all across India. So one important factor could be definitely Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But here it was resurgence of BJP as national party. It was trying to replace the regional political parties in different parts of the country. So it was more the resurgence of BJP which could have attributed to the success of the party in the elections. But I would also say that a number of factors which added to the strength and success of BJP in these state elections, the many programs which actually attracted the women voters, especially all those schemes of Surrender Yojana and Jan Dhan Yojana. And these were the flagship programs where women were the most household beneficiary. So women voters, active participation, and you can see that Bihar is a state where their voters are very, very politically motivated and politically oriented. So the literacy and educational difference doesn't make much difference here in the context of Bihar. Thirdly, I would still say that Nitish Ji's working at Susashin Babu and his way of governance in terms of development, infrastructural development, and his accessibility to all parts of the country, and the incredible image in terms of the safe and secure state contributed a lot. And finally, I would say that besides the BJP, the Prime Minister Modi's and Nitish Kumar's the very clean image, it could have been the contribution by all those Karamchari, Adhikaris and Vyaparis, which might have seen the clean governance of Nitish Kumar in past 1.5 decades, that could have contributed to the success of BJP and JDU as part of it. I would give credit to both BJP and NDA emerging as a real alternative in Bihar elections 2020.
Absolutely. Talking about the factors that have influenced these polls, I'll come back to that in just a bit and I'll take that up with Sanjay. But before that, Nistala, as far as Tejasvi is concerned, young leader, still a long way to go really as far as politics is concerned, has done reasonably well, considerably well really in this particular assembly election, kept his parents away from campaigning, didn't speak too much about them. He also spoke about, for his main focus area was, job creation and talking about how he's going to give 10 lakh jobs and, those were his focus areas. So what lies ahead really as far as Tejasvi is concerned?
Well, if he's a very sharp politician, which he seems to have demonstrated during this election, apart from the fact that he allowed himself to get dragged down by the Congress and its bad performance, he will try and become that transcendent leader who can go beyond the MY combination. As Sanjay ji said in the first response to your question, that this was not supposed to be an election where caste combinations. It was going to be an election beyond caste. Maybe the young voters would have done something, but it ended up being both formations being very much within the straitjacket of their own caste arithmetic, and whoever had the more appealing or wider based social coalition, they managed to carry the day. So if in future, if Tejasvi Yadav manages to broad base his social coalition and escape being straitjacketed only into the MY combination, that would be a good way for him to proceed, because a lot of people also said that a counter polarization took place precisely because Tejasvi Yadav's rallies were so well attended. A lot of people who had not very happy memories of his father's rule looked at the communities that were attending Tejasvi's rallies and felt scared that there would be a return of some sort of a jungle raj or whatever. So he needs to cut away from all that rather more comprehensively, and whoever has in Indian politics, especially in Bihar, etc., whoever has the broadest social coalition and also manages to get the floating voter, people who haven't decided, who look at you as a credible alternative, that person will get elected to power. That has been behind the success of every successful politician in this country. And therefore, he needs to break the straitjacket of his father's vote bank. His father also used to manage to get a lot of floating voters in the past. Those were, of course, wooed away from him by Mr. Nitish Kumar through his Mahadalit and EBC and all those voters. He managed to get, non-Yadav OBC separated and etc. etc. Now Tejasvi needs to broad base and make it a more umbrella organization, the RJD.
Right. Okay, taking the discussion forward now. So, Sanjay, as far as, where do you think this election was really won or lost? One big factor.
I think it was saved by BJP. At one point of time, it looked like as if Mahagathbandhan is all set to win this election. When I say it was saved by BJP for NDA, because look at the performance of BJP. If Prime Minister Modi had not campaigned aggressively, if he had not been able to attract the voters, I think, and if BJP had not performed so well, I think this election would have been lost by NDA. And for making it a contest, I think the credit should go to Tejasvi. He really put up a very coherent campaign. He kept his focus on the two issues which dominated the election campaign, which was of Berojgari and Vikas and Berojgari, development and unemployment. So the echo around these two issues was so much that even people who were not very enthusiastic about voting for young Tejasvi because of the old memories of Jungle Raj, etc., some of them started thinking of him as a serious alternative. And as the campaign moved ahead, Tejasvi started getting more and more appeal, and he actually made it a contest. So, but contest only to the extent of coming very close to the victory mark, not crossing that magic figure.
Right. So Sunil, as far as this election is concerned, is it likely to have any kind of ramifications on the national level on several important polls that are to come up next year?
Yeah, Sanjay ji has rightly stated that the issues of development and employment as part of governance, I would move beyond governance. It would be now a contest for good governance. So parties need to focus on the issues of good governance, how they actually deliver at the grassroots level. Nitish ji got judged on the basis of his agenda of governance in the first 3 decades. Now, if the people have given mandate to him and the BJP, now he would be judged on the basis of the actual delivery at the grassroots level, specifically in the context of the employment issue. And I still hope that in the days to come, people have really become very, very awakened and cautious about their right, and the parties have to get themselves well connected with the voters. You cannot take voters for granted, whether they're young voters or they're old voters. The voters play a very significant role, and that the issues of populism, primordialism, which used to dominate electoral politics, specifically in these states. So we are now moving beyond primordialism and moving towards governance and good governance. So the issues of development, governance, employment, actual development, actual delivery at the grassroots level are going to determine the poll prospects of parties in the years to come.
And Disula, is there a political message in this? What's the political message that's coming out of the verdict of the Bihar Assembly polls?
One, that caste politics cannot be undermined. You need to broaden social coalitions, etc., etc. Secondly, that Prime Minister Modi has encapsulated within his own leadership style both the enabler model and the provider model, which is, the enabler model is basically empowering marginal communities to find a space in the system, which he has done. The BJP has taken a very decisive kind of shift towards OBCs. He's also become the provider in terms of the welfare goods and things like that, which used to be the USP of the Congress in the past. So there were a lot of state elections that the BJP had lost. There was a lot of talk that Prime Minister Modi is very good for the national elections, but maybe not so much for the state assemblies. Maybe that needs to be revisited just for a little bit. But BJP also needs to strengthen its state leadership, because there was a lot of murmurings against their state leadership even through the campaign. Thirdly, one big message for the opposition parties, which are likely to go into polls, big regional parties going into polls next year in Tamil Nadu and in West Bengal. People who are parties who are exploring or are already in alliance with the Congress, on doing a very realistic assessment on how many seats that they need to give or cede to the Congress, because that could pull the whole, total down, which happened with Tejasvi Yadav. We had an interview with Deepankar from the CPI-ML, which did very well in the Bihar elections, where he plainly said that Congress was given just far too many seats, and if 50-50 seats had been given to both the left front and the Congress, probably the Mahagathbandhan could have pushed past the finish line. There has to be a realistic assessment on the strengths of alliance partners when you go in. I think those are some of the lessons that are pretty much to be taken. And last mile delivery for Prime Minister Modi's programs and policies are working, and people are responding to it. And he is creating support bases which were not there with the BJP in the past, namely very marginal communities, the poor, the rural poor, and women.
Right. Okay. Time to get quick closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward. I've got limited time, so I'm going to ask you to be brief. Starting first with you, Sanjay Kumar.
See, we are talking about what are the implications of the verdict of Bihar elections for the national politics. My own sense is that every politics have got bifurcated. If we look at the national politics and the state politics, there was a time when state politics the verdict in state politics had its impact on the national politics. I think if we look at the verdict during last, say, couple of years, voters have started making a clear distinction. When they vote for the national to elect the national government, they vote differently. And when they vote to elect the state government, they vote differently. We have seen this in Bihar, in Haryana, in Jharkhand, in Delhi, and in other states in the recent times. I think I would not like to draw broad. I would not like to think of larger implications of Bihar verdict into the national politics, because national politics would still be played in a different way compared to the state politics. So I think the state assembly elections should be seen with the prism of local issues, etc. And I don't see these elections having any impact on the national elections, which is still far away.
Right. Sunil Chaudhary, what next?
Yeah, I think the regional variations do have a role to play at the regional level, especially in the state politics. But I think one could see broad convergence between regional variations and national ambitions. So I think in the days to come, in the years to come, you have to have a convergence between state politics and national politics. And secondly, I would still believe that unless you focus on the main planks of good governance, unless you deliver at the grassroots level, you cannot think of winning all elections, right, from the Panchayat elections to state assembly elections and to the national elections. And I think the success of parties there in the state of Bihar broadly prove that those the legislators who have been working in their constituencies for consecutive three elections, so they have won it. So actually, those who work, they actually get paid by they can get paid by the voters in the election. So you have to deliver and get paid back by the voters in the elections.
Absolutely. All right. And Nisula Hebbar, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Well, I do believe what Sanjay ji said was more or less true in terms of India having discovered a split ticket voting, which is that, you vote differently in the national and you also vote differently in, state assembly elections. Having said that, most elections and most political parties need to now also concentrate on a lot of the parties that didn't end up doing very well, who had some momentum but ended up not doing well. Mostly it's the party organization which fails them, at the last mile. Secondly, I believe very strongly that we have entered a third-party system in this country, where BJP is the dominant pole, and you have a lot of strong regional parties which are providing the primary challenge to the BJP, and right. Congress is attaching itself, to these strong regional parties, except in the few states where there is a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress. Sure. Therefore, I firmly believe that a lot of regional parties who are exploring or are already in alliance with the Congress will be looking at the Bihar Assembly election results very closely on just how much adjustment to make, how many seats to concede, etc., etc. So these are some of the things that I feel will impact the next round of polls, which is, I think, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Assam.
All right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. Well, that's it on this edition of The Big Picture. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday said enhancing all kinds of connectivity, including in social, digital and financial spheres with the 10-nation ASEAN grouping is a major priority for India. He made the remarks at a virtual summit between India and the ASEAN. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is considered one of the most influential groupings in the region, and India and several other countries, including the US, China, Japan, and Australia, are its dialogue partners. The summit took place amid China's aggressive behavior in the disputed South China Sea as well as in eastern Ladakh. A number of ASEAN countries have territorial disputes with China in the South China Sea. The ties between India and ASEAN have been on an upswing in the last few years, with focus being on ramping up cooperation in the areas of trade and investment, as well as security and defense. The ASEAN region, along with India together, comprises a combined population of 1.85 billion people, which is 1/4 of the global population, and their combined GDP has been estimated at over $3.8 trillion. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the India-ASEAN Summit. Joining me on the program today are Pinak Ranjan Chakravarti, former ambassador, Sriram Chaulia, foreign affairs expert, and Pramit Pal Chaudhary, foreign editor, Hindustan Times. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Ambassador, let me begin the program with you first. Let's first try and understand the key takeaways from the India-ASEAN summit.
Well, I think, Frank, this has been a reiteration of our general policy and the fact that the Act East became a more robust version of the Look East. So I think what we are trying to say is that we want to, at least the Prime Minister was putting on record that we want to increase our cooperation. But there have been some, I suppose, setbacks, you can call it, because we walked out of the RCEP, which is going to be signed at this summit, or at least initialed at this summit. So we'll be left out of that for good reasons, I'm sure, why we didn't join. And clearly it was a backdoor entry for China. But these backdoor entries are emerging in many places. I know, for example, in Bangladesh, which has duty-free access into the Indian market, China is coming up with its what you call it, the export processing zones, special economic zones. So we'll have to be careful about all this. And I think that process has begun because we have notified country of origin regulations recently, which has not been taken very kindly by Bangladesh, because this has, these are some of the factors that are coming in at the moment. Basically, countries are now, becoming more protectionist, and there is turbulence in the general order of things in the international stage. And I think we are on the cusp of seeing another, reaching another milestone when I think Senator Biden becomes the president, and you might see changes coming out of the world's sort of leading power. How it will go, how it will happen. There are a lot of uncertainties now, and we are on the cusp of that. So ASEAN is also trying to grapple with the same uncertainties, including, of course, a post-COVID revival of the economy, RCEP, how the RCEP, of course, will strengthen China's position within that geography and domain, because it will, what shall I say, reinforce the value chains that already exist within these countries and China. So I think China's trading and economic relations will get consolidated. But then again, if TPP comes back into play, then I think you will probably have another another pillar to build a certain Asian. But I think the ASEAN countries are also deeply worried about what's happening in South China Sea, and the fact that China has been muscling into territories and economic zones that they claim. There are overlapping claims there. So I think the ASEAN is trying to pivot, or navigate between various issues and factors, and they are unlikely to take a position my feeling is that they are going to remain somewhat neutral, depending on which way things are heading. Because China has also undermined ASEAN to a large extent, if you look at what's happening with Cambodia and Laos. So I think let me leave it there. And so that's the general picture.
Absolutely. We'll come back when we'll take the discussion forward now, Pramit. So building on what the ambassador just said, clearly the ASEAN countries have issues with China, especially in the South China Sea. And this is something that has been there for some time now. But it's not like that they can do without China as well. So it's a difficult situation, really, as far as the ASEAN countries are concerned. And how much, can they get out of India, and how much does India want to coordinate and cooperate with ASEAN?
So for the ASEAN countries, the present, should we say, Indo-Pacific geopolitical situation is something that bothers them. You now have the rise of the Quad, which is noticeable for not having any ASEAN member at all. But it literally goes around the ASEAN, but none of their members are not involved in the rise of the Quad. They can see that their primary external security ally, the United States, for at least most of them, is increasingly not paying that much attention to Southeast Asia. Or is focused only on one or two countries, notably Indonesia and Vietnam. They themselves are, as the ambassador has mentioned, are internally paralyzed because at least two of them, Laos and Cambodia, are now so close to China that they are unable internally to even come to a common position about the South China Sea. ASEAN still does not have a common official position in response to Chinese aggression, territorial aggression in that area. They also face another issue, of course, which is, as you've mentioned, that India, Japan, and other countries like South Korea are starting to build up their own bilateral relationships, which tend to no longer focus on ASEAN. So you'll notice that the Indian Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, in some of his recent speeches, has raised, India has always said ASEAN centrality is absolutely important. But he's been saying, well, ASEAN centrality, we have to ask ourselves, does this make any sense? In other words, as long as ASEAN remains completely paralyzed, is unable to come to a genuine formal position of its own geopolitically on any important issue, then India will have to go and forge ahead, and the Quad is part of that, without ASEAN. Now, after the last Quad meeting, you saw ASEAN centrality be restated in the statements that came out from the four countries. And that, I think, reflects an agreement that at least Vietnam, maybe Singapore and Indonesia, can be brought into the larger geopolitical balance effectively against China. And you'll notice that the Americans, at least under the Trump administration, have been setting up meetings in which ASEAN plus South Korea, sometimes with Vietnam, in their meetings. So they're very clearly looking at some point in the future, a Quad plus arrangement is something that should remain in the background, right, or at least something everybody should think about. So ASEAN is there, but it's more components of ASEAN. So this East Asia Summit is going to be important, or should we say it's not that important, but it's a precursor to a bigger debate that ASEAN has to have about its own future at a time when the US-China relationship and China's relationship with almost every other major Asian country is deteriorating.
Okay. I think that's a very interesting point that you brought up. Let me take that point forward with the other panelists as well. Sriram, let me bring you into the picture now. As far as the points raised by Pramit Pal Chowdhury, two aspects. One, of course, is ASEAN still as important as it used to be, say, a few years ago? Secondly, going forward, should India then focus on bilateral relations with, some of the ASEAN countries rather than focus on the grouping as a whole?
Well, Frank, I think when we say ASEAN centrality, obviously we would like it to be a coherent group because, see, China is at an advantage when there is no broad-based regional cooperation. If there is a broad-based regional formation like 10 countries, ASEAN, all acting in concert, cohesive, as we say, we want cohesive and a central ASEAN for the whole Indo-Pacific. I think that is to China's disadvantage, right? So, and ASEAN, they have their own internal, mechanisms and dialogue processes for unification of the bloc, and for ushering. Initially, it was only an economic integration, and they have achieved a lot through free trade area. But now the question is, politically, the Chinese have played one off against the other. So we should, I think, continue to aspire for ASEAN's unity and centrality, which we keep on restating, and which was done at the summit as well, India-ASEAN summit. But then the question is, I think what is missing is the connectivity that can actually glue them together, because the Chinese have been partial to some countries, and especially Laos, Cambodia, you can say they're almost in China's pocket. And on the other hand, the countries that resist Chinese hegemony are kept out, although China also has trade with Vietnam and the Philippines. So I think what has been missing is the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, that structure. They've pretty much encompassed almost all of ASEAN under it in some form or the other. So what has been missing is an alternative. And there, Japan has been trying to put up an alternative. And the Japanese, we, along with Japan, have a couple of initiatives. One is the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, which traverses the ASEAN region. The second is, recently Australia, Japan, India, we announced the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI, and that was to diversify our supply risk instead of, being dependent on just one country, which is China. This is the realization that many ASEAN countries also face in the wake of the coronavirus crisis and all that. And Vietnam has been able to attract a lot of investment fleeing China due to the US-China trade war. So Vietnam manufacturing, Vietnam export has increased, including to India. Some of it is Chinese goods rerouted through ASEAN members, about which we are worried, and that's why Ambassador is talking about the rules of origin. So the other is the Japanese have the partnership for quality infrastructure, and we have our Prime Minister's proposed the coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure. Now ASEAN countries, the poorer ones, are not very strong in infrastructure, and they're becoming more and more indebted to China. So this is where I think if we can put together coherent alternatives for connectivity and supply chain and for economic well-being, I think that will be, because whenever I've been to a number of these countries, I've worked in the Philippines, in Vietnam, they're often very cautious about upsetting China, in spite of the geopolitical rivalry and the threats China poses to their claims over the South China Sea region. And the reason is they say that it's China is our largest trading partner, it's our largest investor. The US is kind of missing in action. So therefore, I think India, Japan, Australia, and if the US comes on board under a Biden administration, which will have a more multilateral focus, well and good. The Quad can really energize this. And ASEAN has now come up with this Indo-Pacific outlook, Frank. What it essentially means is same thing which we all say: rules-based, order, inclusive, no dialogue, no bullying, and most importantly, no distinction between Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. Now they're all one and Indo-Pacific, which is an advantage for us. It's an invitation for us to enter and play a bigger role. So I think we have to capitalize on that and continue to insist on ASEAN centrality, although we are quite pragmatic enough to realize that some of these cannot be prized away from China's orbit. But those which are willing to, we should forge ahead with meaningful cooperation with economics as the base, because the ASEAN countries often say we don't want hard balancing against China. We don't want to become part of a military coalition or an alliance. What we want is a kind of a softer balancing. So there, I think infrastructure, economy, technology, 5G, these kind of things, if we can get our act together jointly, they will really appreciate it and come on board.
Okay. All right. Points taken. So we spent about 15 minutes for our opening remarks. I'm going to ask my panelists to be brief in the next round so that we can get closing comments in as well. Ambassador, points raised by Pramit Pal Chowdhury. Now let's take those aspects forward. Considering the current geopolitical situation, everything that's happening in the Indo-Pacific, and with the Quad and so on and so forth, do you believe it is up to the ASEAN as a grouping now to get some kind of a common ground if they have to be relevant or a force to reckon with in the months or in the future?
One thing that both Sriram and Pramit hinted at is that ASEAN cannot retain its centrality if it becomes a part of the Chinese orbit. It has to maintain its centrality by remaining outside the Chinese orbit. In other words, it needs other major powers like the USA and India and the Quad perhaps in the future to balance, whether soft or hard. I think it will be more soft balancing, because there is no need for hard balancing, because that's not something they are looking at. But I do not know how they will manage. So you will see ASEAN countries, hedging a lot and also trying to, raise red flags once in a while, Philippines, Vietnam, on South China Sea, conveying signals and warnings to China that, look, this, don't cross beyond this point. So I think that kind of signaling is taking place at the moment. Now, it all depends. After all, President Trump, by walking out of the TPP and various other, at least in the beginning, basically provided the space for China to come into this space. Now, I don't know. But later on, of course, he backtracked and had started virtually a trade war with China and squeezed them and claimed that, many businesses had come out and gone back to the USA. The economy, actually, to be frank, the economy was doing rather well before COVID hit all countries and hit the economies. So, and Trump took credit for all that, America first, etc., that I will make America great again. But then he ignored the other aspects of the global kind of engagement that USA always had. But of late, I think, there has been pushback, not just under the Quad, but bilaterally. I mean, you had 3 carrier groups hovering in the South China Sea, then this whole business of selling more arms to Taiwan. So there is some kind of pushing back taking place at the moment. The Quad has had its exercises, the Malabar, for the first time with Australia included in it. So there is a kind of a sort of a rebalancing. There is a hard rebalancing in Quad, and a soft rebalancing is possible if ASEAN decides to do that.
Sure, certainly. So, Pramit, let's talk about another aspect now. Traditionally, the United States has had a major role in this particular region, still continues to do so. But, like the ambassador just pointed out, under the Trump administration, we saw a bit of a withdrawal, really, as far as the United States was concerned. With the change of guard in the United States, what's likely to happen?
Well, Biden has made it very clear that he believes that one of the biggest failures of Trump's foreign policy was, as you mentioned, his devaluing of America's alliances and partnerships. This included not just the 5 military alliances that America has with Asian countries in Asia, but also, of course, NATO and so on, and then strategic partnerships that America has with other countries like India and so on. And so Biden has made it very clear that the heart of his foreign policy is going to be to leverage these relationships to constrain China. But Biden has also indicated he wants to reduce defense expenditure and divert that to America's considerable domestic problems. So we'll see how that plays out. It's not clear to me how you can balance these two together. You expect to use your alliances, including areas in technology and economics and trade, to constrain China, but at the same time, the single measure of which I would argue China takes the most seriously, you're going to actually pull back. And it's in my view, a problem that we'll see when the Biden administration tries to apply this in the Indo-Pacific. ASEAN countries, as will India and the new government in Japan, for example, all will be waiting to see whether America or the Biden administration can square this circle to put up a robust policy towards China and simultaneously cut defense expenditure, as well as build up your alliances, and then also try to develop things like a 5G, an ex-China 5G technology coalition. This will be a huge challenge for the Biden administration, and it's going to be touch and go, I think, especially for the first year as he tries to work this out. My personal view is that China will interpret a lot of this as weakness and probably test him, possibly over Taiwan, possibly on our border as well, in an attempt to see whether Biden really has the stomach for the hard geopolitics that China itself practices. And then whether or not the real sort of Biden policy comes through out of that.
Right. Sriram Chawla, so what should India's strategy be going forward?
Well, Frank, Prime Minister mentioned at the summit that, speeding up connectivity is our top priority. And unfortunately, our record in promising and delivering connectivity projects has not been great. Dr. Jaishankar is really persevering and trying to push very hard to complete, for example, the India-Myanmar-Thailand highway, trilateral highway, has been delayed for more than a decade now. And, there are many reasons for it. Some of it are beyond our control. Some of it just have to do with contractual, failures and, builders not delivering what they were supposed to, bureaucratic processes. So that is where, the Chinese have stolen a march ahead of us. And they are far faster in doing all kinds of railways, highways, bridges, multimodal transport networks under BRI, but also in other bilateral formats. that's the thing where we have to learn a lot from them. Even the Kaladan transport corridor, for example. These again with northeastern India and Myanmar. For northeastern India, it will be a huge developmental gateway if these things get going. And then further afield, I think one of the as Ambassador was mentioning, we are seen to be protectionist and not part of the broader regional integration that's happening, especially RCEP. And we will need to find new means to integrate ourselves and for our market to be accessible to ASEAN countries. Already we have, of course, the India-ASEAN FTA. Almost $90 billion of bilateral trade is going on. And I think India has a relatively small deficit of about $25 to $28 billion in that. But I think once we get the rules of origin in place, we can make sure that ASEAN is not becoming a backdoor for China to flood us. And once we have those assurances, either we go back into RCEP or we rejoin some kind of expanded Trans-Pacific partnership. I'm sure Biden administration will try to revive it in some form or the other. Japan has been leading regional integration processes parallel to China because Japan cannot accept Chinese hegemony ever. So I think we have to, hang out a lot more with the Japanese. Incidentally, while our Prime Minister was launching the ASEAN-India Summit, on the same day, they had parallelly the China-ASEAN and also the Japan-ASEAN. The ASEAN has this ASEAN +1 format, and China and Japan are also there. And if you see what is going on in those summits, Frank, I mean, the Japanese are promising a lot more investment, especially for epidemic control and for public health in ASEAN. For disaster relief. The Japanese have already become more proactive in supplying weaponry to Vietnam, and we have now given for the first time ever a submarine to Myanmar. So if you add up all those, and the Australians are very strong with Indonesia and with the Pacific Island nations which are adjoining ASEAN. So if you add up all that, there is a lot of work to be done. But if now we are prioritizing it much more under Act East. So I'm hopeful that the quicker we implement these, I think the train will start moving.
Okay, time to get quick closing comments now from all my panelists with the best way forward, starting first with you, Ambassador.
I think the best way forward is very clear, that we have to keep engaged with the ASEAN. And as Sriram said, we have to start delivering on some of the pending issues, the pending projects, Kaladan Highway, then the trilateral highway, etc. Now, I know there is a problem because Myanmar is there in between and there is insurgency. One of the problems of finishing these projects is insurgency and the threats that these insurgents within Myanmar itself has a lot of these ethnic insurgencies going on. And China is a player there. It promotes it somewhere and then de-escalates somewhere. So China is playing its own game in Myanmar, and we all know why. It wants an entry into the Bay of Bengal. I mean, it wants to replicate Gwadar in the west to I think Chuakpu in the east along in the Bay of Bengal region. So I think we'll have to keep engaging. There is no magic wand. There is no magic wand that will help us overcome all these difficulties. It's a long, hard road. It's a marathon, and I think we will have to keep engaging. And fundamentally, we'll have to ensure that our own economy starts roaring again at 8, 9, 10%.
Absolutely. All right, Pramit.
Yeah, I think we'll keep in mind this summit is essentially, this East Asia summit is a holding action. It's a virtual summit. Virtual summits don't actually accomplish that much because it's the personal interactions between the ministers that really push the agenda forward, and that can't be done right now. But they're also waiting to see what is the new government in America going to be like, what is the new government in Japan going to be like. And given those situations, a lot of what's happening in the East Asia Summit will not be particularly exciting in terms of moving forward. So your really game is what is the agenda going to be next year, next 2 years, next 3 years. And I think a lot of us have mentioned we need to get the infrastructure programs. Japan has its own infrastructure program. We have our own plans. The Americans have the Blue Dot Network. Everybody has their own plans. We need to put them together, align them militarily, technologically, infrastructure. Right now we have a whole patchwork of responses to China. These need to be brought together, and if as much as possible, ASEAN should be brought on board. If not ASEAN, we must be prepared to work with individual ASEAN countries rather than wait for ASEAN together on this.
All right. And Sriram Chawla, close the show for us with a quick concluding remark.
Yeah, Frank, I think Narendra Modi government has tried to create the sense, the consciousness in India that ASEAN is actually our neighbor, our maritime neighbor. How far is Andaman Island from the nearest Southeast Asian country, Indonesia? Very close. So what I'm trying to say is, this is part of our maritime consciousness that is arising, the Indo-Pacific outlook that has emerged, and closer ties are inevitable because of the geopolitical pressure of China, but also because we are realizing that we have, as we grow, initially we said our neighborhood was only South Asia. But now the whole of Southeast Asia and beyond is also our neighborhood, as is West Asia. So our ambit is expanding, and accordingly, we have to also spend more resources. We have to also give more diplomatic energy. We have to push our private companies and private sector to invest more and to go out more in this region. That is the way we'll be able to ultimately realize our goal of ASEAN centrality and a balanced Indo-Pacific.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. So the last few years, India and ASEAN have come a long way. The relationship, of course, has gone from strength to strength. There is still a lot more that needs to be done. A lot has changed in the region over the last few years as well. What we need to focus on going forward is economy and connectivity. Let's not forget that the ASEAN countries can't step away from China because their economies are integrated and they're extremely close to China. So there's a lot in common there for the ASEAN countries and China. And let's also not forget that the Trump administration had withdrawn from the region, thereby providing a larger space for the Chinese in this particular region. But that could change with the change of guard in the US and with Quad taking an extremely active role, especially in the Indo-Pacific. What we need to do going forward is to ensure that we work on our pending projects and deliver them on time. And we need to find new ways to integrate with ASEAN. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, Jharkhand has joined the bandwagon of opposition-ruled states that have withdrawn general consent for an investigation by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Several other states such as West Bengal, Rajasthan, Maharashtra and Kerala had withdrawn their general consent earlier. The move, which makes it necessary for the central agency to get the state government's permission to conduct investigations in the state, comes a day after Kerala also withdrew the privilege. The CBI is governed by the Delhi Special Police Establishment Act, or the DPSEA. This law makes the CBI a special wing of the Delhi Police, and thus its original jurisdiction is limited to Delhi. Recently, a Calcutta High Court order expanded its jurisdiction to investigate the central government employees in West Bengal without seeking specific consent of the state government. For other matters, the CBI needs consent of the state government in whose territorial jurisdiction the CBI has to conduct an investigation. This is unlike other central government agencies, for example, the National Investigation Agency, which by law enjoys an all-India jurisdiction. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the CBI's powers, states, and general consent. Joining me on the program today are ML Sharma, former Special Director, CBI, Dr. Vikram Singh, former DGP, Uttar Pradesh, and Sangram Patnaik, Advocate of the Supreme Court. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. All right, Sangram Patnaik, let me start the program with you first. Let's get a legal perspective and a legal understanding as far as what the CBI law says and what is general consent.
The fact of the matter is, when the concept called the CBI started way back in 1942 and given shape and size, in 1946, the requirement of CBI was different nature than of today. Now, when it was initially started, way back for the, to how to have a clean system during World War time, World War II particularly, and now it is a different concept altogether. Now, what is that CBI stands for? It is to check that, whether that is economic crime is happening, special crimes, corruption cases, high profile cases. So as on date, you are aware that yes, almost about 8 states have taken off their consent. Now, the consent as per the Act itself, Section 5 and Section 6, where whether a state can withdraw the consent at any point of time, answer is yes, it can. But whether this consent are, of late has given a political nature. People are saying that is a, the CBI is a cage parrot, it can be manipulated by the central government, the state government, and the government of the day can manipulate. My answer to it is no, it cannot, and it should not also. It's an independent agency, it should investigate. But insofar as the legal aspect goes, whether the state after withdrawal of the consent, can there be an investigation into the affairs where if there is a subject matter which is staying in the, for example, in West Bengal or Mizoram or in Kerala, can you go for the investigation? My answer to it is yes. Why I'm saying? Now, if the incident has already occurred and the investigation is the mid-process, you can certainly go ahead. Number 2, suppose you would say that yes, the subject matter is at a place where the consent is not being given or taken away. Can you not do it? Answer is yes, you can do it because of the Calcutta High Court judgment. Yes, you can do it because you cannot certainly evade the process of adjudication of the dispute or even for that matter, the investigation in the midway. Third is a situation where you would say, there are few persons, powerful people, like they are staying in Delhi. That is registration of FIR in Delhi. The part of cause of action arose in Delhi and the person shifted back to Kerala or to Mizoram or to Maharashtra. Can you proceed against those people? Answer is yes, you can proceed. Why all this fuss about? Why all this debate about that? No, since the 8 states have already withdrawn and we have a cooperative federalism and Schedule 2 says that yes, the police is a state subject, so therefore the center should not interfere. I don't think somewhere we are, missing the line and there is a gap between cup and lip. Why? Because unless until there is a CBI investigation is in the process, the fact of the matter is that truth should come out, right? Right. And if the investigation is already being done or in the process of being done, it should not be derailed. Sure. Second, the most and the moot question is, people are saying that CBI is being, it's a, you are putting in the control of the central government, so you cannot touch it. My answer to it is up to the CBI, whether to be independent or not be independent. You cannot certainly dance to the tune of anybody else other than yourself, your own conscience. So CBI is only responsible for itself unless and until you have a separate statute like NIA. It is not like NIA where you are a statute and the act is passed in the parliament, you are governed by your statute. No. Here, you are only, it's a section speaks about yourself, so you have to have an independent investigation, whether with consent or without consent. Otherwise, like of late, I'm finding there are so many investigations in between. A state is withdrawing, B state is withdrawing. That should not be, that is a different thing. But whether you can derail the process of investigation, my answer is it should not be. That's my precise answer. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Sharma, let me bring you into the picture now. So, does withdrawal of general consent stop all CBI probes? What happens really as far as the CBI and these states which have withdrawn general consent are concerned?
Just to build on what my friend Sangram Singh has just stated, and for more clarity, I'll just make 2 points for addressing your question. One is that CBI has concurrent jurisdiction not only in Union Territory of Delhi, but all Union Territories. So the question of consent doesn't arise. Number 2, because of the constitutional framework, and of course Constitution came into being in 1950, in 1946 when this act was made, at that time you had Government of India Act 1935, which divides the subjects to the center and the state governments. So keeping all that in view, the Section 6 of the DSPE Act provided that for carrying out investigation in a state, prior consent of the state government is required. Union territory, no consent is required. State government, consent is required. So the practice that developed was that state governments accorded the consent only, and this is important, only for cases under the Prevention of Corruption Act, and that too against the central government employees, not against the state government employees, not against the state politicians, etc., and the small peripheral sections like criminal conspiracy, etc., etc. The first question is whether the state governments can withdraw consent. Answer is yes, it is the authority. Second and more important question is whether they should be doing it. I've written a whole paper on it for publication somewhere. I say they are being stupid, they are being reckless in withdrawing the consent. And I'll give 4 reasons for this. One is that Section 6, in which consent is given and withdrawn, that has become meaningless after what the Calcutta High Court said, as Sangram Singh said, and what the Supreme Court has held. The constitutional courts have held that in their writ jurisdiction, they can ask CBI to investigate any case, whether it has occurred, any crime, whether it occurred in the union territory or state government. So state government's consent has become more of a formality. It has lost its real meaning. Second reason I say is that there is a Supreme Court ruling which says that after withdrawal of consent, fresh case cannot be registered. But in Kaji Landup Dorji, Supreme Court says that if a case is already in an investigation, that investigation will continue. Withdrawal of consent will not affect that. That happened in my case, ISRO espionage case and all. State government withdrew the consent, but Supreme Court says no, you can't reinvestigate, and investigation will continue to CBI. This is the second reason. So fresh case cannot be registered, but ongoing case investigation will continue. Third, state governments are under pressure in sensitive cases, whether it is Hathras murder case or whether it is Sushant Singh case. So you see, when there are sensitive cases, people have greater faith in the CBI, and with begging bowl, the state governments go to the central government to say, take up this case. So therefore, according to me, withdrawal of consent is nothing but a political grandstanding. I call it much ado about nothing. I say it's an exercise in futility. I also say that it is symbolic or reflective of short-sightedness of the state governments, because the kind of polity that we have developed, the state governments sooner or later will be compelled to seek CBI intervention. So to sum up,
Okay, points taken, Mr. Sharma. Thank you so much for so eloquently pointing out exactly, how this matter is and how sensitive this issue is and what really needs to be done and the issues with what has already been done. All right, Dr. Vikram Singh, let me bring you into the picture now. So since we are here, and we brought up this issue of politicization, has political clout really hampered the way law and order agencies function as a whole?
Frank, Mr. M.L. Sharma, esteemed Mr. M.L. Sharma and respected Mr. Sangram Patnaik ji have shed enough light on the legal aspects. It is difficult to find a single more potent reason than the grassroots politics that impact the decision in respect of handing over the investigation to the CBI and obstructing it, tooth and nail. If there is one solid reason, and that is politics and nothing but politics. Esteemed Mr. Sharma mentioned Hathras case, Sushant Singh case. I would also bring to your memory the Arushi murder case. If there was anything that was the bottom line, perhaps the pursuit of the truth became secondary politics became primary. And that is, of course, the sound reason. Whether the consent is given, withdrawn, handed over to the CBI, the purpose is basic and robust politics. And at the end of the day, what is the end product and what is there for me as far as politics is concerned? Playing up to the gallery. And in the latest case of Sushant Singh case, everything it came the poor boy from this particular state. I have my question, I have my apprehensions whether this issue would continue to live after the 10th of this month when the results are out. Because then, as many of the learned thinkers say, that it would be kicking and flogging a dead horse because the issue would have died. Nobody is seriously concerned about the perpetrators of the crime. But the fact remains that yes, how could they garner more votes in the ongoing election process? And that was the case also. Not only in Hathras, what happened? Hathras, whatever be the case, we will not comment on that because it's sub judice. But the fact remains that there was much more to it than what meets the eye. And there were caste, there was communal angle, there was politics, and everything except to get a vigorous pursuit after the culprits, Frank.
Absolutely. All right, taking the discussion forward now to bring in other aspects as well. Sangram Patnaik, very quickly, what types of cases does the CBI investigate in states?
See, if you broadly divide it, it can be economic, the crimes, corruption cases, special crimes, high-profile cases. CBI can investigate. There is no doubt about it. Insofar as the center goes and for the state goes, it is only with regard to the cases which of late being politicized for no reasons or rhymes, we could have certainly avoided. CBI should be and ought to be an independent agency, no doubt about it. But since 8 states have taken off their consent, people are thinking, being in a cooperative federalism, the country as of ours, if the 8 states have taken out their consent, if there is an investigation carried out, be that an economic crime, be that a corruption cases, be that a member of parliament has done something wrong and the CBI is appointed, whether those cases can be investigated in the states where he actually residing as of now. So therefore, the kind of cases that CBI is investigating, that is clear, or there is no doubt about it. But whether you can actually derail these investigations by taking out consent, answer is already there from my brothers who are very eloquent in their presentation in this panel. So therefore, my only point is that CBI's restriction is actually, it is upon himself or itself that yes, what should be controlling authority, not the state government or the central government or the political party of the day. Sorry, I have a different take on this. CBI has to choose that yes, how he has to operate that independent body of investigating a crime, right? So what is the fair nature of investigation? That you must take out the truth. So any kind of crimes that I've stated just now, the truth must come out. The state, whether it gives a consent or no consent. For example, Mr. Madhavlal Sharma just now pointed out, suppose I don't give a consent. Can I take a consent? Answer is yes. I can, by file a writ petition in 226, 227 in a concerned high court, I can take the consent of that investigation that yes, I must go ahead with the investigation. So where is this cosmetic, concept called now? If I don't give the consent as a state, you cannot enter upon. For example, this gold case in Kerala, for example. Suppose Kerala government says, no, I will not give the consent to the CBI to investigate upon. Then what would happen? Ultimately, you are brushing under the carpet certain things or certain actually culprits by virtue of this consent or no consent.
Sure.
Truth must come out. If the person is held to be liable after investigation, he must be held to be liable. Where is the question of I don't give the consent? Suppose the Kerala government say, because of the Saudi Arabia, this gold case, where I would not give the consent, so there is no investigation. Who is at loss? It is the country. It is our republic is at loss. Not anybody. It is not a political party is at loss. So that's my answer. The investigation, the kind of crime the CBI is going into, that must be culminated into the truth. And actually, end of it, we are aware and we should be aware of what is the truth, who is culprit, he should be put behind bar.
Mr. Sharma, talking about another aspect altogether, why doesn't the CBI enjoy all India jurisdiction like, the other central government agencies, for instance, the NIA? And do you believe that the time is ripe that the CBI too enjoys the same kind of jurisdiction like the NIA?
It's a extremely sensitive and delicate constitutional issue. NIA Act, it stands on very fragile constitutional grounds. Fortunately for us, nobody has challenged it because they have jurisdiction only in 8 crimes: hijacking, killing head of the state, and certain other offences, unlawful activities prevention act, and so on and so forth. So it doesn't hurt the state governments any manner. So therefore they have kept quiet. Otherwise it stands on a very fragile ground because police, law and order and investigation, they are exclusively state subjects. That's why the central government is wary of coming out with a new law. People talk about creating a new law, formulating a new law to give so-called All India Jurisdiction CBI. I hold the view, even though I worked the CBI 20 years, it's very difficult to do it because Constitution can't be amended. The kind of political structure that we have, the kind of polity that we have. So therefore, what is to be done is let the legal framework be same as it is. Let us enrich it by what our friend Sangram Singh says, cooperative federalism. So now, withdrawal of consent, my understanding is not so much a distrust in CBI, is more reflective of the some kind of division or some kind of tension in the center-state relations. So CBI doesn't have to do much. The case comes, they'll investigate. Doesn't come, doesn't matter. It is for the central government to mend its behavior or to develop better behavior with the state governments. But I have already said that state governments are being stupid. They are not going to gain anything. Simply pamper some chief minister and they'll restore the... So basically it's a reflection of center-state relations. The real rub lies there. So jurisdiction will come when the case comes to you. Case can't come to you unless the state government's under pressure to give the case to you. So this tussle has been continuing last 70 years and will continue for some more time. There is very little scope to bring about amendment the constitution. So whatever structure we have, we should try to make best of the existing structure.
Absolutely. Make the best of what we have. Absolutely. All right. So, Dr. Singh, let's talk about a completely different aspect now altogether, something that we've not spoken about in the program over the last 20 minutes or so. So, can't the state police conduct high-profile investigations? What's lacking? And aren't they as efficient as the CBI?
Frank, let us understand that the CBI is made by deputationists in a very large number. The CBI has a cadre of its own, but it is supplemented and ably and competently assisted by the deputationists of all ranks within the CBI. The CBI works in a different ecosystem and the state investigating machinery works in a different ecosystem. The tools are the same, but the ecosystems are different. And when the ecosystems are different, the end products are also very different. The priorities are different. The time frame is different. So comparison should be between comparables. In the same state, what to talk of within the CBI, you saw the RFC case, the ding-dong and the seesaw battle that happened. They changed the findings thrice. And I could give you any number of examples since the time is less. But you again say that this is the North Pole. No, it's not the South Pole. No, this is the equator. At the end of the day, I do feel within the state, I have no hesitation in saying that the concept and the philosophy of show me the man and I'll show you the rules is prevalent in a scale of 1:10 to say maybe something around 7 out of 10. Within the CBI, I don't say that it is absolutely invincible and oblivious to all extraneous pressure, but there, the syndrome of show me the man and show you the rules exists maybe not more than 2 out of 10. And here is the quality difference. The state can upgrade the skills. The state can increase. There's no denying the fact that the best investigation practices are there with the CBI, whether it is forensics, whether it's ballistics, whether it's scientific aids to investigation. I would say that the CBI is the best, and not to utilize the services and the excellence of the CBI by the states would be an administrative tragedy. I would strongly recommend that there is a capacity building within the states, but also the ecosystem where you say that the investigation should be fair and as sacred as the court proceeding in itself. But 20% of convictions and 80% of acquittals is a very sorry state of affairs we are living in, Frank.
Absolutely. All right, time now to get quick closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward, starting first with you, Sangram Patnaik.
Insofar as the CBI goes, that's my first statement, and the last statement would be also that it has to carry its own image. Nobody is going to build an image, neither for the central government to the state government. Second, consent is not mandatorily required. Third, consent or without consent, CBI must probe in an absolutely independent manner to reach to the bottom of the truth. Fourth, insofar as the CBI's image goes, it has to build it, whether the consent was A party, B party in the center, C party in the state. It has nothing to do with independence. You cannot certainly throw the baby with the bathwater. There may be certain things which you can ignore, but CBI would remain CBI, maybe with a new statute. I may slightly differ with Mr. Sharma that yes, if we have the statute of Act of a Parliament, probably all these consent, these cosmetic changes would not come in life. CBI would be allowed to do its job in absolutely clear motive to bring out the truth, end of the day.
All right. Mr. Sharma.
Very simple. Basically, I'll repeat what I said earlier. The state government should mend their ways. They should not upset the apple cart. The system which has been failing last over 70 years, that should be allowed to function. So they should restore the general consent for CBI investigation, their jurisdictions. Number two, the central government should take an extra step to mollify the herd sentiments of the state governments so that they restore the jurisdiction. Third, whatever comes on the plate of CBI, they should investigate with 100% professionalism without any fear of favor, which, as Vikram Singh says, mostly they do, exceptions apart.
Absolutely. All right. And Dr. Vikram Singh, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Public interest and the pursuit of truth are the paramount interests, and there can be no compromise on that, and they're not negotiable also. Therefore, anyone who obstructs a CBI investigation is doing something that is anti-people, and it is totally unacceptable. There should be a no-nonsense approach to CBI investigation, with you, without you, and in spite of you. As Mr. Sangram Patnaik ji has said, the CBI and the nation cannot feel helpless because of 8 states or any other states who choose to withdraw the general consent, because there's always a judicial avenue available to all of us to explore the ways. Why should any state, there's no heavenly earthly reason why one should obstruct the pursuit of truth, honestly, because it is in public interest and national interest. Thank you, Frank.
All right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the issue of the CBI and general consent and the states is a highly politicized issue, and it should not be done, is what the panelists are suggesting. The truth must come out, and the CBI is best, or rather is in the best position to ensure that it brings out the truth in most of the cases, and it does so almost all of the times. All right, don't upset the apple cart. This is a system that has been working for several decades now, so please go with it until we get a better system. And also, the CBI needs to work without fear or favor, and that's the best way forward. As far as the CBI is concerned, the entire ecosystem is extremely conducive, whereas the state government or the state investigating agencies do not have the same kind of ecosystem, and they are in a class of their own. That is the CBI, and that's why the CBI must have complete control of most of the cases that it handles. That's it from me. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. The SCO summit held on Tuesday under the Russian presidency adopted 16 documents, including key ones on countering spread of extremist ideologies and promoting digital economy. The leaders discussed the current state and priority goals of SCO activities in the context of the dominant global political and economic processes. While speaking at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit on Tuesday, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized on the importance of countries respecting each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Prime Minister Modi, during his virtual speech, also pointed out the attempts being made to hinder with the SCO's agenda. The Prime Minister was virtually addressing the 20th summit of the SCO Council of Heads of State, and it was the first time Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping were coming face to face after the India-China border conflict. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the takeaways from the SCO summit. Joining me on the program today are Manjeev Singh Puri, former ambassador, Dhruv C. Katoch, Director, India Foundation, and KP Nair, Strategic Analyst. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Ambassador, let me begin the program with you first. Let's understand the key takeaways really as far as the 20th virtual SCO summit for the heads of state was concerned.
Thank you very much, Frank. And I'm so glad that Rajya Sabha TV is focusing on the SCO. The SCO is a very important regional cooperation organization which focuses both on security issues, including counterterrorism, as well as development issues. With so much of our interest being focused across the Atlantic Ocean, and I'm so glad that, you brought this mainstream organization into focus for us. And you are so right. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi was on the same table, although virtually, with President Xi Jinping of China, as well as Prime Minister Imran Khan of Pakistan. The SCO's format is very interesting. There are two high-level summits in each of these sessions. One is at the level of heads of state, which is the one which took place, where traditionally the Indian Prime Minister has represented India, and the other is at the level of heads of government. Now, in the past, India has always been represented there by the Foreign Minister as the special envoy of the Prime Minister, but this time that summit will be hosted by India on the 30th of November, and the Honorable Prime Minister, as an exception, will be playing host to that. So this summit was particularly interesting, even though at a time of COVID that they couldn't meet, because it brings the most important regional players together on a platform to discuss matters of crucial interest, including peace and security. Now, what did we do? Of course, the Honorable Prime Minister stressed what has been very important for him, which is the need to reform multilateralism. The SCO also, after all, contributes to the globe coming together, countries cooperating, and global governance. And the presence of Russia and China, two permanent members of the Security Council, was particularly important. Note, the Chinese in particular haven't been really in favor of UN reforms, in particular Security Council reforms. The Russians too have been iffy about the whole thing. So to bring it to focus was particularly important. Secondly, the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned COVID. You can't escape mentioning COVID in the current thing. But in a very gentle but a very firm message, when he mentioned that India is the largest producer of vaccines and our vaccines will be available to the world to help and cure them. Very important, beautiful message, but one, the subtlety and the importance of it, which certainly would not have been lost on anyone. He then, of course, very clearly mentioned that these sort of fora need to be used for global cooperation and not to be misused as Pakistan has done in the past for raising bilateral matters. And I think that point went down very well with people. And lastly, he told them that he wishes to use the forum, especially when we will host it on the 30th of September, to raise the issues of coming together and working together. And what were the two special fields? One was startups and innovation, in which India has done fantastically well and really one of the path-breaking. And the other is the area of traditional medicine. I think all in all, very good for us, huge takeaways, positive takeaways for us, having countries of real concern in our neighborhood around the table, listening to us and being able to, in a sense, internalize the Indian agenda, a positive agenda for the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well summed up there by Manjeev Puri, really, as far as what really happened at the SEO summit. But Mr. Nair, let me bring you into the picture now, and let's look at the broader picture, really, as far as the SEO is concerned. Do you believe that the SEO has drifted away from its original agenda over the years?
No, I don't think so. I mean, SEO by global standards of multilateral organizations, SEO is still young. And I would say that in the 20 years that it has been in existence, it has been sort of finding its feet. And now we are approaching the 20th year of the SEO. And not only have they not drifted away from its moorings and its objectives, this particular summit, I think, consolidated past gains. For example, this summit adopted the action plan, SEO action plan for 2021-25. Aimed at implementing the SEO development strategy until 2025, you see. And, if I may mention something in my role as a journalist covering these summits. You see, previously we always had, we looked for certain parameters to find out the effectiveness of a summit, For instance, how long did Deng Xiaoping hold the hand of his old friend, Vice President K.R. Narayanan, when he went there, to indicate the warmth of the relationship, you see? Or how long did the US President buttonhole him at an unscheduled meeting during a summit, a pull-away summit. How long was that? So now that these summits are virtual, we don't have these parameters to go by. So one thing I noticed about this particular summit is that, you see, the Russian diplomacy, the glorious tradition of Russian diplomacy, always gauge the success of a summit by the documents it signed, the agreements that were signed. And this has been like that from Tsarist time, the Soviet times, and currently. And answering your question about the success and the moorings of SEO, I noticed this time that this summit came out with 16 documents, 1 day summit. 16 documents is no mean achievement, you see. And of these 16 documents, only 5 were adopted without signing, which meant that there were 11 documents which were discussed in depth. So I would say that this was a very productive summit. Sure. And very substantive summit. And it has consolidated the gains in the last 20 years of the SEO, and now we are looking ahead. We intend to go ahead as a regional multilateral grouping towards achieving more results, better results for humanity.
Absolutely. We'll look ahead into the future and see what really we can get out of the SEO. But before that, General, let me come across to you now, and let's talk about this issue of, raising bilateral issues at multilaterals. Isn't that counterproductive?
No, obviously it is counterproductive, but if we have always observed that in any of these meetings or wherever Pakistan comes in, it is it is a matter of fact that Pakistan will always raise issues related to India. Though in this particular case, Prime Minister Imran Khan did not directly name India, but the emphasis of what he was saying was very, very clear, which is why when the Prime Minister responded, I think that was a very appropriate response. There has been in many of these meetings which are taking place where the heads of states are meeting, in many of these times when these meetings are taking place, we see the response of the Prime Minister of Pakistan coming in a very rash and abrasive manner. And then we see the Indian response coming in a very, I would use the word dignified, a very dignified way. And I think the Prime Minister's response here was very dignified. But the message was delivered very, very, very firmly, I would say, that he made it clear to all the participants that don't put extraneous issues onto the table. Here we are talking of larger issues. And I think those larger issues are something which are important, as has been said by the previous panelists, as far as the region is concerned. Now, if we inject into these groupings bilateral issues, then I think the SCO will also go the way SARC has gone. You see, SARC is a non-starter basically because of one country, which doesn't really permit you to go beyond a particular phase. So these bilateral issues have to be kept out. And I think that was a message, it is a very firm message to Pakistan, but I think it is also a reasonably firm message to China also. Now, having said that, one of the main, the charter as far as the SCO is concerned is both on security and on development. Now, I think the larger concentration now it has to be on development, because the way the SCO is configured, the progress as far as security is concerned and counter-terrorism is concerned, I do not foresee any major headway going there, seeing the way the countries are actually placed. We have a country like China, which is in direct support of Pakistan, which is the major sponsor of terror. And that terrorism is being used by and large against India, though we are not the only sufferers. It is also hammering the rest of the world. So we have these three major players in SCO. So I don't see any major forward movement going ahead as far as the counter-terrorism aspects are concerned, except when it relates to the countries, to the four countries besides India, China, Pakistan, and Russia.
Right.
So besides that, we can do something there. We can do something in Afghanistan, but beyond that, I really don't see any forward movement going as far as the counter-terrorism aspect is concerned.
Sure. Okay. Points taken. Let me take the points that both the panelists, KP Nair and Dhruv Katoch, have made forward with you, Manjeet Puri. As far as 16 documents, of course, like Mr. Nair was pointing out, 16 documents have been adopted as far as this particular summit is concerned. That's quite a lot of progress, really. And, on this issue of extremist ideology, let's not forget that one of those documents was signed on extremist ideology as well. So as far as extremism is concerned, how big an issue is it for the SCO, and are they serious about tackling it?
Frank, when the SCO began, these were some of the key issues, the issues of terrorism and the issues of extremism linked to that. And don't forget, these issues of Islamic terrorism were the ones which were core even at that particular perspective and that particular point of view. In fact, in a sense, Pakistan's joining is, as General Katoch has kind of hinted, has brought in a slightly different dimension to it. But that's the way organizations grow if you want to have regional cooperation and so on and so forth. So this is extremely important. Now, that 16 documents were adopted. I think that's very good. It shows that the institutional arrangements, the institutional backup, etc., is going forward. And for me, what was very important was that the leaders were around a table, even though this table was virtual. They spoke, even though much of it was prepared speeches. But they spoke, they listened to each other, and they would have certainly got the message firsthand from one another. And for us, I think it was particularly important that the Honorable Prime Minister addressed some of the most important leaders in the world with India's interest issues, which are truly global issues and very important for the region itself. So I think all in all, it was a very meaningful summit, very good. And remember, we will have an opportunity to also host a sort of a 1B summit of the SCO on the 30th of November at the level of heads of government who are equally important leaders in various countries. And so to be able to utilize this important body, we have a unique opportunity, and I think we are moving in the right direction and we've leveraged it well.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Nair, you spoke about we need to build on the gains and look ahead. What do you believe are the key focus areas going to be going forward?
See, there are two aspects of by way of answering your question. By way of building up for India, I think the Prime Minister laid the ground for a certain kind of equation that we had with this SCO region, you see. For example, in the old days, when many of the SCO member countries were part of the Soviet Union, India's great strength in that region was our soft power, you know. I mean, if I may mention a personal experience, many years ago when I was in Tashkent, my friend Manjeev will remember, our late lamented Alok Sen was number 2 at our mission there. And I was walking along the streets of Tashkent, and 2 Uzbek women came behind me, and they were calling me Raj Kapoor, Raj Kapoor. You know? So we had great strength in our soft power in the entire region, you know, even including Russia. And I noticed that our Prime Minister made a strenuous and definitely potentially successful effort to revive our soft power there. For instance, he mentioned that next year India will be hosting the SCO Food Festival in our country, and he hoped that it will be held in a post-COVID atmosphere. Similarly, he pledged India's total support for 2021 next year as the SCO Culture Year, which will be the 20th anniversary of SCO. And he also said that next year our National Museum will be hosting the first SCO exhibition on Buddha heritage. See? Then the Indian Literature Academy of India has already translated 10 major works of Indian literature into Russian and Chinese, you see. And in the run-up to this summit, I thought it was very significant that in Beijing at the SCO Secretariat, all the SCO member countries, diplomats, took part in yoga, in practicing yoga, you see, which is a validation of what India has been doing to promote worldwide, specific to the SCO thing. So from India's point of view, I would say that the big achievement for us is going to be the revival of Indian soft power, which somewhat took a backseat after the breakup of the Soviet Union. But for SCO itself, I think one of the major achievements is going to be the adoption of the concept for cooperation on the development of remote and rural areas in the digital age. And also what the comprehensive action plan on dealing with the pandemics. That is something I think, apart from the India's soft power, these are what SCO, in my opinion, intends to go ahead with.
Right. Okay, General. So let me bring you in on this issue of soft power. You know, there is no doubt that there is a tremendous, goodwill as far as India is concerned, and we've tried to use soft power in the past as well, especially in this particular region, Afghanistan, Iran, and, in Central and West Asia. But how do we convert this goodwill into something tangible, something that is gainful for us?
Frank, soft power, of course, is a very, very important aspect of any nation. And if you see what the West has been doing and what America has been doing, their soft power has gone across all the world. If you look at the brand like Coca-Cola or McDonald's or something like that, these things are spread across the world. And what India was doing, for some reason, we really didn't take it up. But now things have changed, especially when you look at a subject like yoga, which has just been alluded to. That has become a worldwide phenomenon. I have a feeling very shortly, the Indian forms of medicine, the Indian forms of dance, food, etc. They are all going to spread like wildfire across the globe, and I think that is going to add to our strength. But having said that, you see, soft power unfortunately cannot operate in a vacuum. So it has to be a conjunction of soft power along with your other capabilities. And I think what the Prime Minister is doing now is to put those other capabilities also on the table. Like India's stand as far as climate change is concerned, that is one. India's stand as far as COVID is concerned, and I think the statement which he made that we will give this medicine to the whole world. Now that automatically puts India in the pole position as far as leadership in tackling the pandemic is concerned. The connectivity issues, the development issues, especially when you're going down to the remote villages, I think what we are trying to do in India through what we call the Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think those same sort of programs can actually be duplicated or replicated rather in many parts of SCO, especially in the Central Asian republics, the 4 CAR members who are a part of the SCO. And some of those areas are very remote areas, and we have got great potential there. Ultimately, I think the two things which we really need to do very quickly is to get the Chabahar port going and to get the north-south corridor going. Somehow, Pakistan still plays the spoiler, but I really don't know how long Pakistan can continue to do so. Very frankly, we generally I try to avoid using the word Pakistan, but it always comes into the conversation because this country plays the spoiler. And as far as, which is why, as I had made in my initial remarks, when we are looking at counter-terrorism, Pakistan will play the spoiler and they will be supported by China. Right. But I think on other issues, perhaps, can we get them on board? Can we get both China and Pakistan on board? And can India play the leadership role now as far as SCO is concerned?
Sure.
The whole world is looking for leadership, and I think the Prime Minister can provide it.
Absolutely. All right, time to get closing comments now from all my panelists with the best way forward, starting first with the Ambassador.
Frank, the SCO is an important regional body. And it's an important regional body because it's got important players in it, Russia, China, and India, along with others in the region. I am glad that we are harnessing this body to put forward our interests, which are also in global interests. And it is important that we are, in a sense, in the driving seat. This has been a good augury, and we have another opportunity to repeat it with these important countries on the 30th of November. This is going well, and I am very glad that we are taking this opportunity of working with players, which are major stakeholders in the world, to try and push forward global as well as India's agenda, which have all a great deal of coterminous coincidence.
Absolutely. Mr. Nair.
On a lighter note to conclude, what I found interesting was that, our present government, the Modi government, is very good at coining acronyms, starting with the first acronym Niti Aayog. All our programs, everything has an acronym. I found that this time, this summit, SCO has adopted this practice, in my opinion, you see. For example, one of the documents adopted was the SCO Regional Anti-Terrorist Structural Communal Report. Shortened, it is described in the SCO communique as RATS activities, you see. I mean, it is, of course, shortened, it reads as RATS activities. But what is interesting, as you know, terrorists are inadvertently being described as rats. And this communique is referring to the activities of rats, which are, the terrorists are worse than rats. And I found this very interesting, this use of acronym. The Indian habit is spreading to SAARC, and that I thought was
to SCO.
A very positive but light-hearted development.
Absolutely. All right. General, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Right. I think I would just like to state that for very long, India has been a back foot player as far as taking initiatives at the global level are concerned. For some reason, we really didn't want to be put up right in the front to say, okay, we take the lead in this.
I think all that is changing now. And I'm glad, as the ambassador so correctly said, that the SCO provides us a forum, one more forum now to take the leadership role. And I think if this is something which should be seized. There are great opportunities here, both in the field of medicine and tackling the COVID crisis, as well as in development activities. And if we can go ahead with that and take the leadership role, I think that will place us very well in further getting a seat on the high table, which we will get, I'm quite certain, in due course of time. And this is one of the forums which will propel us to our actual place in the world. Right.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the SCO has not deviated from its original agenda over the last 20 years since its inception. The SCO has made considerable gains and also consolidated on them as it has gone along. The adoption of 16 documents at the recently held summit shows that there is a robust institutional arrangement and backup in place, and the fact that each of the leaders listened to each other and reacted to each other's speeches too shows that each one respects the other and wants to take the spirit of this organization forward. The SCO is an important multilateral regional grouping. We should ensure we further the gains of the past into the future. How we do that is we ensure that we build on our goodwill, use our soft power, and also team it up with other aspects to ensure that we see some tangible gains. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on Thursday announced stimulus measures to aid job creation and boost the key real estate and infrastructure sectors under the government's Atmanirbhar Bharat 3.0 package aimed at rescuing the economy out of a historic contraction. A number of indicators are showing that recovery is clearly happening in the economy. The strong recovery is based on the unrelenting reforms that the government has brought in a systemic manner, the finance minister said in a media briefing, asserting that the latest set of measures take the overall monetary and fiscal support for the economy to 29.8 lakh crore rupees. The finance minister said it is equivalent to 15% of the country's GDP. The announcements come at a time when economists have called for the need for further impetus to aid a revival in an economy battered by the world's biggest lockdown to curb the spread of COVID-19. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the stimulus package announced by the Finance Minister. Joining me on the program today are Dilip Chinoy, Secretary General, Vicky, Chubomai Bhattacharjee, Consulting Editor of the Business Standard, and A.S. Bail, former Principal Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. All right, Mr. Chinoy, let me start the program with you first. Let's hear, what were your key takeaways really as far as the Finance Minister's stimulus package is concerned.
So, if you look at the package, Frank, I think there are multiple elements to it. The first thing, it is multi-sectoral. It covers different sectors. And if you can take the liberty of actually including the production-linked incentive scheme that was announced yesterday and also announced earlier in the numbers, you will see that it is focusing at not only aspirational sectors, but job employment sectors like textiles and food processing, but also key technology-led sectors that we need to be present in. So the first, it is multi-sectoral in its approach because it did construction, infrastructure, and the 26 sectors that were identified in the Kamath committee report as the stressed sectors. So this is multi-sectoral. The second thing, it impacts different segments of society. whether it is a rural unorganized worker who needs Manrega or the PM Kalyan scheme, or the farmer through the agriculture, the fertilizer subsidy, or the middle income household person in the housing sector. And very importantly, there was a kind of a people need to understand the ESI scheme a bit more in perspective. While when you read or when you hear the message from the finance minister, you say this is an incentive for additional people employed. Now, additional people are employed means that you can't count the people who've been retrenched. So it kind of provides an overall umbrella of job security, etc., going forward, and then looks at exporters, through the enhanced outlay in the Exim Bank. So there are different segments of society that are also being impacted by this. And the third fact is, Frank, that a lot of this is cash. It is not. It's actually outlay in the budget, although the PLI scheme may be expanded over 5 years. And most of them will have a multiplier impact on the economy as we go forward.
Absolutely. All right, Shubhamoy, from a journalist's point of view, so how would you look at this stimulus package? What were the key takeaways for you?
One, first of all, it's wide, as Dilip said. It's a very wide package. And coming also at a time when this package is necessary or rather I would say has come at a time when it's able to really help the economy. There have been plenty of discussion around that when the government should provide the stimulus. If you look at it now, the government's first stimulus in April, May, that was meant to basically tide over a crisis. Then, as the economy has gradually come out of the lockdown, the extent of problems in the economy has become apparent to the government. Based on that, there have been intermediate steps earlier on, like there was one in early October for government employees. There was one meant even earlier to that. Those were meant to address select issues, demand revival and so on. This one is a complete package, and the interesting thing is it comes at a time when the economy has actually started showing how much it will be capable of in this year. So what is the ballast that will be required by the government to be able to push the economy up? So therefore, I would say two things. First of all, the size of the stimulus, which is very, very substantial. But much more than that, what is important is the timing. The timing comes just when, as the finance minister was pointing out, that indicators have started showing, including, for instance, today's Moody's report, which shows that India's GDP is going to be actually slightly better. So these are, very significant numbers that are coming in. And just at that time, when the government puts in its bit to push the economy in through short term, through medium term, and through long-term measures, then that provides a very robust, what I might call, productivity support for the economy to grow further ahead. So I would say that you should read both, not only the size, but also the timing. I think the timing has been very correct this time.
Okay. So since we're talking about indicators, Mr. Bal, let's talk about the indicators now and analyze and understand what are the key indicators telling us as far as where our economy is at?
See, as we all know, the October indicators, be it the Purchasing Managers Index or the GST collections having crossed that 1 lakh crore mark, and the electricity consumption, the railway freight, all these high frequency indicators are showing an upbeat. And this was to be expected because, as we all know, India went through one of the strongest lockdowns in the world. And it was but natural that economic life was affected. And the economy is now sort of getting back into shape. And this is the right time where this incentive packages come in and will give a big boost to the Indian economy. If I may, I'd just like to add one bit here. The biggest takeaway for me in this package is that rather than being just sector agnostic and providing a good, industrial environment or income tax or fiscal package, we've gone ahead and selected 10 champion sectors. Earlier, the production-linked incentive was for 3 sectors, and we've gone ahead and now selected 10 champion sectors: auto and auto components, advanced cell, textiles, food, pharma. The government is sort of sticking its neck out, and we are saying no. Now we will not just stand from afar and just provide broad incentive. We will choose the sectors where we want to provide incentive. This is a big change, sort of departure over the last couple of years. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Dilip Chennai, taking the discussion forward now, of course, the government is trying its best, trying to pump in as much money as possible in various sectors and, across the board to try and, spur up the economy and try to bring about some kind of change after the record contraction that we saw in, earlier this year. But, as far as industry is concerned, what shape is it in to contribute to the economy and also kind of reciprocate what the public sector or the government is doing?
I think, Frank, the biggest challenge in different segments of industry was really the cash flow. So there were industries that were actually doing well. If you look at certain elements of FMCG or pharma, etc., and the essential commodities, they are back to 80, 85, and some to 100% of pre-COVID levels. In the infrastructure space also, because sectors like steel, etc., are also very close to pre-COVID levels. There were segments of industry, particularly the services sector, right, which was greatly impacted and was not there as well as the pre-COVID, and therefore in this kind of a situation, and they required cash. Really, and they required guaranteed loan, etc. Extending the emergency credit guarantee loan scheme to those 26 sectors actually enables those sectors also to get cash to contribute to the revival of the economy. The other aspect is that many of the companies, right, who were wanting to expand and to look at other aspects but did not have access to capital or found it literally not the new investments that we're looking at, but the companies that are invested in India. In the 13 sectors, because 3 were announced earlier and 10 have been announced, and there's one overlap in pharmaceuticals. But in those sectors, there's a huge incentive now to expand capacity, to increase scale. And when you increase scale, you become competitive. So you've already seen it happen in the mobile space. You've seen it happening in the electronics component space. You're seeing it happening in the API and the key starting material space, that people are already there. There's also been very interesting component in this, which was a 900 crores to R&D in vaccine. That is a very strategic investment, working with the existing people on how to fund them and how to give them incentives so that the overall cost of the vaccine is reduced, and also we can enhance production going forward and get it to market further. So industry is partnering with government. In fact, most of the PLI schemes, it is a partnership with industry. In some industry sectors are actually given written commitments that they will do. I'm aware of one in the air conditioning sector, and I'm sure Anand is also aware of that one. And people are really looking at, we're looking at a, positivity in this festive time, and it could actually be termed as a, Diwali bonanza for the entire economy, and it will lift spirits. That is the most important thing. It will communicate that the government is listening, the government is willing to do it, and Sukumar talked about the timing of it. One is the timing when the economy opens up, but the other is timing of Diwali and others. And a lot of people now who have fear of losing their job and were not spending will now say that, our companies are actually encouraged to keep us there and get more people. The propensity to spend also may increase. So I think there are different ways that people will react. And for the real estate and construction sector and for the home buyer, it is huge. And if you see the impact, what could happen, the state governments follow suit, like Maharashtra reduced the stamp duty and they got record number of sales and registrations. So the states can also actually add to this and, change the whole outlook going forward.
Absolutely. Shubhoy Bhattacharya talking about the festive season and talking about the, the timing and all those other aspects. Is there also a concern or a fear that, post the festive season that we might see a lull once again?
That is a genuine fear. And let's step back at this moment to understand the policy under which this stimulus has come. So what you realize is that this is one about job creation. The finance minister has clearly said upfront that companies, if they are recruiting new employees, they will get a subsidy from the government as far as their EPF dues are concerned. It's actually a major commitment, because if you are saying that jobs are going to be expanding, there are lots of new companies which are planning to send out a contract letters, then obviously that is going to be something that the government has taken on as an open-ended support for the for job creation. That also applies for the expansion of the MGNREGA, where there has been extra money. So the emphasis here is on job creation. Now, why is that job creation important? This is to answer your question, that if you look at the recent data that has come out, there has been a major push from the household sector towards savings. Savings has risen considerably. Now, this answers the question which had been raised earlier, that should the government just give out cash dole? The answer is no, it would not have helped. Cash dole would have simply led people to hoard that money. It would not have led to creation of demand in the economy. This one and the earlier projects which the government has taken on, the Atmanirbhar version 1, and this basically says that the government will be nudging companies, nudging the informal sector to create jobs, to create investment. And that will then help, as you said, ensure that the momentum stays beyond the festival season. Because if those are being created on a regular basis, then obviously demand conditions return to the market. This is much more significant and much more strenuous than having given out cash. But cash was something which obviously would not have helped in a year when everybody's fear psychosis was very high. So the government is actually taking the risk, but it is a well thought through risk, I would say, at this juncture, and it's actually showing that it is leading to demand creation in the economy, which is reflected in the different numbers that are coming up. Now, obviously, we'll have to see beyond the festival season, but my expectation is that all these measures essentially again do the same thing of making the job creation, which means demand creation, a long-lasting one.
Absolutely. All right. Yes, Bal, as far as job creation is concerned, I want to take this up also with you and take the discussion forward on that note, on the points that Shubhamoy has just made. Job creation is a major issue. It has been a major concern for a while now. Do you believe that the right kind of jobs can be created? Is it going to be sector specific? What do you see in the near future? Where are the jobs going to come from? And also, how important is skilling going to be?
See, if you look at the 10 champion sectors which have been enunciated in the production-linked incentive, as Dilip said, food products, textiles, auto components, they are labor-intensive sectors. So one of the main reasons they've been selected for the performance-linked incentives is the job creation capacity. And job creation is also being supported through incentives to the EPFO and ESIC. And all through in the industrial policy which is being worked out. Of course, we are embracing Industry 4.0, but we always agree that India can't just blindly accept Industry 4.0 with its Internet of Things and 3D technology. India will have to have a slew of products all across. We can have really highly capital-intensive sectors, but we have to give a lot of importance to employment-intensive sectors like handlooms, food products, textiles, auto components. It's always there on the radar of the government. So job creation is a very important article of faith with the government, and it's reflected in the package here, in the Atmanirbhar package here.
Right, all right. Dilip Shenoy, going forward, what challenges do you see emerging? How do we tackle those challenges, and where do you believe our focus should be?
So if you can look at, the whole challenges in the execution, right? So the first thing is that you saw the ELGS scheme of 3 lakh crores being announced. We actually expanded it because we could not do the 3 lakh crores. We could only do X amount. Although a lot of things happened, and execution means while it has to be both sides, right? So how do you get a public-private partnership going in executing it? The second example of execution I want to give is the finance minister talked about the job portal, right? So we have people in rural areas who are working in urban centers, but they've gone back and they don't have jobs, and there are a lot of areas in urban and semi-urban areas where there are jobs but no people, right? So we have to actually, get that portal going, get that execution going, and the number of trains has to increase. From around over 18,000 trains, passenger trains that we're running, we are substantially reduced numbers there. And even at this point of time, because till Chhath Puja, a lot of people won't move out, right? But we need to see this, post the festive season, people coming back to work. So, and the most important challenge is we should not get a fourth or fifth a third wave or a fourth wave of COVID. So that we have to maintain the mask wearing discipline, the distancing and the sanitization protocol. Because if that comes back and we have lockdowns or even localized lockdowns which disrupt the supply chain, that's going to impact us going forward. And if you look at the entire world order now, which and since a lot of the PLI schemes are dependent on exports, we need to actually ensure that our discussions with EU and the US and that side actually enable the exports to go, because the technical textiles, etc., will go to those markets. But food processing and etc. goes to the Arab states. So we'll have a new kind of a link with the economy. And the fact that the finance minister referred to the scheme run by MEA in the EXIM thing says there's close coordination there to look at how we take this forward. And the other real positive that could emerge, and I took this example earlier, is the states can link their incentives also to these sectors and to these areas. Then 1 + 1 will become 11 and not be 2. So how do we get this actually going forward is the challenge. And we have to keep the sentiment and mood up, and maybe some more money would be required in the ELGS scheme. And I'm sure going forward, if the excise, if the GST collections continue to grow and there's some more headroom for the government, we'll see that also happen.
Absolutely. All right, Shubhamoy, so what's the best way forward? What are the sectors that we need to watch out for going forward, both from the positive point of view and from the negative point of view as well? And how do we look forward to the next 3 months?
Well, one of the things that the government is making it very clear, and this is, I look around broadly also to the geopolitical conditions in the world, that we will not be getting much of a support from the rest of the world. So the government is now, and that's why I said this timing has been very significant. It has come after the US election results have been announced. It has come after several, both Europe and others have more or less said what they have to say in terms of the stimulus. So now the government is in a position to measure and to articulate what it needs to do for the different sectors, as Dilip was talking about, in terms of ensuring the support that is to be needed. So that's why it's a carefully crafted package. Now, within that package, as Anand was also saying, job creation obviously has been the big thing. The positive will be the sectors which obviously have been supported. So textiles is a new one, is a new addition, and it's a very important sector that has been added on. Food processing, again, these are new sectors that have been added on. Pharma, we already know it's a big one. It's already making its presence felt. But along with that, the negatives, I would not say that there are any sectors or any places that is there. The problem, the negative is, as again they pointed out, is about the chances of the disease again sort of rearing its head up and pushing more expenditure on the government, especially the states, in terms of ensuring that they can place more money on forcing them to spend more money on health. That would obviously be the negative. But I would think that given the way the pandemic is sort of spreading out has done it, I am slightly more sanguine at this stage that possibly we shall not be getting into that sort of a problem. But let's see how it stands out. Big challenge the government is now taking up is that of making exports rise. Both the Exim Bank supported to expand the capital of Exim Bank, as well as measures to ensure that companies try to tap into the export market, are meant to ensure that India gets that additional export which is very necessary and which has been stagnating for a long time. It is something that is very necessary for Indian economy to really get pull out of, because exports in India has really not expanded much. Simultaneously, government is doing another thing, and this is which we hadn't had chance to touch this time. This is on the infrastructure sector. I would say the support of 6,000 crore additional given to NIF on its debt operation is very important, because infrastructure creation will answer a lot of the blanks in the economic policy as of now.
Right.
Infrastructure is where demand creation, job growth, practically all the questions that we can raise gets solved. So by making NIF and the government and the finance minister made it very clear that it is NIIF which has to take the pole position in terms of meeting the infrastructure challenge or the infrastructure targets for the next 5 years, which means that I would be expecting that number of which has been given for NIF is going to only expand, which is also good because we know that the banks will not be able to fill up this space. So instead of thinking about which is the institution, if NIIF is now clearly at the pole position and moves into infrastructure creation clearly, I think that is a very major phase change for the Indian economy. For global investors also, it becomes very clear that this is the agency, or this is the steering platform through which India is going to address its infrastructure deficit. So I think that is also a very major step going ahead. And I think I would expect, you are saying that there will be more stimulus. If there is, I think NIIF will be there in our conversation now more regularly over the next couple of years.
All right. And A.S. Bal, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Just to take up from what Subhamoy said, to look at the geopolitical scenario, this COVID pandemic has affected the global value chains very severely, and we have realized that we cannot depend on our sort of neighboring nation for products like pharmaceutical and mobile phones and components. So that is also a very important thinking which has gone into selection of our 10 products. That's why pharmaceutical products, advanced cell, chemical batteries, auto components have been chosen, so that you tweak your global value chains and you become more resilient, as the very essence of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And secondly, you'd asked me earlier on the skilling aspect. Of course, skilling is a very important plank in the government policy, and reskilling, upskilling, and the National Council for Vocational Training has been set up, which sort of sets up accepted norms and stuff. And and more feedback is taken from industry. Earlier, people used to just skill and let them loose on the fields, but not now. Now industry will sit with Dilip Chinoy and FICCI and see what the industry needs, and that kind of skilling now gets into the whole thing. So I see a very strong stimulus for the economy, and we are all sort of working in tandem, industry, government, the intelligentsia like Subhamoy and all. And I expect the Indian economy to bounce back and come out strongly.
Okay. All right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the stimulus package couldn't have come at a better time, especially when we know what has happened in the US. We know which way Europe is going. And also, it's the festive season. So this is the best time to have come out with a package like this, is what the panelists are suggesting. Job creation has been an issue, and the package tries to address that particular problem as well by ensuring that the stimulus and the money goes to labor-intensive sectors so that the jobs are created there. Execution is where the challenge is really going to be. We need to ensure that we execute all these plans properly to ensure that we get the full benefit out of it. One thing that we need to watch out for going forward is we have to ensure that we don't see any more further waves of COVID-19. And that's where we as a community can come in, ensure that we follow COVID-19 appropriate behavior and support the entire ecosystem and ensure that we come out of this together. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, a day after the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP, was signed by 15 countries without India, the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said on Monday that the impact of the past pacts has been deindustrialization and the consequences of future ones would lock India into global commitments, many of them not to India's advantage. He also said that those who argue stressing openness and efficiency do not present the full picture, and that this was equally a world of non-tariff barriers, of subsidies and state capitalism. 15 Asia-Pacific nations, including China, on Sunday signed the world's biggest trade agreement, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, sans India, with hopes that it will help recover from the shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic. The RCEP was signed after 8 years of negotiations at the conclusion of annual summit of Southeast Asian leaders and their regional partners held virtually this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. India, one of the leading consumer-driven markets in the region, pulled out of the talks last year, concerned that the elimination of tariffs would open its markets to a flood of imports that could harm local producers. But other nations have said in the past that the door remains open for India's participation in the RCEP, influenced by China. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze India's stand on RCEP. Joining me on the program today are Jayant Gupta, former ambassador of India at the WTO, Harshvi Pant, head strategic studies, Observer Research Foundation, and Jitendranath Mishra, former ambassador. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Harshvi Pant, I'd like to begin the program with you first. Let's first try and understand why was this bloc initially formed and what are the benefits of such trade pacts?
Well, Frank, this was in the offing for a long time now, and you may recall it was last November that India pulled out from these negotiations which have been going on for years. And the idea was to create one of the mega trading blocs in Asia with ASEAN at its core and all the member states that trade largely which are large trading partners of ASEAN. And we have seen how the kind of contestation around globalization that has taken place over the last few years. This treaty, this agreement almost became one of the signposts of where perhaps regional integration might go. With all the opportunities and all the challenges that it presents for countries, including India. And I think, the arguments that India has presented, the arguments that India has made are very much in sync with the evolution in thinking, not only in India about the costs and benefits of such pacts vis-a-vis India, but also as to what is happening in the larger, economic global in the larger global economic space, where a lot of the assumptions that we were brought to, that we were raised with are being questioned today. And on the basis of those assumptions, on the basis of these newfound assumptions, we are looking at new economic realities being framed. Not only is this a question of the rise of China, but this is also a question of how do you reorient a global economic environment away from dependence on one particular country at a time when countries are looking increasingly inwards and trying to redefine their economic priorities. So when you talk of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, you also have to look at the interests of multifarious countries that were involved in this process. You have to look at the interests of ASEAN plus its surrounding member states, with the partner countries that were involved in this process, as well as India, which has for a long time been contending that unless there are tangible benefits from this mega trade deal for India, it would not be possible for India to join. And therefore, India had presented a set of demands. And when those demands were not met last year in November, it was Prime Minister who decided, who announced that India would pull out of this agreement.
Absolutely. All right. So, Mr. Dasgupta, since we are here, then let's also analyze and talk about why India refused to sign the RCEP deal, or why did we walk out?
There were several grounds on which India was not satisfied with the final outcome. And India had, to be fair to India, it had been raising these issues right from the beginning. But it was told that these would get sorted out before the final draft was ready. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And undue pressure was brought to bear on India at the last stage. So some of the arguments that India had raised and which were not satisfied were, first, that there should be a carve-out for granting most favored nation status on investment. Because if India were to give, for instance, some special preference to Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or the European Union, one of the European Union countries, to invest in India, and on MFN basis that would get pocketed by the RCEP partners, that would not be in India's interest. So that was one. The second one was about the lowering of tariffs that could give rise to an import surge. And if that were so, then the, barring the secular increase which was to be provided, if the import surge went beyond that, then a country should have the right to impose safeguard duty. That was also not agreed upon. The third point was about the transparency obligations which countries were expected to adhere to. And the main objection underlying all these was the way the Chinese specifically use subsidies and state capitalism to circumvent the provisions of an agreement and to bring in cheap goods and then destroy the industrial growth that is taking place in a country. And of a piece with this was another point about the rules of origin. Now, in a plurilateral agreement of the kind of RCEP, there is a provision that the country where the most value addition has taken place, need not be the country of origin. It could be finished in some other country and it could be exported from there. So it would be taken as, it's known as accumulation of value addition. Now, in this case, because the duties were going to be different for, let's say, the ASEAN and China or Australia and New Zealand.
Right.
So if the duties were to come down much later for China, China could circumvent and send the goods through ASEAN into India at a much lower rate, thereby defeating the provisions of the agreement. So all these were concerns which India had raised, but they were not satisfied. And that is why India had to ultimately, very reluctantly, walk out of the agreement.
Right, sure. Okay, points taken. Ambassador Misra, let's talk about, any challenges associated with blocks like these.
Well, there are lots of challenges, and Ambassador Pant talked about the centrality of ASEAN in the negotiations leading to the conclusion of RCEP, and Ambassador Dasgupta talked of tariffs and other economic factors. And all this put together means that the challenge is, who is going to be central? Is ASEAN central in this? To me, it seems no. It is China that's central to it. Why? Because first of all, the United States and other major economies of the world are excluded. it was supposed to be a regional partnership. Fair enough, but the United States is a regional power. So it was very expressly excluded. As far as India is concerned, as Professor Pant said, India's concerns were not met. We heard a statement by Secretary Riva Ganguly Das the other day. And we also had that excellent speech by Minister Jaishankar at the Deccan Dialogue, where he's talking about transparency, he's talking about too much of imports coming in, manufacturing not being properly based in India, and all kinds of things. So, the Chinese Premier Li Keqiang called it a victory of multilateralism and free trade. Well, I think it is a Chinese-led multilateralism, that's what he meant, and a free trade for China. Because India was not just interested in free trade in goods, but also services, where our strength lies. So this is a big challenge. So this was not taken care of. Now, where do we go from here? Now that India has not signed, I see a very peculiar kind of Chinese, I call it a mixture of seduction and coercion, a Chinese persuasion, a Chinese style. It's happened to be also in the CTBT negotiations many decades ago, that it can't come into force without India coming on board. We are having something similar. Place is being kept for India for the future. And I read in the media that countries like Japan spearheaded the separate ministerial statement, whereby India can become, if not a member, at least an observer to start with. Now, this is a kind of seduction. Why? Because the Indian market is a huge market. And tariffs. There is no transparency on tariffs. There is no transparency on origin and value addition. That is the key point. And what about FTAs? Is this the end of the world for India? Of course not. India has FTAs with many, if not most, of the member states of the RCEP already. And our experience in these free trade agreements has been very mixed. They have only had moderate success so far. So I think there was a review of everything across the board. The economic dimension is the most important, but of course also the political dimension. Why? Right. Because strategically, if it is going to be China-led and India has a political difficulty and a strategic problem with China, a border issue flaring right now, though we are talking about it, in the midst of this, it's going to be politically very difficult for India to come on board.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These are some very valid points that you've raised. So let's talk about, let's take this discussion forward and bring in a few more aspects as well. Harshvi Pant, we have FTAs with most of these countries. Rather than, China-centric multilateralism, shouldn't we be working towards and focusing on and strengthening the existing FTAs?
Yes, I think that has been that is the sense that you get, that most of these FTAs where you have huge trade deficits that India has with the countries in question. I think that has been a challenge. Most of these FTAs have not really worked in ways that perhaps when they were crafted, it was envisioned. And so the challenge is, how do you recraft your economic strategy, which needs to be more in sync with the political strategic realities of the day, along with building the domestic strength of India, economic strength of India. And I think that's a very significant challenge that India faces going forward. So I think the idea that this is perhaps end of the road for India is misplaced. India will have to build its own capacities at the end of the day if India is to be a global player in any real sense of the term. And I think that's where the discussion is now moving to. How do you develop those strengths? And India possibly could not have developed those strengths by entering into this kind of an agreement. So the challenge remains, but also I think opportunities are there to build those kinds of capacities, which I think that the government is talking about, whether it is Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, whatever you might want to call it. I think the idea is to build domestic capacity in the country, and then to wield that capacity to leverage that capacity to build partnerships with countries where there are economic synergies. I think what certainly is likely to happen is there is going to be some disappointment in countries like Japan and Australia, which are key strategic partners of India, and therefore Japan was pressing for India's, is pressing this case for India to be there in some way, shape, or form as part of this deal, because I think the Japanese also, like Indians, don't want China to dominate, this bloc, to dominate the region, to dominate the economic landscape. And I think at a time where India is already recalibrating its China policy across domains, and specifically we have seen a lot of policy shifts in the economic space, the RCEP in its present form could not have gone forward. So clearly what we are looking at now is how can India merge its economic, more open-ended economic policy outreach to countries which are like-minded with its strategic priorities, which is to build domestic infrastructure, domestic capacities. And I think that challenge is a huge one, but that is a challenge that India will have to manage going forward, if at all the kind of discourse that we are seeing in the region needs to be managed and needs to be protected.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Dasgupta, what are the economic implications, of India opting out of the RCEP?
The first implication, and that is has to be taken in conjunction with our policy of not allowing direct investment into India under the automatic route by firms in countries which have a border with India. But of course, we have just read that is under review at the moment, and it may be relaxed. That up to 25% in non-strategic sectors can be invested by firms which are in countries which have a border with India. So that is something which is in the works. We don't know what will be the final outcome. As far as technology is concerned, the Chinese, and I must preface my remarks first by saying that India already has FTAs with the ASEAN, with Japan, with Korea. And Japan and Korea are the drivers of modern technology. They are the ones who are at the cutting edge of technology. Of course, China is also there. As far as Australia and New Zealand are concerned, not much comes out from there by way of new technological advances. So it is basically now China. Was it collaborating and providing assistance to India to fill this technological gap? And there I think it was a big negative. That was not happening. Investments from China were coming in the tech industries, digital industries, and there it was basically on the with the motive to make profits and to, of course, that nobody can question, but to gain strategic advantage in certain industries. Now that is something which, of course, does not go down well with our own ambitions and interests. So as far as technology is concerned, we will have to look elsewhere. We will have to develop our own technology, put in more money in research and development, and attract investments from countries which are more favorable and which don't have the kind of expansionist ambitions that China had. So the PLI scheme is something which took off in April this year with mobile phones and some electronic components, then with API. Now we have added to that with 10 more sectors. So this is in keeping with our policy of making India not only Atmanirbhar, but also globally competitive. That is something which is a departure from the previous editions of this import substitution policy. The present policy is not just one of import substitution. It is about becoming globally competitive and, most importantly, to get on board the global value chain. So it is not that we will do everything on a self-sufficiency basis and we will remain isolated. We want to become a part of the global value chain, but we want to develop the capabilities, cutting-edge technology, and in many of the sectors where most of the goods will be traded in the next 20, 30 years,
All right, then taking the discussion forward, so Ambassador Misra, let me come across to you now. So what does this mean for the Quad? Let's not forget 2 out of the 4 Quad members are part of the RCEP as well. So what implications is that likely to have?
It will definitely have some implications at the symbolic and psychological levels for sure, because it's odd that we are talking so much about coordination within the Quad, and at the same time, all the 4 countries are not able to coordinate. On the other hand, if we look at it strategically, the United States was never in it anyway. It is a very, very even important and the pivotal member of the Quad. So that was not an option. Now, with India, the door is still open. As I mentioned earlier, they have said that India will give us a letter and will be able to join whenever India wishes. But India says its concerns have to be met, or as an observer. So therefore, Japan has been very careful trying to cajole India into joining, or at least to join as an observer to start with. And we can't close the doors. So I don't look at it as a zero-sum game. I don't look at it as Quad versus RCEP. It can be something in between. There are gray zones in between in the real world. So RCEP, if India becomes an observer, and Mr. Ram Madhav, General Secretary of the BJP, in fact, said that the door is still open, and I'm reading between the lines. So anything is possible. And in any case, looking at the direction of Quad, we are not sure where it's going. Will the new American government have the same level of commitment? Does Quad have a continental strategy that takes care of India's vital security concerns vis-a-vis China? Are exercises showing the flag ceremonies with some limited actual military and strategic content? Or are we going to have joint operations? These are huge questions. So we don't even know where Quad is and what Quad is going to be in the foreseeable or even the midterm future. In the foreseeable or in the middle term, we don't know. So therefore, I would not put all our bets on Quad. I would not rule out engagement with RCEP. I would look at a situation somewhere in the middle. And I think something is possible in the long term if India's concerns are met. India has never said never again.
Right. Okay. Time now to get quick closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward and considering what India's options will be in the near future. Starting first with you, Harshvi Pant.
Well, Frank, India is undergoing a massive shift in the way it looks at its economic strategy and the way it looks at its economic integration into the world. As Ambassador Dasgupta pointed out, it's not a question that India is turning inward. How that is to form up your own capacities. And I think if that is a challenge, then one has to look at every single of these measures very, very carefully. And I think India has done well in terms of assessing the costs and benefits of RCEP, and therefore coming to an informed conclusion that perhaps time is not right for India to join. I think India will face some backlash. India will face some concerns from some of its closest partners, including Japan and Australia, that perhaps India is not playing the kind of economic role that it should. But I think that's a short-term phase. In the long term, if India can manage its domestic political economy properly, if India can manage its domestic economic restructuring properly, then I think India can be a very, very credible member of the larger economic dynamic that is shaping the larger Indo-Pacific as well as the larger global reality. So I think this is something that India has taken a considered decision based on the realities here and now. For the future, we will have to build up our own capacities and see where we go from there.
Absolutely. Mr. Dasgupta.
Things which needs to be pointed out is that many of the ASEAN countries and the RCEP members will have to get national ratification before they can formally join. Though the governments in power there have signed on to the agreement according to their past commitment. So that has to be seen, especially in view of the bellicosity shown by the Chinese towards many of the RCEP partners, including Australia, because they have stopped the imports of many of the products which the Australians have been exporting to China. The second point I wanted to mention that this should not be viewed in isolation, because 7 of the members of this RCEP are also part of the CPTPP, which has gone ahead without US participation. After President Biden takes over, he may, in keeping with the commitment of the Obama administration towards TPP, he may rejoin the CPTPP and take the initiative to guide that or lead that coalition into greater prosperity. So that remains to be. And the last point is the RCEP agreement. Before it comes into force, it will be 2 years. So we have to watch how the Chinese behave towards their RCEP partners, whether they are treated differently or the same aggression is showed towards, on boundary disputes and many other areas.
Absolutely.
So that is a question up for consideration.
Ambassador, close the show for us with your quick concluding remark.
First of all, we need to build a comprehensive national power, shifting from a balancing to a leading role, as Minister Jaishankar has said, and he has outlined the steps to be taken brilliantly in his speech yesterday at the Deccan Dialogue. Now, we don't need to be despondent. We can even go it alone. I look at it as in a perspective of the future, which means that India will be, according to Publico magazine, will be the largest economy in the world, from 3.7% of the world's GDP today to 19.8%. China will be 17.4%. The US will be only 10% in the year 2100. We need to think not in decades, but in 50 years, 100 years spans. And if we have to build our strength, we should be optimistic that our future is quite secure. We don't need to go it alone, therefore. We can have the partnerships that we want. Strengthen the supply chains that don't include Chinese origin or Chinese inputs. So we have the India, Australia, Japan supply chain initiative. Then do our homework on the rules of origin, educated businesses on FTAs. We are not using the benefits that we get to export from the FTAs. Tell our partners bilateral mechanisms can work as well as multilateral mechanisms. And last but not the least, never close the door on anything, any agreement.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that RCEP is more of a China-led multilateral bloc, and the centrality is not with ASEAN. The terms don't work in our favor. There is no transparency really as far as rules of origin and tariffs are concerned. And it has political implications as well with everything that's going on between India and China on the border. So India can't be seen going along with something that is so much in favor of China. What we need to do going forward, we need to strengthen the existing FTAs that we already have. Yes, they have been signed many years in the past, but we need to upgrade them and ensure that they are abreast with the times. And the door is still open for India as far as RCEP is concerned. If our concerns are addressed, we could as well join the RCEP sometime in the future. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rajan Pereira. Well, asserting that terrorism is the biggest problem facing the world, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Tuesday said that there was a need to ensure that countries supporting and assisting terrorists are held guilty, in an oblique reference to Pakistan. Addressing the summit of the five-nation grouping BRICS, via video conferencing, the Prime Minister also said that there was a need to tackle the problem of terrorism in an organized manner. The 12th BRICS summit, hosted by Russian President Vladimir Putin, was also attended by Chinese President Xi Jinping, Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, and South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Talking about the COVID-19 crisis, Prime Minister Modi said India's vaccine production and delivery capabilities will work in the interest of humanity. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin endorsed Prime Minister Modi's emphasis on terrorism, saying some countries were like the black sheep of the family. The Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa grouping adopted a new counter-terrorism strategy on Tuesday. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the takeaways from the BRICS summit. Joining me on the program today are Manjeev Singh Puri, former ambassador, Sriram Chaulia, foreign affairs analyst, and Shubhajit Roy, associate editor of the Indian Express. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. All right, Shubhajit Roy, let me start the program with you first. Let's first try and understand and analyze the highlights of the BRICS summit.
Thank you, Frank, for inviting me to your show. Well, the BRICS summit took place, at a time when the COVID pandemic has not abated, but there are signs of at least three vaccines that are in sight. With this context in mind, the BRICS summit took place through virtual means. This also took place in the context from India's perspective, almost more than 6 months after the India-China border standoff, which has been ongoing, and there has been no resolution in sight. So these are the two things that we need to keep in mind if we are analyzing the BRICS summit. In this context, the Prime Minister raised the issue of the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic recovery and the vaccines, the pharmaceuticals. All these issues was raised by the Prime Minister. The second issue that was raised by the Prime Minister was the need for reforms at the UN and other multilateral organizations. And the third thing, and which obviously caught the headlines, was the direct reference to Pakistan, without naming Pakistan, but a very direct and apparent reference to Pakistan, where he said that the countries which are supporting terrorism should also be held guilty. The BRICS countries also came up with two documents. One was the BRICS Declaration, which is a 97-paragraph document, probably one of the longest joint declaration I have seen. I defer to Ambassador Puri here. He is a much more experienced diplomat on this panel, if he has seen a longer joint declaration, joint communique. Apart from that, the other important document that was released was the counter-terrorism strategy. Now, this counter-terrorism strategy actually gives a very point-by-point and a detailed enunciation of the sort of a congruence of minds of the 5 BRICS countries, which have taken a position, very clear position, that countries which support, orchestrate, instigate terrorism should be held guilty. And that is the most biggest takeaway after this summit.
Okay. From a diplomatic point of view, Ambassador, what were the key takeaways for you?
Frank, thank you for inviting me, and let me compliment you at the outset for continuing your focus on major developments in the world of direct interest to India, including the BRICS summit. We are all besotted by what has happened across the Atlantic Ocean. BRICS, as you know, is the other large getting together. The G7 on one side, the developed West in a sense, and the G7 has been posited in various minds across the world as the other. Of course, we have challenges among ourselves. You yourself started by mentioning the India-China contestation and confederation. There are many other issues. But the importance of this organization for a country like India cannot be underestimated, and it is very good that the summit has happened. Let us remember that India has now taken over the chair of the BRICS, and the next summit in 2021 will be hosted by India. So it becomes a very important staging post also for us and our perspectives. In this context, let me agree very strongly with Shubhajit when he mentioned the counter-terrorism strategy. Now, let's be clear, among all the BRICS countries, the country most affected and most direct stakeholder in the fight against terrorism has been India. And to get Russia, Brazil and South Africa, as well as the Chinese, whose interests in Pakistan are very well known, to come on board has not been a small achievement, indeed very important. And this counter-terrorism strategy document refers to things such as the CCIT, which has been stuck for a very long time at the United Nations. So these are all good auguries. In my perspective, there were a few other things. The Honorable Prime Minister again used this major forum of major countries to stress the need for UN reform, in particular the reform of the Security Council. Now, we all know the Chinese have not been enthusiastic, but neither have the Russians. And so, therefore, this was a very important place to make this point with those who are really going to matter in taking these things forward. And let me point out, in the Moscow Declaration, the so-called BRICS Declaration, there is not just a pointed reference to breathe new life into Security Council reform, mirroring the outcome document of the 75th celebratory document at the United Nations, but the reference to the 2005 outcome document at the UN, which really energized the need for Security Council reform. I also noticed that in these 97 paragraphs, voluminous by standards of joint declarations of plurilateral groupings, there's also reference to global issues such as renewing the US-Russia treaty on keeping at bay the strategic weapons. These are all very important things, and they're reflective of the state of the world as of today, and especially in the last couple of weeks. I don't think the leaders were not really aware of them. All in all, I think an excellent summit, very good, and we did once again something that we always strive for, was to really keep bilateral issues out of the issue, but focus on big issues which are of critical interest to a country like India, which is really climbing the global ladder and climbing it fast. So all in all, good. And I am so happy that the next summit will be ours, and we will now have the chair of the BRICS.
Absolutely. We'll talk about what is it that we need to look forward to the summit in 2021 when we are the chair in just a bit. But before that, Sriram Chaulia, let me bring you into the picture now, and let's focus a little bit on this counter-terrorism strategy document that was adopted. Can this be seen as a major victory for India, considering that, the other countries are not as susceptible to terrorism as India is?
Yeah, Frank, especially in a grouping where for Brazil and South Africa, it's somewhat peripheral because they don't face as much of a jihadist challenge in their neighborhood. Although recently in Mozambique, right across the border, there have been some attacks and beheadings and horrific things. But in general, that part of Africa and Latin America, they have different concerns. So primarily, it's the trio of Russia, China, and India which are directly impacted by this menace. And I think they were the ones, and definitely India, like Ambassador mentioned, is the most impacted of all. And therefore, we have been pushing for this. The only thing I would say is that, in summits, the Chinese often agree to these nicely worded statements and, high-sounding platitudes about cooperation, intelligence sharing. Even I think the counterterrorism strategy says things like no double standards. Now, that is something that we would want them to really walk the talk, right? Because the way they have coddled Hafiz Saeed and Masood Azhar and all these people over the years, and the way they have provided protection to the Pakistanis. But of course, end of the day, to have them to commit in word, at least on paper, is a good thing, and something that we can always raise in subsequent negotiations and engagements with them. Ideally, they have an issue in the Xinjiang region, but they often, blow it out of proportion, make a mountain out of a molehill. But overall, there is a, sense that the region and the world faces serious challenges. Recently, we've seen these series of attacks in Europe as well. So there is the ISIS ideology, which is probably not controlled by any single state. And which is spreading transnationally. So one of the points in the counterterrorism strategy adopted by BRICS, Frank, was that we should work at the extremism and the radicalism that is fueling this spirit of violence and hatred. So there, I think, again, the record speaks. I mean, the way we have done our counterterrorism has been far more humane. The way the Chinese have, locked up more than 1 million people in Xinjiang is barbaric. But nonetheless, and the Russians also often use disproportionate force in their, battles in Chechnya and Dagestan and elsewhere. But nonetheless, I think at a level of national security, the BRICS has evolved. They have got so many mechanisms now. It's institutionalized, and it's good that the leaders at the level of intelligence agencies and interior ministers and defense ministers, national security advisors, they continue to have engagements, and this builds trust to some extent, because there are 3 pillars in BRICS, they say. One is the economy and trade and all those things. The other is the security, and the third is, they say, culture and people to people. So on security, we do need this, and this is apart from avoiding the territorial expansionism and all that. Even we slipped that into the final document also. I would say it's a minor victory for India, where we said respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity and avoiding aggression is important. And the Chinese go along with it because they don't think they have committed any aggression. But nonetheless, it is there for the record, and we can hold it up. And, it's a 5-member grouping, and we can use these mechanisms in the future to build upon this, to generate actionable cooperation. Intelligence sharing is good. The Russians have a lot of intelligence in the region about jihadist groups. So if we can pool this, it will help us to avoid active terrorist attacks and to bust terrorist rings and cells. Transnational and cross-border terrorism was also mentioned, Frank. So these are all good things, because that's where our interests lie, and we have made sure that our interests are shared with the rest of them and reflected in a common language.
Absolutely. All right. Points taken, taking the discussion forward now. Shubhajit, as far as the COVID-19 pandemic is concerned, you started your opening remarks on that note too. How much of cooperation can we expect from the BRICS grouping as far as dealing with the pandemic is concerned? Is there anything specific?
Yes, we saw that the Russian vaccine, the Sputnik 5 vaccine, has been, Indian government has been in talks about getting that vaccine. In fact, Dr. Reddy's lab has signed an agreement with the agency, the Russian agency, which is producing those vaccines. The first consignment, in fact, came a few days ago to India, and we saw pictures of those vaccines. In fact, Russian President Vladimir Putin specifically said that the Russian vaccine would be produced in India and China as well in his remarks, and he made it very clear. So that is a very important sort of form of cooperation, collaboration that will emerge in the next few months, not very far away. And the entire world is waiting for that vaccine to get back to the post-pandemic life. Apart from that, India has already proven its worth in being the pharma of the world, pharmaceutical hub or a powerhouse to the world, when it supplied hydroxychloroquine to more than 150 countries. Also, India has supplied PPE kits and other such objects, other such articles to fight with the pandemic. So there is a scope of cooperation with proven track record from both Russia and India. And China is also experimenting with its own vaccine. So there is a lot of room for cooperation. And because this was number one agenda on the top of the minds of all 5 leaders, so they discussed this particular issue in great detail on how they can take forward the cooperation at a more operational level, at a more concrete level, and not just empty words and just paragraphs and statements.
Absolutely. All right. So, Ambassador, between now and the next summit in 2021, where India is the chair, what is it that we can expect?
Frank, if you will allow me, let me just add something to what Shubhajit said. Russia and China are, in a sense, in the market for the COVID-19 vaccine. Look at the point made by the Honorable Prime Minister in a most beautiful but telling manner. We are the ones who have done what we could with our abilities, PPEs, hydroxychloroquine, and we are the ones who will make whatever the world brings forward available to the masses and hence be those who will be supportive of humankind. I thought it was a very well crafted set of words and very well put, and the message would certainly have gone down with the others whose actions have been, we are the big muscular guys in terms of science and technology and we are doing it. But BRICS is about innovative growth. So this particular entire summit was about global stability, shared security and innovative growth. And what is innovative growth is all about pulling yourself together. What can you do to try and take things forward so that you better things for yourself as well as for humanity? Now, you very rightly mentioned 2021, where India will be the chair and we'll be hosting the BRICS summit. I hope sincerely it will be an in-person summit because it is my considered belief that such high-level interactions, especially among such important players, when they are held in person, many more things can be achieved, many more things can be done. Also in terms of side meetings, etc. There is this particular limit of doing things virtually, although the fact that it has been held is good by itself. What is it that we would push? Now, there's a very interesting augury of coincidences. India joins the Security Council on the 1st of January. We are also joining the trio of the G20, and we'll be hosting the G20 summit in 2022 here in India. So when you put all these things together, this is actually an opportune time to talk with the most important countries in the world on the greatest issue, which is institutional reform of multilateralism to make it relevant to contemporary reality and be in the service of humanity. Put it very simply, UN Security Council reform. Russia and China, both kind of naysayers. Can we bring them on board? What can we do in these particular contexts? I think that shall certainly inform us in terms of what we'd like to do, other than innovation and growth and try and take these things.
Absolutely. All right. So, Sriram Chaulia, let's talk about another aspect now and bring it in because I think it was the ambassador who raised it in his opening remarks. Let's also understand that there's a level of maturity as far as these 5 countries are concerned, because we've seen multilaterals in the past getting derailed because of personal bilateral issues. Take the SAARC, for instance. The similar thing, considering what has been happening between India and China, could have happened with any of these other blocs as well, but that has not happened. That also shows a level of maturity and the kind of mechanism we have in place to sort out these kind of issues.
Yeah, Frank, this is the 12th summit. We have been having this since 2009. So, and those were relatively better days in China-Indian bilateral ties. Before Xi Jinping came to power, we didn't have as many, territorial aggression problems and, conflicts on the border and so on. China has become far more pushy only in the last 7 to 8 years, especially under Xi Jinping. So in earlier times, so BRICS signified that hope, at the initial era, 2006 to 2009, when it was being elevated from a ministerial to a heads of state level dialogue forum and becoming institutionalized, that there are 2 objectives. One was, we said multipolar world, right? Even now, the Moscow Declaration talks about multipolarity. So that is a shared thing and that's a common thing. And that is where we, to some extent, keep aside our individual rivalries, because we want large developing countries represented in these 5, and people talk about BRICS Plus, and there are a few others that can be, counted in this category of emerging market economies. We all have a common aspiration to make the world more democratic and balanced. So to that extent, especially the Chinese have wanted to use BRICS for external balancing against the US, to show that we are responsible, we are a team player. Now look at the new development bank of BRICS. The way it has been structured is quite democratic, and we fought for it. The Chinese initially wanted to turn it into another World Bank type institution where they will call all the shots and they will have the maximum voting share. It will be headquartered in China. They will, determine the policies and all that. But actually, we and the others, the other 3 members of BRICS negotiated hard with them. And so the NDB was structured at the outset in 2015 itself as a level playing field where each country has equal share capital irrespective of the actual GDP size of these countries. And Mr. Kamath became the first president of the NDB. Now a Brazilian is holding it. So the Chinese have in a way restrained themselves to some extent, or been compelled to restrain, because they want this grouping to show to the West that we can create an alternative world order. But internally, within BRICS also, there is an internal balancing. India especially, I think, is by being there, we don't boycott BRICS because we are having a border conflict with China. Why? Because being inside BRICS helps us to restrain and moderate China to some extent, and to tie China into a web of multilateralism that is more cooperative. And we understand China's need for BRICS as a counter to the West. We are not so anti-Western, but we also want a reform of the multilateral order. So these, if you look at nuances, that is why this maturity you're talking about has been sustained. So short of war with China over the border or in the Indian Ocean, we will continue with BRICS, and we will try to keep this cooperative project going, because that is how our own influence also rises as a responsible power that is taking others along and also representing interests of least developed countries. The declaration time talks about the needs of LDCs and waiving the debt and debt servicing in the corona period. So we are trying to show that we can have leadership in a collective form. So I think that has indeed matured, and it will stay its course. So nobody should criticize BRICS saying it's a waste, or that the Chinese are hoodwinking or dominating it. If the Chinese were dominating it, we will not join it. We have not joined BRI, we have not joined Belt and Road, but we are part of NDB, because we have forced the Chinese in many ways to moderate themselves in this institutionalized forum. So institutionalism is good, and we will try to preserve it.
Okay, time now to get quick closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward. Starting first with you, Shubhajit.
Yes, I completely agree with Dr. Cholia, who said the need to be on the table. There's a very famous saying amongst diplomats is, if you don't want to be on the menu, you have to be at on the table. So I think I would say that India has to be part of as many multilateral groupings, because they enable India leverage against bigger powers or middle powers or any other country when it comes to negotiations. As India takes leadership role next year at the UNGA, at the UN Security Council, or the BRICS, even the SCO, India has to use all these avenues, all these opportunities to maximize this diplomatic potential.
Absolutely. Ambassador.
Frank, I agree very much with both my colleagues, and I want to say BRICS is a particularly useful plurilateral entry in which India has a meaningful and an important role. As we will take its chair and as we will host the next summit, it is a platform of opportunity for us to be able to reach out into the world and actually bring about meaningful reforms which will be good for us and good for the world. And so therefore, I'm very glad the summit happened, and very good that we are going to be helming BRICS, which is a critically important platform for global governance.
Absolutely. All right. And Sriram Cholia, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Yeah, the part that we missed was BRICS, intra-BRICS trade. Prime Minister Modi pushed for the target of 500 billion intra-BRICS trade, to come about, and he has proposed mechanisms to reduce, non-tariff barriers and other things. I think that's important because, collectively BRICS economies are going through a downtime due to the pandemic. The GDP of BRICS is projected to fall by 30% this year. Only China is eking out a bare minimum 1% positive growth. All the others are in the red. So we do need to enhance through the BRICS Business Forum and through investment mechanisms and dialogue forums that were created under the BRICS umbrella, how to fast forward growth, because without that, our swagger on the world stage to create a multipolar world, all those will be curtailed. So I think we must pay a lot of attention to improving economic exchanges, equitable exchanges as we would like, not one-way trade, which is swamping our market with dumped products from China. But we want the other three players to also come in to balance out the Chinese. That has always been our game in BRICS, and that's why we are in BRICS.
All right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the grouping's adoption of a new counter-terrorism strategy is a move in the right direction. It has gotten gotten China to commit to fight against terror, which is good because we can take it up with China at a later stage. BRICS has evolved over the years and has shown tremendous maturity. Bilateral issues between member nations has not come in the way of the larger good. The common interests and aspirations seem to hold much more weightage than the bilateral prickling points. And let's not forget that the BRICS also is a useful plurilateral grouping as far as India is concerned, which we can use for our own good, for the good of the entire bloc and also for the good of the world. And the chair of the BRICS, which is going to be with India in 2021, is something that we look forward to, and we hope that it will bring out some great results. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rausen Pereira. Well, India's permanent representative to the UN, Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy, on Monday speaking in the UN General Assembly on the question of equitable representation on and increase in the membership of the Security Council, said that nothing has moved for more than a decade in the intergovernmental negotiations except hearing passionate statements on the need for reform. Criticizing the absence of even a single negotiating text, Tirumurthy said that the IGN has become like a platform for debate in a university rather than a serious result-oriented process in the United Nations consisting of sovereign member states. Meanwhile, addressing a virtual summit of the BRICS grouping, Prime Minister Narendra Modi reiterated India's long-standing demand of reformed multilateralism. Calling the theme Global Stability, Shared Security and Innovative Growth not only relevant but also far-sighted, Prime Minister Modi said questions are being raised on the credibility of global institutions. He emphasized on reform of institutions like the UN, IMF, WTO and WHO to gain credibility. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze reforms in the UNSC and other impaired blocs. Joining me on the program today are Gurjeet Singh, former ambassador, KP Nair, strategic analyst, and Pramit Pal Chowdhury, foreign editor of the Hindustan Times. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Ambassador, let me begin the program with you first. You know, this issue of reforms as far as multilateral organizations are concerned is not a new one. It's been going on for several years now. India keeps raising these issues over and over again. Are they falling on deaf ears?
Well, they are certainly falling on disinterested ears, for sure. And the way that we are hammering away at reform now, and the projects that are coming up, and the Prime Minister has mentioned these in, his speech to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, into the BRICS, and in the UN itself on the 75th anniversary. What we arrive at is this, that while we are talking of reform, actually we are looking at a kind of restructuring of the international order, which must be more equitable. And India has always stood for this since the war and allowed Africa and other newly emerging countries to be a participant. Now, when you hear Permanent Representative Tirumurthy lamenting the lack of action on the intergovernmental negotiations, he even says that no records are kept. Every time you have a meeting, you start all over again. So certainly the whole process needs reform, whereas the structure needs restructuring. Now, there are three things that he mentioned. One is about, the General Assembly, rules of procedure need to alter. We need to alter the methods of working. And most of all, we need to alter the membership of the UN Security Council, including at the permanent level. Now, this is where he says that the UN system has stopped working. And in the pandemic, this has become most visible. So today, if you look at the major threats, globalization, terrorism, pandemic, and climate change, you find that the UN system is not resilient, is not responsive, and is trying to give you solutions through an old structure which has lost its elasticity. Therefore, you really need to hammer them into a new position. A lot of countries say this can't be done, but you remember the G7, one big crisis in 2008, and the G7 converted itself to the G20. But that is because the G7 was not a structured institution like the UN and the Bretton Woods institutions. So therefore, I think we need to look at these institutions in the context of new challenges and see how best we can bring them into tandem with popular expectation.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mr. Nair, let me bring you to the picture now. So, why is it that, reforms are so far and difficult to come by as far as these organizations are concerned?
Well, in the United Nations, forget reforms. Even adopting a document is a very laborious process, you see. To change a comma, you have to have so many discussions, and then everything. I don't know how they translate commas, but every document has to be translated into 6 languages, and and then there will be discussions about the accuracy of these each of these languages. So getting anything done in the UN is a very laborious process. But in the context of what Ambassador Tirumurthy said in his speech, we have a problem in the General Assembly this year. You see, since Vijayalakshmi Pandit was elected president of the General Assembly in 1953, we have always had presidents of the General Assembly, normally known as PGA, who have been friendly to us. Everybody, virtually every PGA has been friendly to us. For the first time that I can remember, we have a president of the General Assembly who is not friendly to us. He's a Turkish diplomat. And he, for purposes of today's discussion in the context of reforming the Security Council, he has been associated with the Coffee Club, of which Pakistan is a leading light. So, his predecessor was from Latin America. Before that, we had the Slovak presidency. Before that, we had the Afghan presidency. So all these people were by and large in favor of doing something to take forward the Security Council reform. But till next September, as long as the Turkish presidency continues, I can be fairly certain that by we, I mean the group of 4, India, Germany, Japan, Brazil, which want speedy reform, will face a lot of roadblocks in the General Assembly. But I think we are getting prepared. For one thing, the fact that we will be in the Security Council from January 1st gives us that extra clout. We can leverage the Security Council membership to a very large extent in getting things done in the General Assembly. And Tirumurthy, from what I can see, has been very active, for instance, we revived and did a lot of work relating to least developed countries in the last few months, small island nations in the last few months. We have just got into a committee. Through the 4th committee, we have got into an Arab group relating to UNRWA, the UN Organization for the Relief of Palestinians. So we are getting involved in the General Assembly from various sides, sort of reviving our old contacts in the non-aligned movement through various other ways. So we are making an effort, but as I said, the reform this year and next year till September is not going to be easy. There will be a lot of challenges, but we have to grit our teeth and make an effort to move it forward as far as possible.
All right. So in such a scenario then, Pramitpal Chaudhary, what should India's options be really going forward? Because this is something of utmost importance as far as we are concerned.
Well, UN Security Council reform, while it's of course greatly important to us, we have to recognize that this is a relatively long-term program. However, we were able to get through a draft text through the General Assembly last time. An opening sort of opened up, we were able to get that through. Now, as Ambassador Tirumurti has pointed out, there's now an attempt to develop, or there is a present agreement to try and use, should we say, negotiating tactics to block us from moving that forward. So as he correctly said, in the intergovernmental negotiations, nobody's even allowed to vote. As Ambassador Gurjit Singh mentioned, there are no notes taken. These are procedural issues designed to ensure that that draft text does not move forward. So the first step we need to do, which the ambassador laid out in his speech to the UN, is try to break that procedural jam, so that at least the draft text can begin to move forward. The second element is more difficult, which is to see how we can get the permanent members in the Security Council, the 5 ones who hold veto power, because any single one of them can effectively veto any further any move to the reforms if it goes forward beyond the General Assembly. That will be more difficult because at present, the original, should we say, opportunity that arose because all 4 out of the 5 members supported India's entry. The Americans and the Europeans were coming to a sense that they'd had too many seats, that UK, France, and perhaps a combined EU seat or a single European seat would make sense. And so it was only China that remained opposed, and at least privately the Chinese said, though it wasn't probably completely true, that they were prepared to allow us in, but they were not prepared to allow Japan in, for example. If we were not part of the G4, they might reconsider. Now, at the present state of the UN SC5 members, we have, at least under the Trump administration, a government that is a US that is hostile to any change, or actually just disinterested in the UN altogether. China remains, if anything, even more adamantly now opposed to an Indian change. Even Russia is not enthusiastic about changing. It's not opposed to us, but it doesn't want to water down or dilute its position. And with Britain leaving the European Union, Britain does not want to give up its seat either, so there is no question of a single European seat anymore. So in many ways, the present window at the Security Council level doesn't exist. So it's going to take a while. But there's no reason why you shouldn't prepare the ground otherwise for potential reform at some later point. It's hard to predict sometimes when these windows open diplomatically for us to move forward.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, but other than that, we do have other issues in the UN which fall short of UNSC reform, but ones which we are concerned about. One, we need to reform, it's very clear, reform a number of UN agencies. The World Health Organization did not cover itself in glory during this pandemic. The World Trade Organization is limping, and it needs to be changed in some ways. We are increasingly concerned about the number of UN agencies which have been systematically taken over by the Chinese. If I'm correct, a Chinese person now heads 5 UN agencies, which is a record for any country and is actually unprecedented. And you can see the Chinese now pushing agendas in the UN that are specifically designed to promote themselves. For example, at a time when we are banning or moving to stop Huawei 5G technology. They are trying to get UN agencies like the International Telecommunications Union to endorse Huawei 5G equipment as a UN standard. So that's another area, that's an immediate area that we need to be working on.
Absolutely. All right. So taking the discussion forward then, so it's not just limited to the UNSC, like you mentioned in your opening remarks, Ambassador. You know, these multilateral organizations need to be abreast with the times and they need to be, up to date. So, it's not just limited to the UNSC, but even others like, the WTO, WHO, IMF and other wings and other bodies and other blocks too need to be, we need to see reforms there too.
Most certainly. And I would say, for instance, the IMF reform, being rather technical, is not openly discussed. But I think that is very important because the way IMF deals in a prescriptive way with developing countries is rather sad. So I think when India has the G20 leadership, we should look at IMF reform because the G20 have a pretty strong say as a number of countries in what the IMF does. And I think we should not be apprehensive of what the Chinese will not do, but try and reform the IMF for the betterment of the world around us. Secondly, there is undoubtedly, as I said, pandemic big issue. Therefore, WHO needs to be empowered to become much more responsive to the requirements in dealing with pandemics. This, I think, structurally, it is not organized to do so. Third, the WTO. We are now looking to elect a new Director General where the will of the majority is being thwarted by one country. So this kind of thing goes on, this bargain hunting. But the point is the bargain hunting is sometimes you end up with very cheap alternatives. So this is something we need to avoid. So how to improve the functioning of WTO, particularly the dispute settlement mechanism, which is vital for developing countries, is something we need to keep working on. Coming back to what both Mr. Nair and Mr. Pal Chaudhary have very succinctly explained about UN Security Council, and very realistically, I would say. So one of the realistic points about this is, this mantra that we have got, that we support the common African position. And when you support the common African position, which is unclear on who are its nominees for the Security Council, which insists that it will decide, not the General Assembly, but the African Union will decide who the nominees are, is not something which is conducive to the settlement of this issue. And most people, therefore, use the mouthing of this mantra to keep saying, how confused this is. Secondly, most African countries left to themselves would simply like an expansion in the non-permanent space. So that is where they have better chances of getting in. Not the permanent. They have no real interest in permanent because they don't know who's going to be the permanent member. Whereas the G4 thinks we have a birthright, but please remember, what we are looking for is a, amendment to the charter. And if that amendment ever comes, we will all have to go to the General Assembly to fight elections to fill the new seats. So I think, as Mr. Chaudhary said, that this is not something going to happen soon. But the way I've noticed Indian leaders speaking now, it seems we have acquired greater vehemence in our international utterances or say, see, this is going nowhere. The second point is that, France, I think, is now a very good friend of India. It is for us today what Russia was in earlier years in the Security Council, our Suraksha Kavach. Now, and as Mr. Paramit Paul Chaudhary said, Britain is quite unsure with Brexit how much more exit it has to do. So what you are left with really is China, backed by Russia, and the United States. Now, both of them don't want to change the Security Council to a large extent. In fact, if you ask me, the Chinese today are the arch conservatives on UN reform. They don't want anything to reform because they have gamed the system. And as he said, they are holding 5 presidencies of different organizations. Here, I bring you to the question. Have we focused too much of our diplomatic energy on UN Security Council reform and not focused on other agencies? Why is it that we have late candidatures and weak candidatures? Why don't we have a plan to take over some agencies either through election or through nomination by the Secretary General? We seem to be missing out here on both counts. So I think we need to look at restructuring in a little broader way.
Absolutely. I think that's a very valid point that you've raised there. I want to take that particular point forward with Mr. Nair. Mr. Nair, as far as some of these agencies are concerned, should we start focusing on some of these smaller agencies, and should we not invest heavily in the UNSC, at least for the time being, because we know it's a long drawn out process and that's something that we can keep chipping at, over the years. And should we focus on other agencies where we can have an immediate impact?
That is necessary, as Ambassador Gurjit Singh said, and implicit in your question. But in a way, I would say that at least to a limited extent, we have started doing that. For example, the Prime Minister this year unusually spoke at the ECOSOC, Economic and Social Council meeting. That, as far as I recall, this is the first time that in recent times a Prime Minister has addressed an ECOSOC meeting. And of course, we cannot ignore the fact that a Pakistani has just been elected, Munir Akram, as president of ECOSOC. But I don't think that was the main consideration in the Prime Minister addressing ECOSOC. We cannot let go of these organizations. We have a lineage, we have a tradition. ECOSOC, for example, from 1946, the 3 sessions of ECOSOC, an Indian headed it, the famous civil servant Ramaswamy Mudaliar, you see. Then, as I mentioned earlier, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit at the UN General Assembly, but of course we cannot go back to that position. So I would say that we have started doing this in a small way, but our steps have to be very gingerly. Earlier, there was a reference to Bretton Woods Organization, World Bank and IMF and all. You see, we have to do it very carefully. For example, World Bank and IMF reform, you see. If we try to reform these financial organizations, we may come up with something to our disadvantage. For instance, we get loans from the soft loan windows of these organizations. Some years back, the developed countries, Britain in particular, as far as I recall, said that India should no longer be given soft loans, loans from the soft loan window, because India has developed. These are meant for countries that are not so developed. India has moved forward. India is an emerging economy. It's in the G20, so we must stop these soft window loans for India. So should we give up these benefits in altruistic effort to reform these organizations? So should we look at the benefits we are getting, or should we look at, in an unselfish way, look at the broader interests? So we have to very carefully plan ahead, you see. That applies to the takeover of smaller organizations also. But I think that we are indeed going ahead in a small way. And I would like to make a small reference to what Ambassador Gurjit Singh said about Africa. As far as I recall, he has lived in Africa and he has handled Africa before in our headquarters. I thought it was very significant that the Prime Minister yesterday at the BRICS meeting mentioned Security Council reform, because the South African president was there. And it was necessary to underscore this point about Security Council reform in the presence of the South Africans, because, as Ambassador Gurjit Singh said, that the Africans are a problem. Otherwise, long ago, G4 would have become G5, including the Africans. So that is something we need to pay attention to.
Right, sure. All right. And so What's the best way forward? Then Pravit Pal Chaudhary, close the show for us with your concluding remarks on the best way forward.
Well, I think while we maintain, as I said, we have to move forward on trying to break the procedural jams that have been put in place at the General Assembly. That has to be the next step to move the draft forward. In the ultimate goal, whether we should recognize it's going to take a while for UN Security Council reform, we will need to still continue to talk to the permanent 5 members as to what their positions are and persuade them to reconsider at least some of their foot dragging on this issue. And the Biden administration will be a particularly important player for us over the next 4 years. But I think in the short term, we need to be looking at the growing influence of China in the United Nations. And as others have mentioned, we need to start putting forward either our own candidates or working out strategies to ensure that candidates who are friendlier to us are put in place. And this means coalition building in the UN in smaller organizations, which we sometimes, I think, don't pay attention to. And then we are prepared now to we have to work with countries like the US and others to reform specific UN agencies, which are continuing to have difficulties. And I'll just add a fourth element is UN peacekeeping. We have always been a huge provider. We are the world's largest provider historically of troops to the UN peacekeeping. China has now become the world's largest contributor of funding to the peacekeeping department, partly because the US has pulled out. We need to get in more countries to provide funding. And we are now starting to see China increasingly send troops. They're not very good at it yet, but they're starting to send troops on peacekeeping missions. And we need to keep a very close eye because the peacekeeping missions of China are not about peacekeeping. They are about increasing Chinese influence.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that we need to see a restructuring of the world order to allow developing countries and middle powers a seat at the high table so that they too can ensure that their voices are heard. Globalization, terror, COVID-19 and climate change are 4 of the biggest issues facing the world today, but multilateral blocs such as the UN and others are finding it difficult to address them because they have an age-old approach. These blocs or agencies need to change and be abreast with the times so that they can address some of these major challenges that the world is facing. As far as the UN reforms are concerned, let's not forget the UNGA presidency is with Turkey at this point in time, and Turkey is seen to be close to Pakistan and does not want to see any kind of reforms in the UN, as this will be in India's interest. Reforms across the board are necessary, and we have to continue to push for reforms at all levels, and we need to watch out for China's aims, goals and ambitions as far as the UN and other bodies and agencies are concerned as well. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Thursday said that it is time for tech solutions that are designed in India but deployed for the world, and the country is uniquely positioned to leap ahead in the information era. Addressing the Bengaluru Tech Summit 2020 virtually, Prime Minister Modi said India is at a sweet spot and it is time for tech solutions that are designed in India but deployed for the world. Stating that the government's policy decisions are always aimed at liberalizing the tech and innovations industry, Prime Minister Modi said recently the compliance burden on the IT industry has been eased in various ways besides trying to engage with stakeholders in the tech industry and chart out future policy framework for India. The Prime Minister also noted that today Digital India has become a way of life, particularly for the poor, marginalized and for those in government. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze how technology can learn and grow. Joining me on the program today are Abhishek Singh, CEO MyGov and National E-Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India; Sanjay Naik, Chairman, Science and Technology Committee, FICCI and CEO, Tejas Networks; and Prawal Singh, Vice President, Marketing, Zoho Corp. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Sanjay, let me begin the program with you first. Let's first try and understand and analyze what is the state of the tech and design sector in the country.
Thank you, Frank. It was very heartening to see our Prime Minister talk about how technology and innovation is really helped leapfrog the country. In fact, the last 5 years, if you see, India has really moved from a traditional economy to a digital economy. And that whole process and journey, I would say, in the last 7-8 months during COVID has actually got accelerated. So online learning, telemedicine, remote working, all these things which we used to think of, are good applications of future, actually have become live applications that we have done. Second trend I wanted to highlight, which is very exciting, and I live in Bangalore, so I had the pleasure of looking at what our Prime Minister said yesterday, is the fact that India for the last 30 years has been known around the world as a world's top destination for IT outsourcing. I'm very proud and happy to say that a parallel ecosystem silently and very powerfully has emerged in the country over the last 5 years, where India is now starting to become a product nation. We are designing and developing products and solutions in India, which are of course very relevant for India, which are world class, but are also relevant for the world. And just to give you a quick example of what I'm saying, for example, Tejas Networks, one of the companies that I lead in the telecommunication equipment sector, we are now exporting our telecom equipment to 75 countries around the world. And 70% of BharatNet, which was built in India, was built on the equipment that we supplied. So here's an example that we use the Indian market, the size of the Indian market, get success in India, and then get success in 75 countries around the world. So I think it's a very exciting time to be here. The combination of a very strong network in the form of 4G broadband network in the cities, the BharatNet in the countryside, combination of Aadhaar, UPI as the foundational software, which is the platform which is going to give us all the services and all the apps on the top. The troika of all these three things is something that India can export to 100 countries around the world who are trying to take a traditional economy, go into digital economy. So I think Prime Minister's call for made in India, design in India, manufactured and made in India for the world is absolutely a perfect clarion call in current times.
Absolutely. All right. So, Prawal, let me bring you in now. How much of an impact has the pandemic had really as far as the tech sector is concerned? And how do we, get past this particular roadblock?
Thanks, Frank. The two things that we've seen develop over the course of 6 months. First was when the pandemic hit, people started to work remotely. Now that meant use of tools and technology to be able to enable teams to work remotely, right? SOPs were drafted, all of that happened. And in that, we saw a huge sort of surge towards using tools like these, the ones that we're using today, to connect. So we saw a huge surge in demand from our products like Zoho Meeting and Zoho Assist and some of the other tools. Now that, between then and now, a lot has changed. People were trying to adapt to work remotely. Now people have gotten used to working remotely, right? Now, as we see offices starting to open, as things supposedly get back to normal, because that's what we hope, seeing a good hybrid of people wanting to work from the office a few days a week to sort of get to have some real face time with their colleagues. But we're also seeing a lot of people are now having a preference to be able to work remotely from wherever they are, closer to their family, friends, all of that. From a business standpoint, we actually expected things to be much worse than they were for us, honestly, right? So we saw initially users sort of canceling their subscription or downgrading their subscription, but over a course of time, things started to pick up. And I think we've managed to stay afloat really well. From a product standpoint, right, this led to something that we did not assume, teams to be able to work and ship products while working remotely, including people who had never worked before in the company. So that was a positive. So productivity was not at all affected, is what I would say. That's what we have seen in the company. And from an industry perspective, I think what COVID did to us was a kind of a leapfrog that would have probably taken years in terms of productivity, use of tools, collaboration, digital-led evolution is what I would call it. We saw all of that happen in 6 months. And I think we as a country together managed to do it really well.
Absolutely. All right. So, Abhishek Singh, how do we fare as compared to other countries when we talk about design, tech solutions and IT sector as a whole? And what are our strengths and what do we need to focus on?
See, as Sanjay and Praval has already said, that our key strength so far has been a strong software services nation. And we have our top IT companies who have been providing software services to the world for a long time. Now, the change that has happened lately is that we are finding our mojo in the product space. How do we go from designing, not only providing services, but also designing products that can be used by companies world over, whether it's in the telecom space, whether in the software development space. And we have two of the examples here. Sanjay spoke about Tejas and Praval represents Zoho, who have some of the best solutions that are there. Only product difference has been that India so far has not been known as a strong product company, strong product producing companies. But over a period of time, especially during the pandemic, we found that whenever we launched a challenge on an innovation challenge, startups to come up with solutions that can be scaled up for solving societal problems across the world, we found our IT companies coming up with those solutions. And many of the solutions which have been chosen in these challenge rounds have the potential to become world beaters. And we have a strong personnel ecosystem, like our engineering colleges, our IIT networks have been providing tech manpower for the world. And not only as CEOs of the top product companies, software product companies in the world, but also at the lower ranks and at the people who are actually designing and developing products. So if the necessary incentives are given to these entrepreneurs and these trained personnel to design such products in India, there is no reason our products will not be able to capture the world market. So the government is focusing on that. We have COVID did result in several innovations coming up. Recently, the work from home regulations were relaxed. So companies can, the labor code was relaxed, which has led to companies being able to immediately develop products in an agile manner. And once that is done and the necessary investments come in, because so far our challenge has been that necessary investments in startups who are investing in product has not been there. And somehow we have been relying more on the Googles and the Microsofts of the world and thinking that those products are the best and not trying out our own office solutions by Zoho or similar such products by Indian companies. So when that change is happening to using products developed by Indian companies, I am sure, and once the government shows the result, the industry and everyone else follows when the trust is shown there. The GEM portal has been designed, which is showcasing such products. So I have a strong belief that in the days to come, we will be seeing many more Indian companies, many more Indian software products, which will be able to capture not only the market in India, but across the world.
All right. So Sanjay Nayak, as we are talking about, scaling up, as we are talking about moving up a few notches or a few levels, what are some of the challenges that the industry faces and some of the challenges that you foresee going forward?
So let me tell you a couple of things. One which Abhishek himself said, I think as a branding of our country, we are well regarded in the world as a top-notch destination for outsourcing and IT services. I think as a country, we need to brand like Korea is known today or Japan is known in terms of technology products, that India also has equivalent talent. And let me give you one piece of statistics which is mind-blowing. More than 50% of the R&D engineers in the world, ex-China, in telecom product development of the world, actually work from India. More than 50% of the chips designed in the world, ex-China, in terms of R&D engineers are working from India. So I think as a country, we need to have the confidence, we need to have the trust that we have enough talent in the country. It just needs to be channelized. So once we do the external branding, the internal excitement of people leaving, larger companies and doing their own companies, building the products will start to happen. So that's one point I wanted to highlight in terms of what's missing, in terms of scaling. The second point and the third point I want to highlight is something which the government is already doing, but I think it can be fine-tuned to get much significantly better results. For example, there is a, like Abhishek mentioned, there's a Make in India policy, reference to Make in India policy in the GEM portal. I think this is a fantastic policy because unlike many other countries like Israel, which has a very small domestic market, India has a massive domestic market. So we got to use our leverage, our domestic market demand for technology products, build economies of scale in India, and then export to the world. Because India, by the way, let me tell you, at least in telecom for sure, Indian market is the toughest market to win business in the world in telecom. You have to have the latest technology, highest quality, and the lowest price for any of the private operators or even government operators to select you. So I think if a company can sell in India, they can sell and make a lot of money anywhere in the world. So I think that's the second part, that the PMA policy has to be strengthened. If there are small lacunas where restrictive tender conditions and all those things have to be removed, that should be done. So that's the second part. The third thing, which is a very recent development, which allows scaling of size, is the PLI policy, the performance linked incentive, which has been in a very, very forward-looking policy for telecom sector and electronic sector, which has come. Just to give you a sense of what that policy can accomplish, we are going to be importing $400 billion worth of electronic products in the next couple of years. Telecom products alone, just for 5G, will be more than $100 billion. Now, all the capabilities exist in the country. Manufacturing capabilities are there, design capabilities are there, R&D talent, as I mentioned, is there, from chip level, fabless to the system level. So what we got to do is, there has got to be economies of scale handicap on day zero. So the PLI policy will plug that handicap. And if the PLI policy is linked to more domestic value addition, which means a company which does more domestic value addition gets higher incentive. Company which does only assembly gets lower incentive. Secondly, if the PLSI policy can also make sure that more R&D investment, because R&D creates the IPR. Like for example, Apple has no manufacturing facilities of its own. It basically does the R&D. So I think we need to move up the value chain. So basically, if the government can leverage the PLI policy, the Make in India policy, and then the last part, which is becoming very important, especially in the new geopolitical situation, because today the world wants products from trusted countries. India has a lot of trust, especially because of IT services. So especially in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, which are India-like countries, India has an opportunity of a $200 billion export potential for ICT projects, which is telecom plus software plus the whole 9 yards. And that is something which government has to play a role in terms of encouraging. So if all these three things are done, these are all things which China has done successfully before. India can take all the learnings and do it better. And actually the government is taking the steps in the right direction. So very, very excited about it.
Absolutely. All right. So, Praval, as far as tech solutions and, going back to a point that Abhishek was making earlier about, product development and products as a whole, clearly, the Indian companies make some great products, on par with some of the best in the world, but yet they do not have the kind of names like, an Apple or an Intel or a Microsoft really has. So how do we change that? How do we bring about a change in mindset? And what's the solution to this?
Yeah, as Sanjay ji and Abhishek ji both said, right, one part is the technological know-how, right, the capability for that matter. We think that's not a problem. We have the know-how, just that what we call a topsoil erosion, right? We've been either exporting that talent or either by physical movement of people moving away from villages and towns to cities and people moving from larger cities to different other countries in need for a better opportunity. So that topsoil erosion has to stop. The other thing is, that inherent understanding of the fact that IT is not just about services. While we continue to lead globally in offering services, the best quality services around the world, in the last 5 to 7 years, what we have seen is a lot of tech product startups coming out of India, building world-class products. While we've been on the sidelines doing it for last 2 decades, more than 2 decades now, right? But what we have seen over the last 5, 7, 10 years, a lot more startups coming in, solving global technology-led problems via SaaS, technology, internet, all that has made it easily accessible, for people to come, connect, work together. And what we are seeing now is there is a wave of, building product becoming the main thesis of running a company, which was not there 10 years ago. right? And of course, the government of India has played a huge role with new initiatives, as some of them Mr. Abhishek mentioned, including the challenges, policies. All of that is actually encouraging people to start technology companies, startups, which are technology-led. And I think all of that put together is sort of taking India forward in that direction. Of course, to your question, these things don't really happen within a year, 2 year, 4 year paradigm, right? These things take time. But if you look at on the global footprint, India is coming out as a strong technology player, not just in services, but also in product sectors, and primarily led by SaaS products, I would say. But also there's a lot more to do in medical equipments, things like, making medical equipments, or things like heavy engineering, right? be it automobiles, or even think about it. Today, we are a country which has not really been known for making mobile products, right? That's something we have historically either imported or whatever. But there are things that to get to that, right, we can probably start with making mobile chargers in India, right? And that needs the technology know-how. And these are the kind of initiatives that we as a company are taking in small areas, but also as a country, these are the things that our entrepreneurs are now thinking about. How do we start making, think about it. We've all grown up using nail cutters made in Korea. Now, as a company, can we not make nail cutters? We definitely can, right? So these are small things we never thought about growing up. But that thing is changing. That mindset is changing. We want to build not just nail cutters, but not just mobile chargers, but mobile phones in India.
Sure.
Maybe computers in India. So that's the trend I see, and it's a very positive outlook as a country from when I see it.
Absolutely. Abhishek Singh, so like you mentioned in your opening remarks, a lot has been done really as far as the policy front is concerned. Is there scope for more? What more needs to be done in the immediate near future, do you think?
If you look at what I would say is that a lot has been done, and there's a lot of potential that we have, but just the government doing a few challenges and coming up with policy tweaks, and we talking of the potential of our startups and entrepreneurs will not be enough. We need to invest a lot more in research. We need to make ample, because if we are trying to be a Microsoft or a Google or a Intel or any other product company, the amount of investments these companies make in R&D is much more than any of our big tech companies do. If we compare the R&D budgets of, say, Infosys and TCS or Wipro, who are our top of the notch companies with huge cash reserves, and TCS is one of the largest software development companies, but how much of it is they are investing, the cash balances that they have in research, it is a fraction of what's there. So government can start the policy part of it, but a lot of it will have to come from venture capitalists, from investors, from tech companies who have got businesses. And once they start investing in R&D and there are angel funds who promote startups, then only it can actually take forward a whole chain of innovation and product companies. Otherwise, we can always keep on talking of our potential and not realize that. And in order to build up a robust, scalable, and secure solution, it requires a much more than just having the intent or having a policy push from the government. So it will have to have a combination of factors, and I would put R&D and efforts in trying to build secure, reliable products at the highest priority in doing that. And the second thing that we need to do is, so how do we bring up the linkages between our academia and industry? So very often we have the world-class academic institutions, whether it's the IITs or ISC Bangalore or the triple IITs, but the curriculum that is taught there and the projects that the students do in their final year, or the research students what they're working on, how does it connect with the product ecosystem? So if we can bring up synergies between the industry and the academia with the investors looking at the potential unicorns, then we will be able to create a innovation ecosystem which will lead to incubating product companies. And in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll have big names coming from our colleges' campuses. So that is what I feel is the road to future, and that is where we need to put our money and we need to put our focus on.
Absolutely. All right. Time to get quick closing comments from all my panelists. I've got about 2 minutes left on the program, so I'm going to ask you to be brief. What's the best way forward? Starting first with you, Sanjay.
No, I think the best way forward is really, as Abhishek said, this whole initiative has to be industry-led. Business government's job is to facilitate, and they have done a pretty good job of creating a good ecosystem. We of course need to tell them if there are tweaks to be done, but the industry needs to step up. We need to invest a lot more in R&D. By the way, we are very proud to say that Tejas is the top 3 R&D spenders as percentage in the entire country among listed companies. And that's the way to go. So design-led manufacturing, R&D-led approach, creation of IPR what will make India as a product nation. And I think all the potential is there. As Abhishek, time is now to make it happen, and industry really has to take the lead.
Absolutely. I think we need to see the industry as well as government coming hand in hand and trying to take this particular aspect forward, and both need to put their best foot forward so that India can truly become a global power as far as technology is concerned. Prawal, best way forward.
I think Abhishek ji has rightly said, it has to be R&D led, research driven, long-term goals that we have to strive towards. Thinking short-term, thinking immediate profits from a business perspective is not going to make us what we're talking about here in the show, right? So thankfully at Zoho, we've been doing that for 20 plus years. We've strongly invested in building tools and technologies for over a decade, and I would like to bring up examples of, think about something like a business email or a spreadsheet software. How many companies have actually taken the plunge to do that in India, for example, or globally, I would say? How many players do we know in the office suite space globally? So these are because these are long-term technology problems to solve. It takes a long-term commitment to do that. And these are purely driven by R&D and learning on the job. So if more and more companies and startups look for the long-term, goal into it, I think India would definitely emerge into, a technology-led country.
Absolutely. And Abhishek, close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Yeah, as I said, the mantra is very clear, as Honorable Prime Minister has said, design in India and deploy for the world, or make in India for the world. So we have all the necessary ingredients. The question is that how do we mix it well and make up a proper meal? So that requires putting every component in the right proportion. Let the government do what it has to do, and government's role has been to create the right environment and ecosystem to allow entrepreneurs and startups and product companies along with software companies to develop their solutions without any undue hindrance on the government. So with the government providing the policy support, with the investors providing the money, and the academia and research institutions providing the research, and the companies and startup entrepreneurs providing their enterprise. With all of it comes together, then we have every opportunity, we have the potential, the market is there, the domestic market, international market. We have a huge opportunity lying ahead of us. And I am hoping that digital technologies and product companies and software development will be key to realize our $1 trillion digital economy dream that we have, which will contribute to the overall $5 trillion economy that we talk of. So that is what I am looking forward to, and hopeful from people like Prawal and Sanjay in making that happen.
All right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that the mantra is very simple. Make in India for the world. How do we achieve that? The government and industry need to come on the same page and work together and put their best foot forward so that we can ensure that we bring out a very good end product. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Pereira. Well, a working group at the RBI has recommended a series of changes that could transform the country's banking landscape by paving the way for large industrial conglomerates to set up banks. The proposals could also allow large non-banking finance companies and niche payment banks to convert into lenders. In a report made public on Friday, the committee recommended that banking regulations be amended to allow large industrial houses to act as so-called bank promoters, meaning they could take a significant stake in a lender, something the central bank has strongly resisted in the past. As well as opening up the banking sector, the committee suggested adjusting the size of the stakes of major stakeholders can hold in a lender. For investors not involved with the bank at the outset or non-promoter shareholders, a uniform cap of 15% instead of the current tiered structure was suggested by the committee, which was formed in June to review ownership guidelines and the corporate structure of Indian private sector banks. It recommended increasing the size of the stake that promoters in private banks can hold to 26% from the current 15% over a 15-year time frame. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the recommendations of the RBI. Joining me on the program today are Siddharth, National Economic Editor, Times of India; Ajay Shankar, former Secretary, DIPP, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India; and P. Pulla Rao, economist. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Mr. Shankar, let me begin the program with you first. Let's first try and understand and analyze these recommendations that have been made by the RBI. What do you make of them?
I think they are a very sensible response to the demands of the current situation. See, regulators have a challenge of arriving at the right point in the regulatory spectrum where they support economic activity, and it's always a tough call. So right now, the regulator is reacting to a few developments over the last many quarters. One is that the large NBFCs were found to be very lightly regulated, and some of them ended up by getting into difficulties and posing a systemic risk to the financial sector. So the regulatory response has to be in increasing regulation, but not over-regulating so that they don't have the flexibility to serve the needs of a dynamic economy, which they were doing well till some NBFCs went into difficulty. The route of allowing the larger NBFCs into becoming a bank is a way of making sure that the large NBFCs who are too large or too big to fail come into a tighter regulatory regime, which is what is there for banks. So it addresses the problem of basically giving a route to the large NBFCs who are too big to fail to convert themselves into a bank. And if you're very large, there are also advantages in being a bank. As far as the promoters being industrial houses are concerned, I think this was an anxiety which the RBI had earlier, and it flew from the history of the Indian banking sector. But I think they are moving in the right direction because what is material is effective supervision, oversight, and regulation by the RBI, rather than the promoters' stake in equity in the bank. So it's the management and governance which is important, not who owns how much equity. And if you look at our two most successful private banks, the HDFC and ICICI, they have a lot of foreign equity in it. So if you are comfortable with foreign equity in a well-governed, well-regulated, well-supervised bank, I don't think we should be too apprehensive about industrial houses having some equity in a bank, as long as the regulation is well done. And one other point which I think I would like to also emphasize is that there is a case for the light-handed regulation of NBFCs continuing, but regulation on regular banks becoming much tougher. Because at the end of the day, the average depositor expects all his deposits to be fully secured. And politically, I think governments will have to step in to save every depositor. So if the regulator is much tighter, if a depositor has to pay some insurance for large deposits, I think that is the way to go forward. But a tighter regulation of banks to make sure that they don't fail, I think is also the necessity of the times.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, we'll talk about regulation and whether how much of regulation is good regulation as well. I'll just come to that in a bit. But before that, Dr. Pulla Rao, so does this now make the, if of course implemented, there have to be a few changes to the law as well. So if eventually done, do you believe that the role of the regulator is going to be a little more challenging, more difficult, and the regulator also has to be a little more nimble going forward?
Absolutely. I think we have been very conservative in expanding the banking sector. We only have been looking at the urban sector and the banking needs. And it's very welcome what the RBI and the government is now doing. We have to expand the banking sector. If you want a $5 trillion economy, if you want to keep on, forgetting this COVID period, if you want to get back, there's a vast underbanking situation in the country. And the large private banks, as of now, they're financing in a very limited way a vast section of people. Do we need more banks? Yes, we need more banks. Do we have to ensure that these banks don't fail, spectacular failures in some ways? Yes. How are other countries doing it? And we have to go into all of this. There should be more regulation. But I also feel that the RBI, or if you require a new entity, should be more liberal in allowing banks to come up. I believe, there are so many other descriptions I have given. Small finance bank, which is very useful, very targeting of certain audiences, targeting of certain stakeholders who have no banking, no access to banking. If you remove the cooperative banking in the rural areas, then there's absolutely no banking. Therefore, I very much welcome, yes, these are small steps, very small steps I view them. And along with banking, if you expand the banking sector, naturally, the public also will benefit. This.
Right. Absolutely. And that's the goal at the end of the day. The public has to benefit, and we have to have a robust banking system in place, build on the foundation that we already have. All right, Siddharth, let me come across to you now. So as far as regulation is concerned, how much of regulation is really required? How much of regulation is too much? What constitutes over-regulation? How do we look at these aspects?
I think you can criticize RBI for a lot of things, but regulation is something that you can't criticize them for, and supervision as well. So we have the regulations, and if at all the complaint is that there is over-regulation in terms of getting banks to do various sorts of things which in normal course of business they wouldn't do, and also in terms of the SLR and the CRR kind of things. So regulation-wise, RBI is one of the best regulators that we have in the country, and globally also they are rated very highly. And in terms of supervision, what they do is that, they inspect the books every year, they inspect the branches, the functioning of banks every year. And the problem where, arises is that at times the follow-up in terms of supervision is missing. For instance, in case of ILFS, there were red flags which were raised during the whole inspection and the supervision exercise. But at some point of time, the action was missing. The other thing is that if you look at but RBI has emerged as wiser from this whole experience. So after the ILFS crisis, what it has done is that it is very closely monitoring the top 50 or top 100 NBFCs, and wherever required, they're getting the promoters and the shareholders to get in more capital, so that there is enough capital and there is no crisis in the sector. Because and also in terms of the way banking is done in India is a lot different, that between RBI and the government, banks are not allowed to collapse because of two reasons. One is the whole issue of protection of depositors, and two, in terms of a systemic issue that may arise. Even a smallest bank, if it goes down, can create ripples across the system, and or for that matter, even an NBFC. So the government and the RBI have traditionally stepped in to protect bank failures.
Absolutely. All right, taking the discussion forward now, and since we raised the point of NBFC as well, so Mr. Shankar, as far as NBFCs are concerned, what does it mean? Because in the past we've seen that NBFCs have struggled, gone through a rough phase. What does this mean for smaller banks and for NBFCs?
I think a little bit of perspective in this is called for, because in a market economy, it is natural for a relationship with one customer to go wrong. A customer can default. It is possible for the lender to have internal governance problems and things can go wrong. It is possible for a class of customers to go wrong because of a structural problem, say as happened in the housing and real estate sector. Or we can have an extreme situation where the whole economy is collapsing, as it has been for the last 2 quarters. So one should not move towards a regulation for the worst case scenario when we are not in the worst case scenario. So some nimbleness and flexibility is required, and notwithstanding the failures, including that of IL&FS, the NBFC sector has served the Indian economy very well because it has taken credit to categories of consumers who wouldn't have got it. They've had focus in sectors which banks would have found it difficult to serve in that manner. They've also been flexible enough, and the light-handed regulation of NBFCs was good. So what the RBI now doing is a little modest course correction, that if you're too big to fail, or you will cause systemic problems, then we will regulate you a little more or supervise you some more, encourage some of you to become banks. And hopefully it is not going to overdo the regulation bit going forward for the NBFCs, and we do need NBFCs. Yes, some of the large ones becoming banks is a good idea. And within NBFCs, they have improved the supervisory and regulatory mechanisms, but so far I think they've not overdone it, and which is good. It was also very heartening is that they moved very quickly to the rescue of NBFCs in the early days of the serious crisis caused by the COVID lockdown. So on the whole, I think we are on track, and I think the RBI, I agree with the earlier panelists that I think we can trust the RBI sufficiently. But one point I would again like to reiterate, that I think it's time to take a clear policy decision that every bank deposit is fully secured. That's not the international norm of practice. I think we need to depart from it. And if they're very big depositors who are, say, putting a crore in FDs, etc., they should pay some insurance for it. But I think we need a banking system where all deposits are fully secure to give enough confidence to the retail saver and to the entire economy.
I think that's a great proposal. I think if someone is putting in so much of money, I think they can take in some kind of insurance and we can move forward in that way so that the money is safe as well. Let's see if that suggestion is taken as well, because the RBI has said that recommendations are open till Jan 2021. So probably this could be one of those recommendations as well. All right, taking the discussion forward now. So since COVID was brought up, since the pandemic was brought up, Dr. Pullarao, how much of an impact has the COVID-19 pandemic had on the banking sector as a whole, and has irreparable damage been done?
First of all, I don't think irreparable damage has been done, because government on court orders and other issues has come forward, helped in this credit, PMI changes and all these consumer credit. Government has been active, government has been alert, at least in the last 3-4 months. Therefore, this will revive. The banking sector will revive. And I don't think this COVID has set back for some time. And particularly when you find banking has been distant. Now we found from these migrants, crores of people who were got into the banking habit, who were getting money, they have now been disconnected. That connection will have to revive. Banks and government will have to be a little charitable, writing off things, doing other things to get them back into the banking sector. COVID has been an unusual phenomenon, and we have not seen any bank failures to that extent because of COVID, because of all these safeguards taken. But to revive the linkage between those marginal people who were thrown away due to COVID, government will have to take extra steps. RBI will have to take extra steps, because it's very important that things get back to normal. If your economy is going to revive again another 6 months, 8 months, those sectors who were affected could not pay. All the sectors, small sector, medium sector, they should get some relief. And government should take particular care, or the RBI should take particular care. These unvoiced marginal sectors, they don't have chambers of commerce and other big groups to represent them and get what they need. There has to be an eye-opening activity there, and you have to attend to that. Otherwise, there'll be permanently, this poverty will go on that way. So there is a need for government opening up to these sectors. And COVID has affected them, and they have resorted to private money lending. If you read all the reports coming in from various places where the labor went back, where factories are closed, where the transport sector is closed, that has to be definitely looked into, so that some sections are not left out. They have to be brought back into the sector, and the sector also has to open more widely. The small banking structure, whereby niche stakeholders, people who need money, marginalized sectors, farmers, and other people also get it. So along with these reforms which government is considering, you have to consider the marginalized sectors who have been affected during COVID and even who were not covered earlier. So I personally look forward that this is a period of reform and RBI will be a little more proactive in these issues.
Absolutely. All right. We'll talk about what more needs to be done and how much more can be done as far as the banking sector is concerned a little ahead in the program. But before that, Siddharth, as far as the NBFCs that are primed to become banks are concerned, are there certain NBFCs that are front runners? And as far as, industrial houses too, who can take up banking, are there any front runners on that front?
See, I think we've expected RBI to allow the corporate houses to come into the banking sector, and RBI has a lot of reluctance. There are at least a couple of business houses, Tatas and Birlas, which have in today's papers said that they are looking at the regulations and they may be interested. I mean, the Aditya Birla Group has a very large financial services business, and so does the Tata Group. So these are two business houses that immediately come to mind. There are some large NBFCs such as Shri Ram Capital or Bajaj Finserv, and people like them in the NBFC space who would be interested. Apart from that, there would be entities like Ireland FS, like India Bulls, which may be interested. But having said all this, the proof of the pudding is in eating it. So this is just a recommendation of a committee. There is there's a large stakeholder consultation which is still awaited. The government has to be fully on board. The RBI has to be first convinced about the need to allow NBFCs and banks and large companies to get into the banking space. Getting large companies, corporate houses back is something which is like going back 50 years when this whole nationalization started. There were corporate houses which have set up banks in this country. Some of them are still, there in some form or the other. So it's a very, very, the suggestions are quite radical, but I don't know if the RBI and the government are, ready to accept them in this form or not. But yes, it does set the tone that maybe not immediately, then maybe 2 years, 3 years down the line, there would be some change for sure.
Absolutely. All right. So let's broaden the scope of the discussion a little bit and look at the banking sector as a whole. Mr. Shankar, a lot of reforms have already taken place over the last few years as far as banking in the country is concerned. How have we fared really as far as these reforms are concerned, and do you believe that more needs to be done?
I think the reforms have been in the right direction. The RBI has certainly improved supervision, which was a weakness, because if supervision had been good, then the difficulties that a couple of banks have had may not have occurred. But going forward, the first point I would make is what I'd made earlier, that I think at our stage of development, every depositor in a bank should feel all his deposits are secure. If he has to pay an insurance premium for it, he should be asked to pay it, and he would gladly pay it. And those who are willing to take risks can go to NBFCs, can't go to mutual funds, stock markets, etc., which should remain unsecure and provide greater dynamism in the economy. But the other thing which the banks, I think, need to do, and which needs to be addressed as we start recovering from the COVID crisis, is that in some ways we've kicked the NPA problem can down the road. So we've given moratoria, we've extended the period of moratorium. We've said the IBC or the bankruptcy proceedings are kept in abeyance, which are all very sensible measures. But we must recognize that once things ease, then this problem which has been brushed under the carpet will surface. And at that stage, I think some more creative and flexible decisions would need to be taken, firm by firm or borrower by borrower, and including for classes of borrowers. So the Kamath Committee has recommended restructuring during the period of the lockdown or slowdown. But once things are back to normal, my suspicion is that many cases some additional restructuring of existing debts may be required. Similarly, when all the government guaranteed loans to the MSME sectors become due for repayment, again, some view would need to be taken, whether they need to be restructured, whether some haircuts need to be taken to make the firm survive. Because if one takes an economic perspective, I think the first choice for a stressed asset would be a haircut and to get the entity to survive. If need be, let the promoters move out. The last resort should be the formal bankruptcy process. And since the number of firms, small and large, which would be having an overhang of debt when times become normal, some special treatment would be required. The banks should start preparing themselves for it. It will require decision making at mid and junior levels across the country, a greater willingness to take risks and confidence to take commercial decisions and not play very safe, and some willingness on the part to also inject additional capital if required in some banks, because at the end of the day there are no free lunches. So there is a cost the economy is bearing today for the lockdown and the slowdown. So down the road, somebody has to bear that cost, either we as taxpayers through the government budget or bank depositors. There are only two ways these costs can be borne. And hopefully the costs get minimized if the recovery is very robust and swift.
Absolutely. Dr. Pullarao, what's the best way forward?
Best way forward is government should be more liberal, RBI should be more liberal if we are ever to get over this COVID crisis, especially expansion of banking reaching the right people, banking reaching the farmers who have done a wonderful job during this period, and they are underbanked, as I said. So government should, along with all these reform processes mentioned by our panelists, government should also look into how to get the banking entities, the new design of banks, so that they answer the uniquely Indian situation, where there's a huge saving habit also. We're one of the biggest savers in the world, and yet we are not being rewarded with adequate banking and enough banking flexibility. We need a new thought about this. I don't mean disrupt everything. A little bit of disruption in the sector, maybe to go a long way to address the lacks, the scarcities, and other things. We're a huge country. We are not Switzerland or Austria, where there's one bank and, a tradition of money lending and all that. Therefore, I would look forward for some new ideas, some disruptive ideas in the banking sector, so that what you have said is reform will touch everyone in a very positive way. I don't mean throw away the money. I mean use it for all very carefully so that there are adequate returns for everyone.
Absolutely. All right. And so that close the show for us with your concluding remarks.
Well, I think banks need to reinvent themselves. They can't live in this 1970 kind of a mindset. You have seen the emergence of all these wallet companies. You've seen the emergence of, these various other tools of payments, and banks are clearly lagging. They are not investing sufficiently in technology to be ahead of, the trends that are there, both in terms of payments, in terms of savings, in terms of, overall credit behavior. So they need to reinvent themselves, shed this baggage of, in fact, not even 1970s. This is, going back to pre-independence era kind of banking. The focus is on still the same set of people, same set of tools. You need to move beyond that, and unless you do that, technology is going to steal away business from you, and you already, deposits are going to be scarce because the new generation doesn't keep fixed deposits. So they're much better off keeping money in SIPs, etc. In any case, you're discouraging people from keeping money in FDs. Public sector banks are going to have already lost a lot of salary accounts, so the new salary accounts aren't coming to them, which is the fuel needed to lend. So these are challenges which they need to wake up to and respond aggressively.
Absolutely. All right. On that note, then, we call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. What's coming out of this discussion is that reform should be undertaken as far as banks and the RBI is concerned, so that banking can reach everyone. As far as banks are concerned, they need to reinvent themselves and think out of the box. We've done reasonably well as far as the pandemic is concerned. The banking sector has survived and is doing decently well. all we need is a little bit of fine-tuning, a little nimbleness on the as far as the regulator and the banks are concerned. The RBI has played a great role of a regulator and done very well as compared to its peers across the world as well. All we need to see going forward is to ensure that we see a far more robust banking system that is abreast with the times. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rausen Pereira. The government of Kerala has put on hold the implementation of the Kerala Police Act amendment after facing massive backlash over the same. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan on Monday said that due to concerns raised by the supporters of the Left Democratic Front, the law will not be amended. The Kerala government had decided to amend the Kerala Police Act in an effort to check the widespread malicious campaigns through social media and otherwise which pose a threat to individual freedom and dignity which are constitutionally ensured to citizens. Criticisms and complaints against defamatory, untrue and obscene campaigns have come up from various quarters of the society. Strong protests have emerged from the society on account of the merciless attacks on various sections, including women and transgenders. There have been instances in which even the integrity of families have been affected, resulting in suicides. The need for legally tackling this was raised even by the heads of media houses. It was in these circumstances that an amendment to the Kerala Police Act was envisaged. The amendment evoked varied responses from several corners. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze the Kerala Police Act amendment and free speech. Joining me on the program today are J. Sai Deepak, Advocate of the Supreme Court, Ranjit Marar, also Advocate of the Supreme Court, and Satya Prakash, Legal Editor, The Tribune. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. Ranjit Marar, let me start the program with you first. Let's first analyze and put into perspective what the Kerala Police Act is and what was the proposed amendment.
Kerala Police Act is an act which governs the activities of the police. It says so many things, including certain offences, which the police necessarily thought should be there so that there can be law and order in existence in the state of Kerala. The police comes under the state list, and therefore, so far as legislative competency is concerned, they have the power. And this section 118 has a history. Section 118 of the Kerala Police Act, 118D, was under challenge at a point of time when Section 66A of the Information Technology Act was also challenged before the Supreme Court. And when 66A was wiped off, being unconstitutional, 118D also got the benefit and it was also struck down as unconstitutional. Though there is no discussion so far as 118D is concerned, it got the benefit of all the discussions which was there for Section 66A, and therefore this went away. I have difference of opinion, though I had appeared for the petitioner therein. I always had a difference of opinion. I thought Section 118D, which was in existence at that point of time, was much better drafted compared to Section 66A, which had all the vagueness, or rather it was all cryptic so far as the statute is concerned. So far as Section 118A is concerned, Kerala had seen a number of developments during the last pandemic time. Apart from certain crimes mopping out, like the YouTuber being manhandled by the victims, some feminist groups, victims, this demand was always there, that people were being affected by the malicious dissemination of these kind of whatever you may call it, but this was affecting the members of the society who never wanted to get into this big fight in the social media. Therefore, demand was always there. And now the act has come in. Kerala Police Act, I have to tell you this, Kerala Police Act has so many provisions, including Section 120, which also deals with these kind of offences like maliciously blaming somebody or giving false information, etc., causing annoyance to people by virtue of emails, social media, etc. But unfortunately, just prior to the pandemic, they brought in an amendment making all these offences compoundable. And the offences have been made compoundable without the victim's assent. They do not have to. The police can compound the offence. The session officer can compound the offence without the assurance, or rather the acceptance from the victim. Therefore, that is how the section operates, or the law operates in Kerala. But this was subsequent to the demand of certain groups, including the government is also, Kerala, the government is also facing huge, dislike from the community, and there are numerous online magazines, online YouTube platforms, etc., which is attacking the government these days. Probably the government would have thought that there needs to be a kind of a restriction on these kind of online media, which does not have any other checks so far as the reputation or responsibility is concerned. Therefore, probably this is the reason. Once you go through, there has been now uproar against 190A, but once you go through the provision, one would find that 118A is not as malicious or as poisonous as Section 66A, which was in existence at that point of time in the Technology Act. This is kind of provision like the defamation under the Indian Penal Code. You cannot have Subramanian Swamy's case that the Supreme Court itself held. Section 499, 500 is not unconstitutional. This is required, but then how you are going to operate this is the whole question, whether you are going to misuse this or whether you are going to act in accordance with the words, which according to me is not very confusing.
Okay, points taken.
Then there would not be much of a problem, as is being said in the social media today.
Okay, points taken. Jai Sai Deepak, let me bring you to the picture now. Like Ranjit Marar was mentioning in his opening remarks, this is not something new. There is a history to this. It's not the first time that something like this has come up really as far as the Kerala Police Act is concerned. What was the necessity this time around, and how do you look at it?
The stated necessity seems to be that the government was interested, according to them, in protecting women and transgenders. Perhaps a few incidents may have triggered this particular necessity, or maybe they felt that there was a constituency to be catered to. Be that as it may, the very judgment that the state government has actually relied upon as the judgment which has triggered this particular amendment, clearly in fact said in that very judgment itself, the Kerala High Court said that existing laws which deal with defamation and other allied or cognate offences are sufficient to address these kind of issues. Therefore, there is no need for a separate legislation, so to speak, that addresses questions of, let's say, defamation or violation of the modesty of women, or let's say statements, outrageous statements against women. Okay, so that's one thing that perhaps we may want to ask ourselves as to what is it that specifically triggered it. Perhaps the one justification could be that while the law recognizes, let's say, the vulnerability or the need for protection of women separately when it comes to dignity, so on and so forth, maybe in light of the kind of behavior sometimes that transgenders and non-binary genders are exposed to, maybe they need to be protected separately. That's one thing that we may have to debate. So that's one. On the question of, let's say, whether this is as bad as Section 66A or not, I agree completely with Mr. Marar that this is not as pernicious as Section 66A. However, the spirit with which the Supreme Court struck down Section 66A and 118B in the Shreya Singhal judgment was basically that if a provision suffers from vagueness and it is unclear as to what is the definition that you impute to terms which are used in a penal provision, then that perhaps warrants at the very least either reading down of the particular provision and stretched to the maximum it can be struck down. In the provision that has been introduced, 118A, which is the subject of discussion here, certain terms have been used whose context and whose definition, or let's say whose meaning, is unclear according to my very limited knowledge of criminal law. Because here it says that any kind of communication which is threatening, abusing, humiliating, or defaming, and that causes injury to the mind, reputation, or property. So some of these terms, in fact, frankly speaking, do not have a current definition. So for instance, if there is already a word such as defaming that is used, which falls back on the jurisprudence of defamation, what is the meaning of humiliation that is different from defamation? That's one. Second, there is another word called abusing. Now, I don't understand what is this supposed to mean? What kind of language are we policing here? What amounts to abuse? Second, when they say causes injury to the mind, which means so long as you take offense or you perceive a certain offense based on the use of language by a certain person, does this mean that the provision itself is triggered? In which case, it brings this particular provision almost at par with the kind of vague language used in 118D, which was struck down by the Supreme Court in Shreya Singhal, even if it is not close to 66A. In fact, I'll go a step further and say, one of the terms that was used in section 66A was that a certain message is deemed offensive. Now, what is offensive is also something that causes injury to the mind of a certain person, could be the argument. If you make that particular argument, it is possible to contend that 118A is perhaps old wine in new bottle and 66A being presented in a different fashion. That could be the argument that is made. So, one, what is it about existing laws that are insufficient and inadequate, warranting the need for this law? Second, if it is meant to, let's say, specifically protect transgenders, what is the need for such a broad provision? If it is meant to protect women, what is it about existing laws which are again inadequate? Four, how do you overcome the findings of, let's say, vagueness and overbreadth, which the Supreme Court has come out in Shreya Singhal, when the language that is used in 118A falls within the exact prescriptions of the Supreme Court in Shreya Singhal? These, according to me, are the problems as far as this particular provision is concerned.
Okay. Satya Prakash, let me bring you into the picture now. So, why is free speech becoming such a widely discussed and, contentious issue? We've seen that it's gained a lot of traction of late.
I don't think so. Right after independence, when the constitution became operational, there was First Amendment in 1951, and there were several expressions added to the restriction clause, Article 19(2). So, free speech has been troubling the establishment and those in power. There is an entire history to it. 1951, the First Amendment, 1963, the 16th Amendment, and thereafter, the attempts that were made through Section 66A of IT Act or 118D of the Kerala Police Act, which both these provisions were struck down by the Supreme Court in Shreya Singhal case. So free speech, there is a history to it, and it has been under attack from the establishment and certain people who wield some sort of influence. But of late, there is a larger picture which people are missing. I suppose instead of debating specific provisions, we should be debating this free speech has been under attack for various reasons, and there is a systemic failure in the sense that the entire issue of free speech and the regulation of media, that is, in a way, of late, what you pointed out is in the news because of the fact that there are some misuse, and then there is an attempt to check that. In the attempt, they are going overboard. And this is one such example where the state has gone overboard in checking this kind of misuse. There is no denying that social media and certain sections of the media, they are behaving in an irresponsible manner. But despite that, unless that behavior borders criminality, you cannot bring such act under various provisions of criminal law. If you try to criminalize certain behavior which you think it's hurting you in any manner, that will be end of free speech. Democracy requires certain degree of tolerance towards criticism, and to my understanding, this particular provision, not that the stated objective, I am saying that could be some of the reasons behind the bringing this law, but there are certain other aspects, because this government has been under attack for various corruption allegations and other allegations. And that is why I suppose there is some sort of motive behind it. And that motive has to be, people have realized that, and that is why this opposition to this. Second point, the larger issue of regulation of social media and certain other media, where the regulatory mechanism is rather absent and people are taking undue advantage of that. And that is why there is too much noise on social media, and it lacks decency, and generally people are crossing the line, and the state doesn't know whether to check it and how to check it, because the moment the state, I'm talking about Indian state, not a specific state government or central government, the moment a state tries to do that, the bogey of emergency is raised, and then the state will be on the back foot. And this is what the Supreme Court has also raised in recent 2-3 cases, that there is a need to regulate, but then how to regulate it, and whether to allow the industry to regulate itself, self-regulation, or the state should be providing some mechanism, and states should be part of the regulatory mechanism. That remains the real question.
Absolutely. All right. Since we are here then, Ranjit Mehra, let's talk about this aspect as well. Social media and how we've seen irresponsible behavior on social media. There are several people who cross the line, and it's quite nasty, on social media to see everything that's happening there. So how do you regulate that? How do you, bring some kind of normalcy there? It seems like a difficult task.
Yes, it is of course a difficult task, because the reach that the social media has, and with the way in which it is being used, and the number of people who use this is also it is huge, and the paraphernalia which the state has or the courts have is too negligible in comparison to what is happening over the social media and the number of people who are using the social media. The victims, if you take the case of the victims alone, it would be huge, and there is no system in the magistrate courts to rather adjudicate all these matters in which the complaint comes in. And so far as the police is concerned, they would always consider this to be too trivial a matter for them to investigate and file a final report in the 60 days which they ought to file it, and thereafter prosecute this with a prosecutor, or rather having a complainant's counsel and then prosecute. It's all trivial in nature. And see, all matters in which the defamation, etc., comes into the court, we have read Nariman's book on this thing, before the memory fades. He narrates an incident in which a person gives a defamation suit, and thereafter every day the defamation charge is being narrated in the court, and the person itself, the complainant itself, is getting harassed by the virtue of the fact that the statement is made to be uttered in the court every day. Therefore, this is the kind of defamation suits or the complaints that is being adjudicated in the courts. And you have to have is you have sufficient laws. In Kerala, you have the Kerala Police Act with a different different kind of provisions which emphasizes situations in which they can be convicted. But the convictions have not happened so far. Why? Because there is no prescribed limit by which the matter ends up, and you do not want the complainant to go to the court every day and then get its matter adjudicated. You have to have paraphernalia. You will have to have necessarily different kind of mechanisms or the courts which will have to adjudicate these matters within. See, these matters will not take much longer period. It is only the complainant. It is only the evidences which are all scientific in nature. Technical evidences will creep in. You can finish it off in maybe 10 days trial is sufficient enough for these cases to finished off. You will have chances by which these persons can be convicted and booked for what they have done. If that comes in and the message is sent to the society, probably people will become mature enough to have these platforms used in a specific manner. Absolutely. See, in some countries, even defamation is not a culpable offense. It's all based on liability and tort. And therefore, they even adjudicate tortious liabilities within a given span of time, and huge amount is being given as compensation. That will not happen in India. You have to pay, if you want to contest a suit, you have to pay at least 10%. So far as Kerala is concerned, you have to pay 10% of the court fees, and then wait for another 5 to 10 years to get the matter adjudicated. Same is the case with all these complaints as well. And there will be difference of opinion between the persons who are available in the social media, and therefore nobody wants to take that chance as well. Therefore, that's the system has failed and not the provisions.
Okay,
System
points taken.
Yes.
Points taken. All right. So taking the discussion forward now, since we're talking about crossing the line, Jesai Deepak, how do you decide when person A's rights end and person B's rights begin, or vice versa?
See, fortunately here, the law is to some extent clear with respect to what is the Lakshman Rekha that one is supposed to observe, regardless of the medium. Just bear two things in mind, or perhaps the most important thing is, what is it about social media that distinguishes it from other forms of media is primarily its democratization of the ability to air one's views, which means the absence of editorial control over what comes out in the form of a user-generated content. Okay. So from being a certain medium which has a certain gateway where a filtration is applied by an editor before it reaches out to the public for dissemination, this happens to be a medium where people can simply air without any application of filters. It's entirely left to their own judgment. So that's the first thing. Coupled with the other point that Mr. Marar mentioned in terms of scale, reach, size, and all of that. But the primary issue is, of course, if there is no, let's say, editorial control and it's a free-for-all, the free-for-all activity, look at the multiple permutations and combinations possible given the number of social media users today, which makes it extremely difficult for anybody. Assume for a moment, even if you provide a legal mechanism, every person who happens to be touchy, if he decides to approach the court because he is aggrieved by let's say, a statement which he deems is offensive, frankly, then the court would have nothing else to do except for adjudicating these kind of matters. Therefore, the standard that has been applied in the Shreya Singhal judgment is typically of what is it that a reasonable person would assume, or what is it that how would he react to a particular statement that is being made. But most importantly, the statement's value or its ability to defame is not judged from the standpoint of the person who is the subject of that particular criticism. Because I will always be extremely touchy about statements being made about me because I'm attached to that particular identity. I'm attached to my identity. Therefore, you will have to put yourself in the shoes of a reasonable spectator of a conversation to ask yourself whether a statement that is being made, is it really problematic? Is it really defamatory? So on and so forth. Okay. So the test is, you act as a witness to the conversation that you're party to. You don't put yourself in the shoes of the recipient itself, because the recipient is always bound to be a bit more touchy about the statements when he is the subject of that particular statement. Okay. So the standard is, where does it start? Does it have a tendency to lower his reputation when it comes to defamation? Second, is there a malice? Is there a certain history to that particular conversation? Is there a specific targeted approach there? And what is the intention? So two things you look at. One is the intent behind a particular statement. Two is the effect of that particular statement in lowering the reputation of that particular individual in the eyes of third parties. Okay, these are the broad two limbs. There are multiple nuances and layers to this argument, but these are the broad two limbs that guide the discourse on exercise of free speech by one party and the consumption of free speech by the other party, both being the terminals of this particular channel, so to speak. Okay, so you try and not apply the standard of someone who's extra sensitive. At the same time, you don't try and apply the standard of someone who has absolutely no problems at all and who's like a water on the duck's back, that he doesn't react to any statement at all. Okay, so it's somewhere in between. As always, the truth lies somewhere in between. The position lies somewhere in between. Okay, largely it's on a case-to-case basis. However, if there is a constant attack on one person by another person and there seems to be a certain undercurrent, that certainly plays a significant role in asking whether these statements are motivated by malice, whether your intent in bringing down this particular person's reputation. That always plays a role. But look at it today. Most public figures are exposed to all sorts of criticism on social media, and you would have never interacted with them on a one-to-one basis. You only have a problem with respect to their positions. Right. So in the absence of any undercurrent, how do you decide what is the threshold that is crossed? You look at it from the standpoint of reasonable civility. You look at it from the standpoint of statements. If it happens to be an allegation which has no basis and there is no support, then there is a serious problem. But if it's not an allegation, so to speak, but simply an opinion, I think somebody is an idiot, if that's the statement that I make, okay, that's not an allegation. That's a value-based opinion of someone. Then if you make those statements and you air it in let's say, in public, then that statement has a defamatory quality, could be humiliating, could be a bit of an abuse, depends on how it is. But the court asks itself, does it really lead to defamation? Somebody calling someone a stupid and idiot doesn't lead to defamation unless and until it's an attack on character or something very, very personal. That's usually the contour of this particular discussion.
Right. Okay. Let's bring in another aspect also now into the picture. Satya Prakash, very quickly, as far as regulation is concerned, is there a worry, is there a scare that there could be over-regulation as well? And considering whatever has happened, in Kerala with regards to the, Police Act amendment, are we heading towards becoming a police state?
I think there is hardly any regulation of the social media in India. In fact, television media is also not regulated by the state. They are self-regulated. The only regulation that exists on the part of the government, that is Press Council of India, which regulates the print media and news agency journalism. There is hardly any regulation, and in India there is always a gap between law and technology. Technology is developing very fast, and law is trying to catch up with that, and they have miserably failed. And there is a huge gap, and this gap is creating a lot of problems. And this gap has been pointed out by Supreme Court. In fact, in 1995, in this judgment, Secretary Ministry of Information and Broadcasting versus Cricket Association of Bengal, it was the Supreme Court which pointed out that there is a gap between law and technology, and you need a law to regulate that. In that verdict, the Supreme Court had declared airwaves to be public property. And since then, the law is trying to still catch up with that, and they have failed. And why? Because there is a policy paralysis on the part of the policymakers. I'm talking about both the legislature and the executive. And the executive, generally, they are on the back foot because the moment they try to step in and try to formulate some sort of regulation, the media industry will say they will raise the bogey of emergency, and that state, I'm saying the state should be kept away from but then the question is who will regulate, and how. The industry cannot be left completely unregulated, and if you leave it unregulated, then in recent past we have come across certain comments made by certain people against CJI. And then the Attorney General, who has refused to give consent for prosecuting too many people for contempt of court, he was forced to give his consent in this particular case. So this is a serious issue, and how it can be solved, and whether the state should be part of that regulatory mechanism or not, and to what extent. I'm saying even if you have self-regulatory mechanism for television industry or some other industry, even then, there has to be some statutory backing to that system, else nobody will follow that. So there is a question of regulatory mechanism, one, but then there are certain aspects which can be dealt with by law. There are certain others which have to be left for the industry to regulate through ethical, their own mechanisms. Because certain aspects of ethics cannot be regulated by law. So there has to be some scope for ethical conduct by those who are players in the industry.
Absolutely. All right. I've got 30 seconds left on the program. J. Sai Deepak, close the show for us with your quick concluding remark.
See, with every technology which tries to empower the individual, I think the envelope for exercise of free speech and expression is only going to be pushed further. Okay. And to a significant extent, law will have to try and catch up with this pushed envelope and this enhanced envelope, as Mr. Satya Prakash rightly points out. However, I'm just simply asking myself, what is it that ultimately we get caught up in, where every element which is meant to empower the individual's voice so that they are in a position to express, ultimately veers around a discussion which deals with defamation, humiliation, so on and so forth, which effectively means that these technologies somehow are either designed to, or there is an incentive to try and get the worst out of us in some way or the other. I'm not trying to be anti-technology here, but more or less these technologies end up having a certain impact where the increased freedom translates to a certain sense of adventurism, particularly in public, when we suddenly realize, we seem to have the ability to take pot shots at everyone, and therefore let's make the best use of this particular opportunity. I'm not saying that, therefore, let's have an anti-technology approach. I'm saying that some of these answers may not entirely lie in the law. Some of these answers may lie in the heart of the society. And the society has to ask itself, what is the civility with which it wants to conduct itself, even in public fora. There is always the scope for disagreement, there's always a scope for criticism, but is it possible for us to, or is it not possible for us to remain civil? That's the only question.
Just one sentence that freedom comes with responsibility.
Yeah.
So the moment we get freedom, we must be acting responsibly, else we'll end up giving a handle to the state to somehow clamp down on us.
Rajat Marar, okay, go ahead. One sentence, in one sentence.
So
Final word on the program. Go ahead, yeah.
So far as freedom of speech is concerned, from the perspective of state, I would say it is not what you say decides the freedom of speech. How you are being dealt with after your speech or explanation, that depends how your freedom of speech is guaranteed by the state.
Okay. Right. All right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. That's it from me. See you again next time. Hello and a very warm welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching The Big Picture with me, Frank Rausen Pereira. Well, Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla on Monday briefed a select group of heads of missions on the planned terrorist attack in Nagrota district in Jammu, which was foiled on the 19th of November. In what will be the first of several briefings to be conducted by the MEA in small groups in view of the pandemic, Shringla explained the implications of the incident on security, diplomacy, and the battle against terrorism. The decision to brief the envoys was taken last week at a security review meeting chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The envoys were provided with a detailed information docket giving the details of the incident as it transpired, as well as a list of items and weapons recovered from the terrorists, clearly indicating their Pakistani origins. The government believes the incident is part of Pakistan's ongoing terror campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. In 2020, there have been 200 incidents of terrorist violence and killing of 199 terrorists. In this edition of The Big Picture, we will analyze how Pakistan has been unmasked again as far as terror is concerned. Joining me on the program today are Sushant Sareen, strategic analyst, Prabhu Dayal, former ambassador, and Major General Ashwini Sivach, retired defense analyst. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of The Big Picture. General, I'd like to begin the program with you first. Let's first analyze what happened on November 19th and how our forces foiled the attempt of these terrorists.
Frank, we have to see the picture like this. Today, there are about 300 to 350 terrorists which are sitting on a launch pad, ready to infiltrate inside Indian territory. There are about 100 and 150 terrorists which are only left in Jammu and Kashmir. And if the way our all-out operation is going on, it is not, time is not far off. Within a year and a half or 2 years, we will able to eliminate the complete terrorism from Kashmir Valley. So keeping that in mind, today Pakistan is desperate to send the fresh cadre in Jammu and Kashmir because there is dire need of more cadre as well as the weapon and ammunition. As far as the leadership is also concerned, that also of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed in North and South Kashmir have been wiped off. So with that aim, they want to pump in a better leadership and more terrorists, but they are unable to do anything in line of control. What is happening is our counter-infiltration grade in line of control is so strong and so robust, they are not able to succeed. Just about a week, 10 days back, they have tried their best of engaging by our post with an even heavy weapon like artillery and mortars so that the terrorists can manage to infiltrate in Indian territory. But that process was not successful. Indian army replied in a very aggressive manner and destroyed about 5 to 6 Pakistani posts, killed about 10 soldiers, and also killed about 70 to 80 the terrorists which were on the launch pad and destroyed their ammunition dump and further. In that contest, now they were unable to do anything on line of control. Their focus shifted to international border. They found that international border may be easier as on today to infiltrate. The region of LC was also that before the snowfall take place and Shamshabadi is closed due to heavy snowfall, they thought that this window was there for 15 days, but they were unable to do anything. Now, as far as the IB is concerned, there are 2-3 things which are very glaring in IB. IB, especially starting from in the J&K sector, starting from Kathua, Hiranagar, Samba, Jammu, and then going toward Rajouri Poonch. So the IB sector is only a single tier. And second thing is from IB to the national highway, there is about 7 kilometers. Anyone who crosses the IB and comes on this national highway can easily get away. And so therefore they picked up that area. Second thing is there is only single tier. The density of troops in IB and the surveillance devices are much less than the line of control. Hence they picked up the IB and they came with an innovative idea, not so innovative. They did it in past also. They made a tunnel, 150 feet, which has come approximately 110 feet inside Indian territory, 110 meters, and they managed to come out. So this is a new challenge to Indian Army, that we have to find out a mechanism to able to robustly eliminate terrorists trying to infiltrate even through the IB.
Okay, points taken. We'll talk about what more can the armed forces really do there and how do we innovate as the terrorists innovate too. But Ambassador, let me bring you into the picture now. So India has, taken this issue up, even diplomatically on a war footing, speaking to like-minded nations, telling them about what Pakistan is up to. Your thoughts on that?
Well, Frank, from a diplomatic perspective, I think you have correctly captioned today's program as Pakistan unmasked again, because we have unmasked Pakistan countless times. We have told the international community about the sort of terrorist activities which Pakistan has been engaging against us from time to time without any abatement. Now, let me mention, again from the diplomatic perspective, that amidst all the turbulence which has marked Pakistan's 73-year history, and which has seen civilian governments and military juntas play musical chairs with one another, one aspect that has retained the stamp of permanence has been its unrelenting hostility towards India and its steadfast desire to foment trouble across its eastern border. Now, the inevitable conclusion that can be drawn is that the ill will of the Pakistani establishment for India, especially that of the army, cannot be transformed into goodwill. Whenever Pakistan can create problems for us, it has done so and will continue to do so. And it acts in tandem with China, which is its all-weather friend and ally. Now, let me mention that it was expected that as China would mount pressure along the line of actual control, Pakistan would be up to its usual mischief along our western border. And that is precisely what has happened. There is enough evidence that is available with us and that we have shared with the international community. And I think that international pressure, which has been mounted in recent years in Pakistan, particularly by putting it on the FATF grey list, will continue to be mounted, because this rogue nation needs to be brought to the book.
Absolutely. Sushant Sareen, let me bring you in now. As far as what the ambassador is suggesting, let's take that particular aspect forward. Is it a two-pronged approach really as far as China and Pakistan are concerned, one from the east, one from the west? And it's become, the idea is to try and strangulate India.
I think, Frank, there can be no doubt about, that reality which is staring us in the face. And in fact, the armed forces and the security establishment has for the longest been talking about, facing a two-front situation. And frankly, it's now it's staring us in the face. One. The thing is that Pakistan is doing what Pakistan has always done. But I think what has happened in, the last 1 week, 10 days, I think is a little more serious than what is being let out, in the public domain. the fact that, the Prime Minister takes a meeting after the Nagrota encounter, I think was significant in its own right. I can't remember when, and there have been innumerable encounters in which terrorists have been killed, and all sorts of things have happened. And yet, I can't remember of a single instance when the Prime Minister of the country has felt the need for taking a kind of a security review meeting. So obviously, there was more to what happened in Nagrota than meets the eye. And maybe the entire, network of that plot has still not been disclosed in the public domain. That is my assessment, because I don't remember when such a high-level meeting was held. And then following from that high-level meeting, for the government to, apprise the people from, the important countries in the world, India's allies, of what had happened, I think also adds to the significance of that particular action. So clearly something is underway, which we are not entirely aware of. But what is important is, as General Sivach was also talking about, the situation in the valley remains a little fraught. I am not very sanguine about the situation. Yes, we have managed to kill a number of terrorists. Yes, the intelligence and the security grid is functioning quite well. All of that is all very well. The problem, however, is that while we might have, killed and eliminated a number of terrorists, there are new terrorists coming and joining the ranks every day. The one thing which is really going in our favor right now is that after every encounter, we have noticed a dearth of weapons with many of these guys. Sometimes it's just one assault rifle, sometimes it's just a pistol. But the kind of, seizures that used to happen in the 90s or even the 2000s are not happening at this point in time. And I think the Pakistani attempt is to push in as many weapons as is possible, to push in as much of assistance as is possible. So that is one aspect of it we need to worry about. The second is the money aspect. And I think, I would have imagined that the NIA needs to do a lot more. But I think whatever the NIA has done to start exposing and cleaning the terror funding networks in Jammu and Kashmir, I think that is also having an impact. That these guys simply do not have the money, the wherewithal to finance their activity. So I think that is the second parameter of success as far as I am concerned. Where we are faltering in Jammu and Kashmir is that we are not able to stem the tide of some young people. Okay, the numbers are not too many, maybe about 100, 150 in a year, which is not such a big deal. But the fact that it's 100 people, I think that's 100 too many.
Right, General, taking the discussion forward, now let me come across to you. Let's go back to a point that you were making and some of the other panelists have hinted at as well. In 2020, we've had 200 incidents of terrorist violence and killing of about 199 terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir. So the situation is really problematic, and clearly Pakistan is not going to stop, and they're going to try some more, and they're going to be even more adventurous and try some new tricks going forward too. So how do we prepare for that? What should our strategy be? How should our armed forces try and be prepared for this?
Frank, we have to have a proactive strategy. As far as the line of control is concerned, we have already adopted a very strong and counter-offensive sort of strategy, wherein what we are doing is, one is that our counter-infiltration grade is multi-tier. We are very strong on that. Second thing is, we are now basically hurting Pakistan, which hurts him maximum. That is the Pakistan army. We know where are the launch pads of the terrorists inside the Pakistan territory. We are picking up those by use of drones as well as the RT fire. And the third thing what we are doing is that in case a Pakistani post which is helping the terrorists to infiltrate inside India with a heavy volume of fire, which called a fire assault, we are punishing those posts in a manner that those posts which have helped the terrorists to come in, they are completely nullified. So therefore, this proactive strategy on line of control is working quite a while. And in addition to that, our multi-tier in the line of control in hinterland is making sure that maximum terrorists are killed either before they try to come inside the Indian territory or when they are trying to negotiate our counter-infiltration grade. So this is working very well as far as the line of control is concerned. Hence, you'll find about 200 terrorists killed. In fact, if you see last 2 years, it is about 500 terrorists which have been eliminated in the hinterland as well as the line of control, maximum line of control. So the biggest advantage which has happened due to this is the arms and ammunition are not at all coming. And therefore, there is a dire need of arms and ammunition as far as the terrorists are concerned. Hardly any explosive coming. And as far as the NIA is concerned, it is by and large chalked that money which was coming through Hawala. So therefore, today, the terrorists are without arms and ammunition, without leadership, and without any resources. That has made a tremendous difference in the valley. But what is happening is, having done a very robust counter-infiltration grade in line of control, they are trying to now explore a possibility and feasibility to infiltrate through the international border. The international border will remain even active in the winters because during winter there is heavy snowfall taking line of control and the Sanchabadi passes closely. Now, as far as infiltration grade in IB is concerned, it is robust, but it is not that robust as in the line of control because this is a single tier. And since the BSF is deployed there, and the gap between IB and the international highway, that is a highway which is going, is only about 7 kilometers. If the terrorists manage to cross that IB and cross that fence, then no one can catch them. And also the OGW as well as the sleeper cell which are working in that area are in coordination with the sleeper cell which are working inside, you can say, valley, and they coordinate their movement from there to there, and hence the truck was seen which was carrying explosive, armed ammunition, everything. So today what we need to do is we have to change our strategy, make it more counter, you can say a punch has to be given on our counter-infiltration grade on international border. 4 or 5 things need to be done. One is that
General, we'll come to what more needs to be done a little ahead in the program. I think we've touched upon several of those aspects now. I'd like to take forward a few more aspects too. I'll come back to you. Just sorry to interrupt. Ambassador, let's broaden the scope of the discussion a little bit and bring in another player in the region, of course. Let's talk about everything that has transpired in the United States. There's a change of guard there, new Secretary of State has been picked by the President-elect Joe Biden. There's a sense in Pakistan that this new administration could be a little more friendlier towards Pakistan, and that could lead to some kind of adventurism, really, as far as Pakistan's part is concerned in Jammu and Kashmir. Is that a concern?
Well, you're right. There is a degree of expectation in Pakistan that the Biden administration might be friendlier to them than perhaps Trump was in the beginning. But if you can remember, Trump had also softened to Pakistan considerably. And the reason is that he wanted Pakistan's support to pursue his objectives in Afghanistan. So whether it is the Biden administration or the Trump administration or any other administration, they will go by what they see as American interests on that particular day. They will not be swayed by any other perceptions other than how Pakistan can serve their own interests. Now, how do we rectify this situation? We have already undertaken a very big exercise to brief diplomatic envoys. I'm sure that in the interactions which our government will have with the new US administration at the highest level, we will continue to brief them as we have done with previous administrations about how Pakistan continues to foment terrorist activities against India. Now, I'll take off a little point which Mr. Sushant Sareen had made, and that is that something really big was cooking. And while General Savach feels that the arms and ammunitions which were available to the terrorists seem to be drying up, I think the point which Mr. Sareen made has been in a way also highlighted by the Prime Minister, who said that the killing of the 4 alleged terrorists belonging to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the presence of large cache of weapons and explosives with them indicates that their efforts to wreak major havoc and destruction have once again been thwarted. The fact remains that they were in possession with a large cache of weapons and a huge quantity of explosives. So it's not that their supplies are running out, they're still managing to get things through. And as Mr. Sareen said, something big could have happened, and we perhaps don't know really everything, but some things have been said. For instance, that the anniversary of 26/11 was perhaps being planned. Nagrota has witnessed an earlier attack in 2016 when our armed personnel were attacked by some terrorists. So I think that there was an entire scenario building up which was full of mischief, and there was plenty of ammunition and arms which were available with this bunch of terrorists. I'm glad we have eliminated. But as far as the international community is concerned, we will have to continue mounting pressure on them to treat Pakistan in the manner it deserves to be treated.
Absolutely. Sushant Sareen, let's look at widen the scope a little more from just the Jammu and Kashmir region to Pakistan and then Afghanistan, and look at what is happening geopolitically there as well. And clearly the American forces are going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Is that going to be yet another playground really as far as India and Pakistan are concerned? How do we prep for all of this?
I think, Frank, you've raised too many issues. Number one, I don't think Afghanistan is a playground between India and Pakistan. I think the roles that the two countries have played in Afghanistan are as different as chalk and cheese. India has been involved in developmental activity, capacity building, infrastructure building, and those kind of things in Afghanistan. Pakistan has been involved in sponsoring terrorism, giving safe havens to Afghan terrorists, Taliban terrorists, and all of that. So Pakistan has been actually foisting a war on Afghanistan, while India has been trying to build up the peace in Afghanistan. So I don't think it's been a playground between us, number one. Number two, yes, I think the geopolitics has a link with what has been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Number one, I think a lot of what is happening, in a sense that the scene shifting from Kashmir down to the IB is something which will happen routinely. Every year, once the winter starts setting in, the action, at least insofar as infiltration is concerned, shifts substantially to the south towards the international border, where it's relatively easier, partly because there are no snows, partly because there are all those nalas and others from which these people can cross, and partly because once the fog and the mist sets in, it gives them a bit of a natural cover. And of course, then the reasons which General Sivaj mentioned, that once you cross, you reach the highway, then you can get lost very easily. But that's been happening year after year. But I think this year I will not be surprised if we see an extremely hot winter, or at least efforts to have an extremely hot winter in Jammu and Kashmir, because of what the Pakistanis seem to be trying to do. And call it my theory, call it my gut instinct. But I have a sense that what they're going to do is they're going to ramp up violence both in Afghanistan as well as in Kashmir, and then juxtapose the two areas to give some comfort to the new American administration in Afghanistan in exchange for some kind of comfort which the new administration is going to give to Pakistan on Kashmir. I think that is going to be the effort. Whether that will be successful or not, I have my doubts on that. I can imagine the Americans making some noises on human rights and other things, partly because there's been a whole lot of disinformation and misinformation which has been fed into the American system, including by these parachute journalists who come and report from India, as well as a certain section of Indian journalists who have to do virtue signaling to the West, so that they get their fat contracts and they get their assignments with the Western newspapers. But once I think we engage with the Americans at an official level, a lot of the misconceptions which are there in the democratic dispensation, I think we'll be able to address. For example, things like denial of rights to Kashmiris. Nobody can tell me a single right which has been denied to any Kashmiri. In fact, the rights that were denied to people in Jammu and Kashmir have actually been given to them by the constitutional reforms that have been undertaken in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right.
So I think those misconceptions will have to be cleared up. Secondly, I think that is something which some sensible, sober elements in Pakistan also understand, that Pakistan is not going to get any comfort on what its stand on Jammu and Kashmir is. So the Pakistani game plan is not to talk about their territorial claims on Jammu and Kashmir or their irredentism on Jammu and Kashmir, but to agitate on the issue of human rights. Now, even that substantially, some of the objections which people had, communication links being cut off, some people, political leaders being put in detention. I think all of those issues are now, past issues. Elections are likely to take place, which is what probably the Pakistanis would want to disrupt, and a political process is kicking in. So I think the kind of comfort which they are expecting in Jammu and Kashmir, they are not going to get. How that then plays out in Afghanistan remains to be seen. But I also suspect that the Americans are not going to be very, well disposed towards the Pakistanis if they continue to play their old games with the Americans. Something which they'd done when Biden was in government the last time in up to 2016.
All right, then time to get quick closing comments from all my panelists with the best way forward. General, go ahead, starting first with you.
As far as India is concerned, now we have to have a multi-pronged strategy. See, Pakistan today is a very cornered. Pakistan very cleverly, Imran Khan government has failed in all respect. And somewhere they want to divert the attention of the public. And that is how this basically Pakistan democratic movement is becoming very popular there. And Gilgit-Baltistan, which are made the 5th province, and the election has been taken place are very fraud. People are come in the street. And somehow Pakistan government will try to divert the mind of the people of Pakistan by trying to create problem in Jammu and Kashmir rather than looking after their own self. Because the government of Imran Khan has failed in all respects. As far as India is concerned, we should be very well prepared for a very hot winter. And especially as far as the infiltration, both in line of control and international border are concerned. And Pakistan is going to make use of drones in a big way, because drone is the best way to send the weapons, and new technology has to be developed. How can we identify drones, because they are too small, which gives a very small signature on the radar. Overall, we should be very alert and alive in this winter. It is going to be very crucial for counter-infiltration great in Jammu and Kashmir.
Ambassador.
Well, to me, the dirty game which is being played by China along with Pakistan is a cause of worry. These two countries do not view us in a friendly manner at all. They work in cahoots, and their a common intention is to harm India. So the fact of the matter is that with the Chinese amassed at the line of actual control, the Pakistanis up to mischief. No matter what position Biden takes and the new administration adopts, we have to be on guard, because we have to deal with this twin menace of China and Pakistan on our own.
All right, and Sushant Sareen, quick closing concluding remark from you.
Frank, I'll be very quick. I agree with both my distinguished colleagues. Nothing more I can add to what they've said.
Okay, all right. On that note, then, I'll call it a wrap on this edition of The Big Picture. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective. For us, what's coming out of this discussion is that the PM himself had a security review meeting after the Nagrota incident. That itself suggests how serious the matter was and how serious it could have been if our armed forces had not foiled that infiltration attempt. Pakistan just doesn't seem to learn, and this continues even despite raising these issues at the highest level with Pakistan and trying to explain to them not to indulge in such activities. We have to be prepared for a two-pronged approach or two-pronged threat in Jammu and Kashmir, both from the east and the west, from China and Pakistan. And as far as Pakistan is concerned, it's going to try every trick in its book to try and infiltrate from the LOC as well as the IB. We have to think of new and innovative ideas to try and foil these attempts and ensure that we keep our borders safe. With that, it's a wrap. See you again next time.
normal water